Welcome back, everyone, for day two of the second annual International Space Ecology Workshop. Really excited for those of you who've joined us on your precious weekend Saturday today for this day two of our discussion of closed ecological systems for space life support. Again, my name is Christine Escobar. I'm vice president and co-founder of a company called Space Lab Technologies, where we research and develop sustainable habitation systems for boundless exploration. And I'll be your MC for the first half of the day, and then Patrick Grubbs, my colleague, is our co-organizer, will MC for us and lead us through the second half of the day. So it's been a year since we last came together to discuss the ecological aspects of sustainable habitation. Glad you're back with us 1 year later. And we all believe that there's this need to promote and organize this area of research internationally and reignite global interest in an ecological systems approach, especially given the current momentum for deep space exploration. And I think we all share this mutual vision of closed ecological systems for indefinite, sustainable human exploration of space and for sustainable living on Earth. So we all know that there's a lot of knowledge and technology gaps that remain for us to figure out to realize this vision. And we think that we can make advances when we start coordinating ourselves and socializing these concepts globally. So we really hope this workshop is going to provide you with some inspiration and some momentum to that end, and that it will be one of many. So we're really glad you've joined us today. The goals of the workshop are really to talk about those research needs and gaps, and also introduce professionals in this field and their research and ongoing development projects. And we really want to get to know who's who. That's what we're focusing on. That's what we're focusing on this at this workshop this year. And then we'll talk about some next steps for how we close these knowledge and technology gaps. I'd like to put a shout out to our workshop co-organizers for 2023. And without this, we wouldn't be able to pull this off. These folks have done a wonderful job pulling this effort together. So thank you to our workshop co-organizers. Some of them you'll be hearing from today, actually, with some talks. And Frida, you heard from yesterday. So I won't repeat this again for everyone, but I always like to start off with a reminder. Today, we don't want to have closed ecological systems for space life support as a footnote in a small session in some big conference in some weird, obscure field. Today, we get to immerse ourselves and define space ecology as a true field of study and perhaps establish some unity of vision and purpose. Now, last year's workshop, what we wanted to do then was to really refine those knowledge and technology gaps. Identify, okay, we now know all these things that we still, all the places we still need to go to develop capabilities to realize sustainable habitation systems for deep space exploration and closed ecological life support. And then we talked a lot also about obstacles to realizing that vision, to realizing this capability. So I wanted to take just a few moments before we get into the rest of our agenda for the day to review some of the conclusions from last year, as well as point you to some resources if you'd like to read further about the details of the proceedings of that needs assessment. There is a YouTube recording of last year's workshop. You can just Google Space Ecology Workshop. I'm sure you'll run across it on YouTube, but that's here. And we published the detailed results of those proceedings in a paper at the International Conference for Environmental Systems. I don't have a QR code. Apparently, I haven't learned how to do that yet. But if you look on Google Scholar for First International Space Ecology Workshop, you will definitely run across this paper for the International Conference on Environmental Systems. What the outcome was, I won't review the research needs and gaps with you. I'll refer you to the paper for that. But we really identified some major actions that are needed to advance this vision and advance this field. The first step, of course, okay, what are the gaps? We talked a lot about that. Now, how do we prioritize them? Which things need to come first? What are the most critical things or the largest gaps that must be solved in order to get anywhere? The next thing that we identified on this roadmap that needs to occur is funding. That's probably the biggest, largest, most dominating goal or need, preventing a lot of this research and development is the need for organized and sustained funding mechanisms. And we can talk more about what we might perhaps do about that. We talked about the need for kind of standardizing this field and experimental methods and protocols. We need more open source models, more research tools. We need test facilities. Test facilities is huge. We talked yesterday a bit about integrated test facilities, and Biosphere 2 is probably one of the best examples, and BIOS 3 in Russia, and some of the work that's happening in China with the Lunar Palace. We need more closed loop ground-based test facilities to validate these concepts and prove out these technologies to make us enable us to be able to use them operationally. And a big need is to facilitate collaboration and coordination and networking amongst this small but wonderful group of dedicated professionals. And then, of course, once we do all of this research, we want to disseminate it. We want this research to be available, this knowledge and these technologies that we develop to be available to the world to use, to disseminate that knowledge and promote this field, advocate, outreach. So the reason why I really wanted to go over this before we get started today is because I have some very exciting news. To that end, my colleagues, myself, Jane Shetzoff, who's giving a talk later today, Patrick Grubbs, our other co-organizer and MC for the day, Marshall Porterfield, who you heard from yesterday, we're joining together to form a nonprofit institute, and it's dedicated to the advancement of closed ecological life support systems, science, and technology. The goals of this institute are to prioritize research, to fundraise and to disseminate funds for conducting research, to develop research tools, facilitate collaboration, and disseminate knowledge and technology for everyone to share. The name of this institute is Propagule Space Ecology Institute. You can find it at www.propagule.space for you to check out there. We're in the very, very beginning infancy stages right now, so this is kind of a very preliminary announcement, but we would love to invite you all to join us in this effort, and we're going to be emailing you all about joining a mailing list and potential creation of a Space Ecology Association down the road. So stay tuned. We're going to be sending out more news about that over the coming year. Today's agenda, what are we doing? I am very excited to have with us today our first featured speaker this morning is Carl Asplund, who's going to be talking about our the 100-Year Starship project, as well as what that might mean for sustainable living on Earth. And I'm not going to steal his thunder, but from Mars to New England. Circular economies, textiles, and life as we haven't yet known it is going to be our featured talk this morning. So I'm looking forward to that. And then the rest of the day is going to be much like yesterday. We're going to have some presentations, technical presentations this morning, followed by a coffee networking break. I believe we will have networking breakout rooms that Patrick will guide us to today for you all to be able to get to know one another and chat. Then we'll have more presentations followed by a lunch break where we can do some more networking, more technical presentations this afternoon, and then we will close off for day 2 of the second workshop. So again, today I'll be welcoming Carl from the 100-Year Starship project, and I will let him introduce himself here in just a moment, but I will have a couple of administrative items to review with you all if you're just joining us for this second day. Unless you're a speaker, the mics are muted because there's just so many of us. It's a little hard to be able to communicate with such a large group audibly, but there's lots of ways that you can communicate with us and with each other. If you have a question for the speakers, please use the Q&A box, unless you are a speaker, in which case, for some reason, Zoom thinks you shouldn't be able to access the Q&A box. Please use the Zoom chat. So either use the Q&A box or the Zoom chat. We will be watching both of those for your questions, and we will relay your questions to our speakers. You can also go onto the mural board. We'll give some instructions on that in a moment, and give feedback and ideas and brainstorming on whatever comments or thoughts you would like to share on that mural board or in our chat room. This workshop is being recorded this morning. And we will send out a link to that audio recording. So if you miss things, especially if you want to go watch the eclipse that might be happening today and you want to go back and watch what you missed, we will sure have that available for everyone. And if you have any technical issues, please message Patrick Grubbs for help, and I'm sure he'll be able to get us all rolling smoothly. So everyone, have another great day today and enjoy yourself. And the mural link is in the chat box. If you have not seen that, go ahead and click on that, and feel free to play around on the board and provide your thoughts throughout the day. So that's all I have. And with that, I would like to welcome Carl Asplund.
Well, thank you, Christine. And thank you all. What a delight it is to be here. Thank you for inviting me to come. And I so thoroughly enjoyed yesterday and was greatly inspired, and I'm looking forward to today. So let's dive in and see what we can find here. There we go. And like so. So Christine, is that good?
Okay. Looks great.
Looks great. Okay, here we go. So before I actually go into the main topic today, I just want to first introduce myself. And since I come at this topic from a slightly, or rather perhaps even a wildly different direction than most of our speakers so far. And then I want to tell you a little bit about the 100-Year Starship organization. But so I am, yes, I'm the Associate Director of the Honors Program at the University of Rhode Island. I'm a professor there in textiles, fashion, merchandising, and design. I'm also an associate visiting professor at the University of Iceland. So I loved seeing Iceland pop up yesterday rather nicely there in lieu of Mars. I teach there in ethnography and museum studies. I am an anthropologist of material culture, but I started in theater. I was a designer of costumes, sets, lighting, you name it, for about 20 years. Before going into academia full time. And I mention all this not just to prove that I have the longest job title in the world. I also, I'm wearing a lot of hats all the time, and I'm wearing all of them today. So as we go through, you might want to keep in mind that I'm actually coming at this as a designer, as a design thinker, a creative problem solver, if you will, an anthropologist of material culture, and an educator all at once. So there. But first, a few notes on the 100-Year Starship. And for those of you not familiar with the Starship project, this was an initiative that was seed funded by DARPA back about 11 or 12 years ago, and started formally in 2012. And the mandate, the mission of the 100-Year Starship is to gather, promote, foster all the necessary knowledge to enable human spaceflight out of the solar system by the year 2112, hence the 100 years. So I've been a part of the team since pretty much the beginning there, since the fall of 2012, and have been greatly inspired and changed by that. And so what I'm telling you today and what I'm talking about today is a result really of much of those past 10 years. The 100-Year Starship is led by the astronaut Dr. Mae Jemison, who sadly could not join us today, although she had wished to, but she is traveling, and she sends her regards. So let's take a look at the Starship. So we're looking at this idea that this planning for this rather audacious journey is a transformative project, not just for the space travel issues, but for what it might bring to our planet, back here to Earth, something that was alluded to by several speakers yesterday, and I was very glad to hear that connection. I will hammer on that a bit today. And this idea that planning for an interstellar mission, it requires us to really reevaluate a lot of what we're doing and what we think we know. And we have to question, as you'll hear me do later on, a lot of the basic assumptions, a lot of the methods and thoughts and philosophies that generally go into projects of lesser scope and smaller timeframes. And the challenges that we face are both daunting, but also rather beneficial to this kind of thinking. A point I'll again make better later, but this idea that we're dealing with a previously unimaginable distance. We're dealing with timescales that are not usually thought of in planning by space agencies or by anyone really in that matter. We're planning for missions that need to be completely autonomous, which has its own set of challenges. And of course, we're going into very much the unknown. So what happens there is what was alluded to again, like as I say, and happily a couple of times yesterday, that the challenges of interstellar travel mirror the challenges that we face on our planet today. And this is something that we really need to keep in mind. The challenges that interstellar travel bring to the table are really as many as you can think of in dealing with any human endeavor at all, because we really want to take this radical leap of bringing humanity into a place where it has never been before, but has to survive much as it has for millennia. So everything is open to question. Everything is on the table for reinvestigation. And basically, that's what we were handed 10 years ago. Here we are. So we want to keep the human in the loop. We want to make sure we can manage the energy. We have to think about the spaceships or the HABs inside them. The designing issues are huge. And then that whole list on that screen really would make you pause if you didn't change your mindset before actually going into it. So we'll take a look at that and think about what kind of things these are and what kind of challenges they form. And I will use my specialty as a gateway into this. But basically, as I go on today, just remember that most of what I say in terms of my specific field is easily translated into other specialties and into places that you have already visited with us yesterday. Now, the Starship is not just working on the science. We've worked very much on the outreach issue too. And with that, we, for example, have an award for excellence in interstellar writing, which we're very proud of, and has actually developed into short film and animation awards as well. So we have our mini Oscars last year at Nexus Nairobi. And I want to take a moment just to draw your attention to the Nexus, because we'll actually be doing that again this year in Kenya. And this is part of May's vision to bring it into a truly global context, that we now host our annual gathering, our Nexus, in Africa. And so next year we will be in Nairobi in March, and we do really hope to see you there. You can see the website link that is on the slide here. And of course, now you know where to find me. So if you need any information on that or would like to discuss that further, please don't hesitate to be in touch. And I really do encourage you to take a look at it, because one of the part of our mission in the Starship organization is to encourage exactly what Patrick and Christine are doing here today with us, and with what your team has done so admirably, is to gather different voices into a place, whether it's online or physically, and share ideas and inspire each other. And so I'm really excited about what's happening here this weekend, and I hope to see you in Kenya. So basically, as we heard yesterday, that part of what we do is to build a better world here on this planet by pursuing an extraordinary tomorrow. by taking these leaps that so many of our speakers yesterday, and I'm sure the speakers for the rest of today, are doing, pushing the boundaries and building a better world for us and our children. So here we are, from Mars to New England, circular economies, textiles, and life as we have not yet known it. So let's take a look at that. But hey, hang on a second. Somebody may have paused. Wait a minute. Textiles? Really? And sure, let me tell you a story about that. So in that fall of 2012, as I was coming home from the hospital where my daughter had nearly died, I had been sent home. I was the dad. I had been awake for quite a long time, and the doctors told me she was fine. Dad, get out of here, go home. So I was driving home, and on NPR, there was an interview with an astronaut, Mae Jemison, and she was talking about this Starship thing that DARPA had just seed funded, and absolutely fascinating. And some of you may be familiar with what is known as the NPR driveway moment. Well, I actually had one. I sat in my driveway, absolutely transfixed, listening to this interview. And in my sleep-addled state of relief for whatever I was in, I then, once the interview was over, I promptly ran inside to the house you see on that photo there and emailed. I searched, I found Mae, and I emailed her, and I said, is anybody thinking of the clothing here? And then I promptly went to sleep. So the next thing that happened was that I was at the hospital 2 days later. My phone rang, and there was Aliris Alman, Mae's assistant, who said, nobody's thinking about that. You have to come down to Houston. And so there I was 2 weeks later at the first Starship conference in Houston, having had the audacity to ask a simple question, now having to explain myself to a room full of astrophysicists and literal rocket scientists. And so there I was, following a NASA scientist specializing in satellite imagery, talking about socks and laundry. And needless to say, this caught people's attention. To make a long story short, what happened was that this thing that I encapsulated as the laundry problem very quickly led to this idea of closed-loop ecosystems, because the maintenance, repair, hygiene issues, resupply, et cetera, you can see that list building itself, led to that list on the slide, where things such as psychological well-being suddenly showed up. So it's more than just a design and materials question. And a rather fun thing was that the next morning, as I was having coffee with one of said astrophysicists, he had this good quote that, well, I quote him, and I love telling this story, because he said, when I saw that first slide of yours and I realized what you were talking about, the only thing I could say was, oh, bleep, now we have to think about this. And he used a biological waste term there that I'm not going to repeat. So basically, the realization is that it's not really the laundry, it's not really the clothing, it's the messiness of human environments, it's the fuzziness of human culture. It's this idea that you can mechanically design a whole lot of things in a very modernist mindset, but your humans are basically going to screw it up. So what happens here is that the benefit of having been dropped into this multi-generational framing of an endless journey out of our solar system very quickly focused our thinking in a way that became very helpful, because we had to interpret these human needs as lifetime needs, as life needs, rather than simply life support for a given moment of time. As I said, the closed-loop ecosystems very quickly came to the fore, because once you're on the ship, you're on the ship, and what's on the ship stays on the ship. And sure, there are possibly leapfrogging resupply methods, but can you count on those? So we started looking at things in a practical way that might otherwise not have been seen if we were looking at 3-year or 5-year timeframes to Mars, for example. Now, you may say, but Carl, you're titling your talk From Mars to New England. One of the things, and this might be interesting to you specifically, is that interstellar flight kind of freaks people out. So when we're talking about these things, we tend to pull back to what are conceivable missions before we sort of scare everybody away with things that just basically sound like science fiction. So hence Mars. Mars, think of Mars as a metaphor here. Now, what this led to was, for me specifically, an investigation into the textile needs that we covered along with the team at URI for a few years. But the anthropologist kind of took over after a while, and the human needs and the design needs started to become a primary area of interest for me. In other words, the textiles, as I mentioned earlier, the laundry, the socks, started to become really a topic about team cohesion and identity. This idea that you can lose your crew, you can lose their efficiency, you can lose their cohesion if you don't pay attention to their human needs. And no sooner had humans started taking up long duration missions in space than there was a crew revolt or a work stoppage, or however you want to phrase it. NASA doesn't like talking about this, but the one of the commanders on the ship there on Skylab has actually written about this. So we do take his word for it, where they basically revolted because of the fact that they were being not only doing busy work, but also they really hated the fact that they were all dressed the same, and these rigors of hygiene and so on were driving them crazy. So part of the revolt, by the way, is the beards you see there, which really panicked ground control there for a while. I just want to quickly mention also that textile example from the desert, where I had the good fortune to run a simulation in a Mars tank out in the desert. And I had the good fortune to do that, but the mission failed. The crew became dysfunctional in 1 week in the tank. They were close to aborting, and were actually becoming quite fearful of one of their crew members, but I can't really talk about that much more. But that nailed it for me, that the human needs and the emotional needs and the psychological needs resulting from the physical environment and physical needs was something really that, as an anthropologist of material culture, I really needed to look into. And so let me mention a couple of things here. Falling back onto the philosopher Martin Heidegger, we understand that humans really create our existence. We are creators. He uses the word poetry, or talks about poets, but what he's referring to there is actually the Greek word poiesis, the act of making, of forming, of affording the emergence of something new. This is what humans do. We engage with our environment in a way that is creative. And all you need to do is to just watch a bunch of people getting together, such as this group here, to understand that. But the question is really, how do we do that when we're not on the planet? What happens when we do not have the structures and the support that our human environment that we have been created into has gone? What happens on another planet, or if we're not even on any planet at all? We're just on a craft. We're in the can. And just sort of as a footnote to that, really, just this wonderful paragraph from Henry Glassy about the sustaining things in our lives, where if we look around, what is it? That smell of food cooking, or the texture of a floor, or the idea of the items around us, the things we surround ourselves with to create an identity. What happens if this gets stripped away? What happens to a human that can't get their hand in the dirt, if you will? And no surprise, of course, that we do have to think about the fact that a human crew really is a difficult machine. And the modernist vision of systems does not really apply all that well to humans, even in small groups. And of course, mechanical systems and human systems don't always work well together. And let's not forget that just humans get weird, humans get silly, they're messy. And as my experience in the desert tank showed, you may have a highly trained group of professionals, and it takes them 5 days to unravel. So what actually is it that we can work with? What happens to a human group where the poiesis is not available, where they do not have an environment to go to or come from or change? There's no improvisation, there's no ritual, there's no creativity. What about that lettuce? Maybe that is the enough interaction with nature to have a potted plant or a greenhouse? Well, I'll tell you, in the desert, when that crew was falling apart, they had a greenhouse. That became their sanctuary. That became the place where more than one of the crew members went to stabilize their anxiety just by sitting among the plants. And I'm sure for many of you listening, that comes as no surprise. So even with that lettuce, what are you contributing to? You may be certainly contributing to nutrition, but are you also contributing to mental, physical, social, cultural, and creative well-being? Are you developing a culture by putting a green plant in an environment? And maybe it is about decoration. Maybe it is about emotion. Biofiltration was mentioned yesterday, and we're actually working on that up in Massachusetts. Well, we hope to be working on that soon in Massachusetts, and I'll talk about that in just a second. The submarine locker there is just a reference to a story I heard that a group of sailors in the engine room in a nuclear sub were actually growing plants in a locker and had set up lighting there to take care of the plant. And no, they did not smoke the plant. This was simply a plant that they took care of together, which I find really amazing and wonderful. So what we've come to in thinking about designing for interstellar, at least, and I know this applies to Mars and this applies to Earth as well, that in a sustainable environment, if we want to create one, we have to think about systems. We can't be designing things separately. We can't design the greenhouse separately from the sleeping quarters. We have to understand how they work together. We have to think of the process of the crew working inside these environments and traversing from one to another. We can't take material needs and separate them from physical needs or cultural needs or psychological needs. So if we didn't have already enough to think about with interstellar travel, we now have this holistic way of looking at things that once you get used to it, actually makes a lot of sense. So a way to talk about this is really, to me, often comes down to this. What if your ship or your station or your hab or your whatever it is, your submarine, is conceptualized as an organism? What if your system is within that organism, and where does it fit? Where does that lettuce fit into the larger holistic view of this ecological circularity of the ship, if I may? So since I'm thinking about the interstellar really more often than not. And then how does that human component, that organism inside the organism, in that sort of symbiotic relationship with the ship, deal with that component you have now placed in there? And does it contribute to social health, mental health, physical health, team health, mission health, or all of the above? And so thinking about these circularity loops, as somebody pointed out yesterday, there are loops within loops. And everything is a raw material. Everything is a resource. All waste becomes material for something else. This is the way that nature works. This is the way a closed loop ecosystem needs to work. So you start thinking about it as molecules, just going round and round, every now and then reforming as a pair of shoes or a mat or insulation or whatever, what have you. And this goes for organics and non-organics. So once you get to that sort of idea of just molecules streaming through, and that includes the humans, you start realizing that what you're designing is not just for what it is, it's for what it will be. And so you keep designing the future iteration of this thing whether it's a plant or the pot the plant is in, or whatever it is. So where do those components come from, and where do they go to become something else, is something that you expand your design vision to think about as you are putting these things together. And in the end, you're sustaining that organism. You're sustaining the ship or the mission. A colleague of mine would always say this, that the basic question when you talk about sustainability is, well, what the heck are you really trying to sustain? And so what goes onto the ship stays onto the ship. And the real thing is, can you maintain the longevity of these things and these systems? Can you prolong them? You have to really watch out for leakage and dispersion, because those percentages, they add up really fast as you go through the years of the mission. And even a small decimal percentage adds up, as you know, and iterates. So the leakage is really important, something you need to watch very carefully. And of course, once again, everything is a potential future resource, including the humans. Some difficult discussions in the early days of the Starship revolved around death and what to do with bodies and how to deal with that. Water reclamation has gotten through the ick factor on the ISS. But once you get into larger populations, I mean, it might be difficult to actually think of a passed away colleague now becoming food for the tomatoes. But this is what we do on this planet, or used to do, ashes to ashes and so forth. And maybe it is a very nice thought to become food for a plant or microorganism or who knows what else. But everything has to be part of this circularity. A body has taken resources from the ship, needs to give the resources back to the ship. So the design process itself changes. The creativity, the poiesis of creativity changes when you think about off-Earth designing inside a circular economy like this. And you can see the punchline coming. This, of course, changes how eventually, and in coming years, clearly we have to rethink how we design things here on Earth. But we don't get that initial creative spark from nothing that so much designing pretends to be about these days. We have to be designing inside that loop, inside these loops within loops. You may be familiar with the butterfly diagram here from Ellen MacArthur, but this is what we have to pack into a self-contained mission. We have to have these loops where we try and keep things as tightly defined. We try not to get to the recycling point. We try to get to the durability point. And then we have to realize that we're dealing with two separate but related systems of organics and inorganics. And once again, minimizing the leakage becomes very important. But packing this into a tank and sending it to Mars, tricky, but doable. And just with that, I wanted to throw this in as kind of a footnote. Here's a slide from a class I teach here at URI called What is Good Design, where we've been sort of polishing this idea of criteria for what good design actually is, and how you can't really separate one of these out. So the aesthetics of something may be related to the experience of it, that may be related to the narrative it brings, and the ethics and the sustainability and the morality and the equity of access come in to the impact and possibly the safety or even the way it is crafted or cared for. So once again, just threw that in just to give you a sense of the kind of holistic thinking that this Starship mission has brought to my design thinking. So let me now tell you about a project that I'm working on, and I want to tell you where we're going with this and how it relates to Mars and interstellar travel and Rhode Island. So what I'm starting off now here is to actually, practically, physically, create a proof of concept, at least, of an ecologically sound circular textile economy in New England. And this will become a model of a solution that could then, if it works, and I see no reason why it shouldn't, become a model of a solution for Mars and beyond, or the moon, or where have you. I mean, it could be a model for Sudan. It could be a model for Paris, or at least a neighborhood of Paris. And what we're doing here is we have a team that has the cooperation of a textile mill in Massachusetts. And that textile mill is going to open its doors up to us for an absolutely broad spectrum investigation on every level of their manufacturing and business to make them into an ecologically sound circular operation. And a fun fact about this is that that textile mill has been in operation since 1856 under the direction of the same family. Current owner is the sixth generation. And so she knows long-term thinking and has told me that she's very happy to bring in this life cycle analysis, chemical engineering business, wastewater, you name it, biofiltration into their plant because they've been there for 160 years and they would like to be there for another 260. That's her quote. And I love that kind of thinking. So right now we're just starting this and forming the team, looking for funding, starting with what we can without funding, which is actually quite a lot. And we're sort of wargaming it and looking at the various models, looking at where we need to come in. And in a couple of phases over the next 7 years, thinking that we will wind up with actual product and a production cycle that can then prove this to be a model for a solution for other discrete environments. Is it an actual 7-year plan, by the way? I'm not sure, but that's what I'm mapping it out as right now. I'm hoping it's less than a 10-year plan. It's definitely more than a 5-year plan. So there. The diagram I showed earlier of the loops within loops turns into this when you look at textiles. And this is sadly not operational in space travel as far as I can tell. But we'll see where that goes. But the interesting thing is really that there's not a lot of invention that has to happen here. All the necessary knowledge is there. All the necessary technology is there. It's just putting it in contact with each of the different elements, lining them up, and then, of course, getting the funding to getting it going. So we're not really inventing anything. We're just putting things into play. And that's why I'm so confident about the timeline. However, bringing us back to space, what I'm looking at really is not so much a knowledge gap as a cultural behavioral gap, where these closed loop systems, if we're going to apply them to Mars or starships or anywhere off planet, it's assuming the wrong relationship to where the humans are. It's assuming the kind of environment that functions in a pre-industrial mode, where the relationship to the environment is not hostile. And that goes both ways, where the humans are hostile to their environment and their environment is not livable. So that's one problem. The other problem is that we're stuck with a solution set that really runs counter to millennia of experience and cultural and economic models of the past, I don't know, say 200 years. So a lot of what we're going to have to do with these human crews is that we're going to have to rehabilitate them, rehabituate them into behavioral models that humans are not necessarily comfortable with at this time. And we don't have the ability to manufacture. We don't have the ability to recycle. We don't have the ability to even create in space. So we may actually have to rethink exactly what it is we're doing. And this is where the life as we haven't yet known it part comes in. This equipment that we call clothing or bedding or anything in a habitat, the way we use it, the way we share it, the way we operate around it, what exactly is it and what does it do? may have to really be rethought. And we've been doing quite a lot of work on that. We started that off at URI 10 years ago. And this idea that these humans in the starship, they may be doing something completely different. And you can see the parallel to food and nutrition right away, of course. The habits, the things we're used to, the structures, what the sociologist Bourdieu calls the habitus of all of this, is really going to have to be shaken up and reformed. And this, of course, is going to have major impacts psychologically, emotionally, culturally on these crews. The first generation is going to have a lot of problems. The second generation, of course, may have just grown up with it. So what do they know? They'll be off-Earth people. But it's that first generation that we have to be very careful about. So here are some parting notes. As you go through, take care to mind that human in the loop. These are not afterthoughts. The behavioral issues and the psychosocial issues of what you're proposing to do need to be in the mix. Don't forget the loops within the loops. You're part of a loop inside a loop that's inside another loop. You may be creating a loop of your own. How does that relate to the larger loops? And it's not just the organics, it's the inorganics as well. What happens to that equipment when it no longer works? How does it get repaired? How does it get refurbished? What about that waste material? How does that become a source for something else? So you think about it from the outside in. You think about that organism that is the station or the base or the ship or whatever it is, and you approach it that way. Everything belongs to the loop. Nothing belongs to the thing that it is, even the human. So all molecules in transit. And this, by the way, applies to our survival both on Earth and off Earth now. We are in a time now where everything we do in this research applies both ways. The vector goes both ways. What can be done on Mars can be done on Rhode Island. What can be done in Rhode Island can be done on a starship. And this is essential to human survival. And as May likes to repeat, and I will end with that really all of this comes down to this, that what is required for survival in space is what is required for survival on Earth. So the work that we do, whether it's in a greenhouse or an engineering station, figuring out a textile lab, we contribute to Sudan, to Wakefield, to Massachusetts, to Paris, and Mars. So thank you very much.
Wow, Carl. That was a very, very perfectly inspiring talk for this audience and for the questions that we are asking and trying to unite around. I hope you'll go and
nearby us.
Sorry? Oh, somebody's mic is open. I hope you'll have an opportunity to go back and read through some of the chatter that was happening during your talk. It was very very fun, and I think folks were very much engaged and inspired by your words and by these ideas. I do have, I think, a few questions. If you'll permit me.
I'll definitely look through these during the coffee break, and I'm glad to see Hamlet there. Always good to see Hamlet. That's good. Yes.
Oh, you did see that? Okay, good.
I'm seeing it now. I'll take a closer look. Yeah.
Okay, so first question was from Stephen. Given the time frame of the project for a 100-year Starship, for the plan, how does the 100-year Starship plan maintain support, financial and political support across generations?
Well, that's a really good question. The DARPA funding was only for 5 years, so we're already outside the frame of that, and the Starship is now a self-funded organization. And as any of these go, sorry, that's unfortunate. Hang on, there we go. So as these things go, we rely on donations, some private funding. The Nexus is a funding opportunity as well as a gathering. So basically, the Starship in future really needs to be operating very much as any NGO would, in that sense, if I can make it into that large of a frame. And we do have quite a lot of support. There is a lot of interest, and much as, actually, if you don't mind me saying so, much like me being here today, is an example of, we're also starting to see a lot of collaboration between groups that are working on things like this. And so thank you again for having me here. And so we've been seeing that also ramping up, and now especially after the pandemic, that there is sort of a joining of forces, and I think that could also be a very good way of maintaining the operation in coming decades.
Oh, there's more questions rolling in. Actually, Joya just asked, and it's related to another question as well. What role do you think 3D printing might have in textile manufacturing?
Yeah. Yeah, we looked at that. We have looked at that. We're continuing to look at that. 3D printing, as far as that goes, is still very, very, very primitive, and humans have been creating textiles for as long as there have been humans, it seems. And even, proto-humans seem to have been playing around with apparel. But we forget how complex an operation the creation of a garment actually is, because we're so used to them, and we just pull them off the rack and put them on. But to think of the fact that this started as a seedling somewhere in a field, and was then harvested and cleaned and spun and woven and dyed and cut and sewed and shipped from here to there and there to here and back again, and everything winds up in a warehouse in New Jersey eventually, apparently, and then in a store somewhere. It's an incredibly complex operation, and so I'm getting more and more into that place that I mentioned earlier, that future clothing may well be something we haven't even thought of yet. After 60,000 years of this, we may actually find that this century was a threshold of some kind. But I honestly just don't know what to make of that. I really don't. And 3D printing is great for accessories or components. We really hit a wall trying to think of it as a way to make an entire covering of some kind. The human body is complex. It's the ergonomics defeat you before anything else gets you. Yeah, I'm sorry, it's a bit of a non-answer, but it also maybe illustrates how perplexing the problem is.
Mm-hmm. Another question is, should time be limited to 100 years? And so I thought maybe you might elaborate on what the 100-year time frame is about and what that part means.
Yes, you could probably imagine that the 100-year framing there is a bit of a conceit. It's a way of putting it beyond a human lifetime. So it's not like a time traveling DARPA representative is going to be waiting for us there with a stopwatch. It's a way of saying this is a generational project, and our mission, obviously, I'm not going to, I'm 60. I'm what do I have, another 25 years if I keep working out. But in 2112, we're hoping that there will be something like a body of knowledge that supports a mission. Will it be an interstellar mission? Will it be a mission that places humans into stations orbiting around the moons of Jupiter? Well, hopefully all of the above. The idea is that we are driving the discussion and producing in that way the inspiration for the science and then the science itself. So the 100 years is a way of saying, keep thinking beyond your lifetime.
Okay. Wonderful. There are 3 questions related to human behavior. So I'll try to summarize into one, a 3-part question really from Ray is ethnographic issues that we should be considering even for small groups, which I think you did hit on in your talk some. Then following up with Frida, is conflict inevitable? And a third part of that, so small ethnographic issues, is conflict inevitable? Is there an ideal personality for a person to be considered for a long-term mission? What's the right stuff?
Right. Yes. Oh gosh, the right stuff. The right stuff. Oh dear.
Yes.
Yeah.
That was my words, not Stevens, or excuse me, not
Yes.
Borjas.
No, I know, but the images that brings up is that, well, here's the thing: from an ethnographic perspective, I would say the quick answer there is that no, there is not an ideal personality. There is an ideal mix of personalities. When you think about putting a crew together, such as, if it's a small crew, let's say you're just looking at a crew of, I don't know, 8 to 10, maybe. You really want to make sure that you have that balance that where people's personalities work off each other. You know how it is. If you have a group and they're all too alike, tensions build faster than if they are different. You need that player and the person who does this. But then, of course, you get into command structures and hierarchies and all those things. Who is the ideal leader? Who is the ideal second in command? That kind of thing. And that, of course, depends on what kind of organization you have. Are you running this as a military operation? Are you running this as a scientific operation? Is it a combination of the two? And then once you get into things like multi-generational missions, what do you do now about family structures and relationships? And oh my God, the messiness of humans shows up really fast. So what you really want to do there is not worry so much about the initial input of personalities, if you will. You want to try and balance that, of course, and think about that. And there, I'm sure there is a huge amount of different approaches you can take. But what you really want to do is you want to make sure that once that group is in place, that you are limiting anything that will create the hazard for the team cohesion, if I can put it that way. I'm sorry. Part of my mind is engaging with how to talk about that team in the desert without revealing too much of things I can't. But what happened there, simply, there was one personality that threw the entire crew off, and it wasn't about really the personality. It was territorial thinking. My ship, not your ship. And
Ownership.
that put things really sideways really fast. And then just the paranoia of the tight quarters and the distance from civilization was a problem.
So I'm afraid we'll have to cut questions off at this point and lead into our next talk. However, I hope, Carl, that you'll be able to stay with us perhaps through the day and maybe join some of the breakout rooms to chat about these concepts, because I think everyone wants to talk about many of the issues that have been brought up here this morning. Thank you so much for a wonderful talk, Carl.
Thank you.
Lucy, are you here?
I am. Hi.
Hi, Lucy.
Hello.
So we're going, Lucy, we're going to give the full 20 minutes. We'll just eat a little bit into our coffee break, so that's just fine. I'd like to introduce you all to Dr. Lucy Poulet, who's going to discuss advancing space ecosystems with a methodology for optimal greenhouse design. Take it away, Lucy.
Yeah, all right. Okay, sorry.
Oh, you're fine.
Yeah, I'm just all right. Am I
Yep.
sharing in full screen? Not
You
on the
are.
right. Okay.
It looks
Yeah, nice.
good.
Perfect. All right. So, well, good morning or good afternoon, everyone, or good evening, depending on where you are. Maybe good night, even. I wanted to thank you all for joining on this Saturday session, and I also want to thank the organizers for putting this together. It's really amazing to be hearing about all of these fantastic topics. I'm going to discuss about some methodology to design optimal greenhouse in space. This is part of a 2-year project, which is really aiming at putting together a collaborative methodology to hopefully help future exploration missions. And this is done in the frame of a Marie Curie funding, so a postdoc funding, and I'm currently at the University Clermont-Auvergne in France. So just a bit of context of why we want to develop a methodology for optimal greenhouse design. Well, first, just looking at what we are doing right now, growing plants in space are limited to 2 awesome systems, which are veggie and the advanced plant habitats on the ISS. But although they're awesome, they're also very small, and the food they produce is bonus food, is not food that's integrated in the diet of astronauts. And one of their design drivers is space, available space for these systems. Now, on the other end of the spectrum, we have huge engineering concepts that are not necessarily realistic and not necessarily adapted to the place where they are going to be developed. So the images you see here are just artist views, not real concepts, but I have seen a lot of these big concepts that were very nicely engineered, but not necessarily answering to the question, what do humans need to survive on the moon or on Mars in terms of nutritional content, in terms of calories and diversity of food. So that's the background of why a methodology. And then the next question is, how can we do that? I want to develop this methodology based on modeling techniques and optimization techniques, because this is what I do. I'm an engineer, and I do models of mostly of plant growth, but that's how I approach problems. So I'm thinking that with a modeling approach, we could develop a methodology that could serve this community. So this is just a very simple schematics of like an overview, basically, of what the approach is, and it's just nothing new, just coming back to the basics. So we are starting with the mission scenario. Where are we going? For how long? How many crew members do we have? What is the atmospheric pressure we want to have in our plant growth system? Will we have energy available from the habitat, and how much? What is the available volume that we have for this system? And what will be the percentage of plants in the diet of our astronauts? Then we'll look into the subsystems of these greenhouse modules. So again, here, very high level, lighting, watering, ventilation. Of course, the central part is the plant. Plants that are growing together with microorganisms, which are opportunistic microorganisms and synergistic microorganisms, not necessarily some that we put there on purpose. And I included there a recycling unit so that we can recycle the nutrient solution, we can recycle the unedible part of plants, and have a semi-closed loop here. So now I'm going to dig a little bit into some of these parts here. The location database, the plant database, what are we putting behind this? And the location database is it's just going to be a big resource associating different locations to the conditions we have there in terms of gravity, radiations, the sun profile, the magnetism, and other things like, do we have regoliths, do we have micrometeorites, and things like that. The locations that we're looking at the moment are the Moon, Mars, interplanetary travel, which of course has a lot of sub-locations, and a space station like a space station that would be in the low Earth orbit, or a cislunar space station. And each of them have very particular environmental conditions due to where they are that we need to take into account. And that's basically the starting point. Then in terms of plant database, this is really a work in progress because it's really hard to get all of this information for the different species and cultivars that are considered for space exploration. So basically the idea of this database is to build a resource which will have the optimal growth conditions for a given species and cultivar in terms of temperature, relative humidity, atmospheric composition, but also the airflow, light intensity, and spectrum and photoperiod. Then information as well about the nutrient solution. And finally, also information about the plant morphology, how big will be the plant that we are growing at the end, so that we can plan for enough volume in the greenhouse module. And so things like the plant height, but then also the leaf area index, specific leaf area harvest index, and dry mass ratio are information that will be included in this big resource. And of course, what are the calories available in the plant, and it's not here, but also all the nutritional content in terms of carbohydrates, proteins, and lipids. Now, if we go a bit deeper into the different subsystems, we can organize them with what do we call layers. So that's a bit of a complicated diagram, but it's really more to illustrate what we're doing here. The different subsystems can be connected with layers of heat and mass. And these layers just illustrate heat and mass that are exchanged between the different subsystems. And that's for our optimization approach later on. So here we have subsystems that are really part of the greenhouse modules. So we have the lighting system, the watering system, of course, the plants and microorganisms, and the heat exchanger and fan. These are basic greenhouse module subsystems. But then we have also the battery and photovoltaic panels, which are necessary for the energy generation. They are out of the greenhouse module in itself. And then the recycling system doesn't need to be really part of the greenhouse model, it can be also separated from that. You see here as well the habitat, because since we are here just looking at a greenhouse module with a recycling unit, we can't really recycle everything. So yeah, it's we are missing some pieces here to have a full closed loop. So we need some inputs from the habitat, in this habitat, we also have the humans, which can provide some of the carbon dioxide and use some of the oxygen that is produced by the greenhouse module. Now, all of these subsystems correspond to a function, and all of these subsystems are also composed of different elements corresponding to a given technology. And I'm saying that because it's important for modeling them. Depending on the type of LED or sunlight collector we are envisioning for the lighting system, they will not be modeled in the same way. And so it's important to recognize that from the beginning. And of course, the first version of this methodology will probably consider only one type of technology. And then later on, it could be some different technologies can be added and make it richer. And I'll talk about that right at the end. So I've been talking a lot about modeling. What do we have behind that? So I'm going to go quickly on this diagram because it's a bit big, but we have different layers that we consider for a mechanistic modeling, and trying to have mechanistic models for each of these layers and then integrate these layers of complexity together. Starting at the molecule level, for example, we are still looking into plants and a greenhouse module. So, for example, at the molecule level, we'll have the plant pigment reaction to light. If we look at the macromolecule level, we'll have all sorts of kinetics, and for example, the carbohydrate synthesis kinetics. Another layer above is the intracellular layer, where we look into photosynthesis stoichiometry, for example. Then the physical transfer layers, that's where that's something we're more familiar with the gas exchange and water absorption rates. And then at the unit operation layer level, we have all the subsystem operations. And then the process design is the greenhouse module operations, and all of that, all these layers are are integrated or commanded by an above layer that's taking into account all of the greenhouse module operations, the scenario, and the environment where we are at. Now, that's for the approach for modeling all of these different subsystems. And once we have all of these models with the mass, energy, exergy balances, we can add the optimization layer. And this is based on the ALICE criteria, which are mass, energy, crew time, efficiency, sustainability, reliability, and risk. So these are our performance factors to evaluate the different designs and to have the solution of the optimization. And to do that, this optimization part, we use a tool that's called Osmose, and it's been developed at the IP's laboratory at the École Polytechnique de Lausanne, EPFL, in Switzerland. And they are the group we are collaborating with. So they have developed this tool for optimization of energy system. And we are basically using this approach to optimize greenhouse modules in space. The last layer of this, so once we have the different models and we have optimized all of this and generated multiple solutions, we can actually talk about the methodology development in itself and organize all of these this knowledge and really have something that would be user friendly with entering all of your mission scenario data and then generating multiple solutions according to the technologies you would need. And to organize all of these, the collaborative platform is going to be, is already on GitHub, but not publicly available. And the idea is to have all of the different models of the subsystem, so of a given technology, available so that anybody can use this methodology and use it according to their needs. And so really enter their mission scenario, enter the technology they need, for example, for the aeroponics system. So have a model that is really detailed according to what they know they want to use. And from there, we can run the simulation and generate some solutions for the different. We can run solutions for the greenhouse design, and the user can choose what fits best their needs in term. And that will depend on if they want to optimize on the energy, on the mass, on the crew time, or on the different criteria. So I think, I'm going to stop here because I want to have some time for discussion and want to thank you all for your attention. Well, I don't know if I...
Thanks, Lucy. Okay. Let's see. Does anyone have any questions? I see. First, I'll ask from Jane. Is asking, how do we go from optimizing conditions for a single species to optimizing for a combination of species? Is there a change in how you would go about that?
Yeah, that's a great question. So right now, the way things are designed, it's really looking into, okay, we are we want to have this nutritional and energy not constraints, but like requirements for our crew. That means we'll have these plants growing, so plant recipes, if I can say that, which are going to be scheduled at different moments in the greenhouse module so that they can be available. They can be available for the crew at different moments. Each of these plants have, from the plant database, have the optimized conditions. So that will mean separate places in this greenhouse. So that will be taken into account. So saying, okay, we have this solution. I mean, there will be multiple solutions. So one solution will be you have average temperature and humidity and environmental or other environmental parameters for all of your plants, and this is the growth that is expected. Or you have different internal growth modules, and this is the growth that is expected. And then, but that means also that the mass and the energy might be higher than if you have everything together, and then the user can make their own decision based on what their objective is. I hope that answers your question.
It does. I think there's a couple of questions I might ask if you can answer in the chat or during the networking breaks. One specifically about giving more information about the ALICE metric. Maybe you can provide a reference or some information in the chat there. Mm-hmm. Oscar is asking about model validation and what you're thinking, your thoughts are there. And in addition to model validation, that leads into how do you see this work being used in the future?
All right, so for model validation, yes, so all the plant growth models are going to be validated against real experimental data. And then for the other models, which are more technological models, technology already exists, so that's easy to validate. Usually they have been modeled prior to the technology development and then tested and so validated. For how this could be used in the future, well, this is a collaborative platform, so hopefully people planning to have growth systems at different exploration mission, either for spaceships where the growth system would be small, or for planetary surface where we could envision bigger things, could use this and hopefully have a design that is a bit more suitable for the type of mission that is envisioned.
So this is envisioned as somewhat of an open source platform.
It is an open source platform, yeah.
Great. I'll have some more questions for you that I'll direct in to you in the chat, but thank you for a great talk.
Well, thanks for having me, and talk to you soon.
Okay, so our next speaker is Joanna Kuzma. Joanna, there you are, who's going to talk to us about an experimental platform for studying heat and mass exchange between plants and their environment in microgravity. Welcome, Joanna.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, depends when you are. Please let me know if you can see my screen.
And I know we're running a few minutes behind. Yes, we can see, but no worries. We're going to just shorten the coffee break by a few minutes. So we'll have your full 20 minutes for you.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you very much for organizing it and for the possibility of being here. My name is Joanna Kuzma, and what I'm going to talk about today is the experimental platform to study heat and mass exchange between the plants and the environment in microgravity conditions. This platform has been built and developed by me, Celia Batonon, and Noé Martin under the supervision of Dr. Lucy Poulet. And this work is a part of my PhD I do at University Clermont-Auvergne and Universitat Autònoma de Barcelona under the supervision of Dr. Lucy Poulet, Professor Claude-Gilles Duceppe, Professor Jean-Pierre Fontaine, and Professor Francesc Godia Casablancas. My work is a part of Melissa project. For those of you who are not familiarized with this project, is the European Space Agency project of Bioregenerative Light Support System, and Melissa stands for Microecological Life Support System Alternative. And the idea for this project is to make a closed loop in terms of mass, where we have 3 compartments responsible for the reduction, 1 for the production and 1 for consumption. So the idea is to take all of the wastes produced and then gradually transfer, change them into the nutrient solution, which can be used for higher plants and for microalgae. And then the microalgae and plants can be source of food for the crew, can be source of potable water and oxygen, and they can reduce the carbon dioxide. And within this loop, my particular interest lies in compartment 4B, so higher plants, and more specifically in modeling how plant growth is affected by the external conditions. When we talk about the plant growth and what kind of environmental factors are affecting it, among others, we have water available for the roots, we have humidity in the air surrounding the plants, we have light, and by light I mean the specific wavelength we are delivering to our plants. Nutrients are available for our plants, and then amount of heat we are delivering to the plants, and heat is the part of the is the part which I am studying. And if we talk about the energy balance components, the one I'm taking into consideration into my study is long and short wave radiation energy, and then convective and latent heat transfer. In my studies, I do not take into consideration any energy required or coming from the metabolic changes within the plants. So I also do not take into consideration carbon dioxide assimilation and oxygen production, but only the water transfer. And if we talk about the energy balance, we also have to talk about the boundary layer studies, because of that's the boundary layers is something which really affects the convective and latent heat transfer. And if we want to look more closely to the energy balance and what is happening on the leaf surface, we have first of all thermal mass diffusion through the stomata, and then later on evaporation on the surface of the stomata. Later on, within the boundary layer, we have a thermal and mass diffusion, and after that, transfer in the surrounding air. As I said before, convective latent heat transfer are affected by the boundary layer thickness, and this also water transpiration rate. If we want to think about what affects the thickness of the boundary layer, among others, we have a air velocity around our plant. And talk about air velocity, it's the function of forced and free convection. Convection is the component which depends on the gravity, due to the fact that the driving force is the density gradient. Our studies, because I'm focused on the physical part of it, I do not take the biology into consideration. I have decided to use the leaf replica instead of the real one, and the one which we have used is the one which has been developed by Dr. Szymański from Luxembourg Institute of Science and Technology, and basically it consists of a few layers. And the idea for this is to have the wet paper sandwiched between two layers of the aluminium sheet, and on the top to have a black aluminium tape to have the emissivity similar to the real plants. And then the bottom layer has the laser perforated holes, which are 50 micrometers of diameter, and then the density of the pores was adjusted in the way to have a stomatal conductance close to 300 micromole per square meter per second. And then why I want to use the leaf replica? Because we want to understand how the energy balance is affected by the different gravity conditions, when in different gravity, of course, and then for that, we have decided to do our studies in the parabolic flight. And parabolic flight is, well, characterized but by the environment, which changes a lot. And as we know, if we change the environmental parameters too often, we cause abiotic stress within the plants. So basically, leaf replica allows us to, first of all, study only physical phenomena, which is my particular field of interest. It allows us to avoid abiotic stress affecting our data. Thanks to this, we also have a defined size and density of the stomata, and they are always open. And this also allows us to have a smaller sample size without compromising statistical validity. And our studies, we wanted to study 3 cases. So first of all, when we have our leaf replica aligned with the streamline. So the non-transpiring, the top side of the leaf replica with a black tape, which is illuminated by the light, and transpiring side are equally surrounded by the airflow. Then the case when the leaf replica is inclined in the way that the non-transpiring side face the upstream flow, and when the leaf replica is inclined in the way that the transpiring side face the airflow. And for that, we have decided to the angles between 0 to 30. And in both cases, so 0 and then 0, 5, 15, 25, and 30 when the non-transpiring side face the upstream flow, and then the same angles for the other side. And the airflow value which we have decided to test are between 0 to 0.5 meter per second, mainly due to the fact that what has been seen is that above 0.5 meter per second, the forced convection is so strong that it actually starts to cover the value coming from the free convection. And the platform which we have built consists of 4 units, and each unit is basically small wind tunnel with the leaf replica placed in the center of the unit, and with the light source being directly above the unit. And inside each unit we have a number of sensors to measure the parameters, but I'm gonna talk about it in a few seconds. And then basically the airflow direction is from here to the fan. So inside of each unit, here you can see that the picture how it looks like inside. We have 4 humidity sensors, 2 placed in the front of the unit, 2 placed on the bottom, the light source of the top. Here we have an infrared camera placed, and the infrared camera was just basically recording the surface temperature of our leaf replica. We had number of thermocouples, 1 on the wall, 2 on the surface of the leaf replica, and 1 inside the leaf replica. And additionally, we had the airflow sensor here. And then we had 4 units, and basically the units, the first and second unit was the exact copy of third and fourth unit, because if we wanted to have the repetition just in case something was not going well and not working properly, just to have a cross comparison between the unit. And all of the data which we've been collecting were basically, we've been collecting the data using the Raspberry Pi computer. And then within the, if we talk about the parabolic flight, the parabolic flight in Europe looks in the way that you have a sets of parabolas, and between the sets of parabolas we have a 5 minutes of break. So for our studies we have decided to adjust the airflow on the very beginning of the sets of parabola, and then within the sets which consist of 5 parabolas we were only changing the angle, mainly due to the fact that between the the 1G and 2G conditions there was around 2 minutes of a break. So 2 minutes was enough for our leaf replica to get to the kind of a steady state. But if we would change the airflow with different angle, but if we would change the airflow and the angle at the same time, we would not be able to get to the steady state. So in our measurement protocol, we were changing the inclination every parabola and the airflow every 5 parabolas. Then if you want to see how it looks like, here is the picture what we've been doing. Here we have tanks which were connected to our leaf replica in order to provide them with the water to just to be sure that the amount of the water inside the leaf replica is more or less the same all the time, and to provide constant evaporation. Right? And I would love to talk about the results, but the campaign had place between Tuesday and Thursday last week, so I only had a quick look on the data which we have collected, and what we have seen so far is that basically it's in line what we've been expecting. So in the no airflow conditions, the temperature within 22 seconds of microgravity have risen by 0.7, 0.8 degree of Celsius. And when we have the airflow around 0.5 meter per second, the value was the temperature rise was between 0.1, 0.2 degree of Celsius. But before saying something like for sure, I have to do the proper statistic to see how much we can rely and how much statistical validity we have in this data. So from my side, if some of you have any suggestions of any question, I will be very happy to answer them. And I would like to also say thank you to CNES and the Melissa Foundation for funding my research. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Joanna. What great work. I guess my first question that I have, and ask the group if they have any questions for you, please put them in the Q&A or in the chat box there. As far as the hardware development, this is just me coming from my engineering perspective. Was there any challenges or big lessons learned for developing the hardware and making it flight ready, and any surprises that happened?
I mean, to be honest, like the biggest challenge we've been facing, it's the delay in the deliveries, but I think it's a problem everywhere now. But in general,
yes.
I think the sensors which were suitable for our use, accurate enough with fast enough time of the response, because of, for example, the humidity sensors, most of them has a response time around 10 to 20 seconds. Quite a lot of them has 8 seconds of the response time. And since we have only 22 seconds of the microgravity conditions, we wanted to have something which can give us the information every 2 to 3 seconds. And for that, we actually found 2 sensors, and then we've decided to use one of them. And in this case, we had to compromise a little bit the accuracy we wanted to go with. So finding
when you said delay, you mean like the supply chain issue, like getting parts in time? Yes, that's been terrible for everyone.
Then the sensors, and then all of the problems coming from the making the software to collect and register all of the data. But luckily for me, there was another person responsible for that, and she handled it very well.
Melanie was wondering if vibration was an issue on the parabolic. Also, she's wondering what the pressure was in the chamber.
So the pressure, I will answer this first because that's going to be a faster answer, was 0.8 bar, and it was the pressure which was during the parabolic flight, and it was also inside our unit, since the unit is not separated from the outside. We actually wanted to keep it as open as possible, just to have the humidity. We didn't want humidity to rise. We wanted to keep it constant, just to have the same conditions over the time. So 0.8 bar. And for the vibration, it seems that it was not a problem, but to answer it 100%, I will need to look to the data, because of for our units and for the leaf replica, we did the vibration analysis just to see if we will not reach the frequency of the resonation for our system. So here we wanted to be sure, although of course with the airplane the structure was working a little bit.
What a great experience. One final question. Connor wants to know, how much do those artificial leaves cost, and where can we get some?
Okay, so basically for this leaf, because of like I did the whole analysis to see what is available and what is used. So this one was the most suitable one. And basically, I would say the whole cost of this comes from well, finding the company and paying the company which will make the laser perforated holes, because of those are the quite precise and quite small. So in European in Europe, it's basically costs around 400 to 500 euro per leaf replica, but that's mainly 90% is the cost of the making this laser perforated holes on the surface.
I think we have time, Patrick. I'm going to have just one more question from Stephen. I don't want to miss his question. Do you think, Joanna, that the single leaf replica could translate to a full plant where if the leaves are spaced close together and touching?
Yes, first of all, the idea for it is to see if we actually really understand what is happening. That's why we go for the leaf replica, for the one, and then to see if we are able to understand the physics behind, and then for transferring it for a bigger scale. I believe it's possible with some empirical simplification, most likely. But similar studies has been done in the field by the inventor of this leaf replica before, and based on that, he was able to get some really interesting information about the mass transfer between the leaves and the environment. So I strongly encourage to check the work of Dr. Szymański, because he has really a lot of interesting papers about how to do it and how it works.
Okay, great.
So
thank you.
Back to you. Yeah.
Thank you for a great talk, Joanna. And I think now we can move into our coffee break. We're cutting it a few minutes short. We're going to come back together in 16 minutes at 10 a.m. Pacific time. Patrick, do you have any instructions for us? Do we have a breakout room?
Yeah, so I did sort out the breakout room thing, and I am right now creating 5 breakout rooms, about 1 per 10 people, so that they're kind of small and people can all speak. I am opening them all right now, so you guys should be able to find in the bottom of your toolbar, I hope, some like a button for breakout rooms that you can join. I didn't assign anyone. And I think that all of the attendees and stuff will be able to speak in these rooms. So I will close the breakout rooms at the end of the coffee break in 15 minutes. So see you guys then.
I just checked it out. It works.
Sweet. I'm going to jump in a room and see if anyone wants to chat about space ecology.
All right. We'll see you all in the breakouts. Oh, welcome back, everyone. I think it was a really great test of the breakout rooms. I hope to have many more discussions with you over lunch and with each other. I hope you'll take that opportunity to get to know one another and what each other's working on. I think it worked very nicely, so very excited about that. At the lunch break, we'll have another opportunity as well as a coffee break this afternoon. I'm going to go ahead and jump us back into our remaining morning presentations. We have Dr. Goyle, and are you on?
Yeah, can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can hear you. He's going to be presenting closed ecosystems. Ecosystems extract energy through self-organized nutrient cycles. Take it away.
All right. Okay. Thank you very much for inviting me. Okay. So I'm going to jump right into it. The title of my talk is Closed Ecosystems Extract Energy Through Self-Organized Nutrient Cycles. My name is Akshay Goyal, and I think I'm going to take a slightly different perspective to what some of the other speakers have been talking about, both in today's session and I think in the other sessions, which is sort of asking, if you're going to do all of this space ecology stuff, well, we need to understand closed ecosystems at some very basic and fundamental level. And I would argue there that we really don't have good theory to sort of guide expectations for what to expect and what not to expect. And so that's what my talk is gonna be about. And so just like the simplest sort of closed ecosystems that we can think about, well, this talk sort of deals with two basic aspects of life on Earth. The first, of course, is that Earth itself can be thought of as roughly close to matter and open to energy. I don't need to tell any of you about that. And the second, of course, is that to extract this energy, the biosphere performs metabolism. And so this is just like a list of various different kinds of metabolisms that we have on Earth. And the key point that I want you to take away is that metabolism essentially means converting matter from one form to the other. And this sort of conversion is what gives us the energy that we need. And well, then to understand what's hard about closed ecosystems, let's first think about open ecosystems. And in open ecosystems, extracting energy is easy. Here's a simple cartoon of how I think about this. Imagine there are energy-rich resources that are sort of flowing in from outside this open ecosystems. Those are these little triangles in this cartoon. And there are species sort of eating these resources and converting them into energy-poor waste. In sort of open ecosystems, everything is easy. This energy poor waste goes away. It's someone else's problem, so to speak. But in closed ecosystems, extracting energy is hard exactly because any waste that's generated suddenly becomes everyone's problem. To survive and extract energy, this closed ecosystem as a whole has to recycle these nutrients. And you can get energy, for instance, on Earth, we get typically energy from light. And so really the key thing is that extracting energy requires satisfying some basic constraints. One of the constraints is that, well, when you're running all of these various nutrient cycles, all of these cycles must be balanced. You can't have anything accumulating or not accumulating. And the second, of course, is that all of the species, all of the biological species performing these transformations and conversions must be able to extract sufficient energy so that they themselves can survive and continue to live. The complication, of course, is that these cycles are not independent, as I showed in the last slide. They're actually interconnected because each of these species that we're talking about, just some of these red species here in this example, they couple various cycles. So, for instance, in these sort of red blobs, you can see that the carbon and oxygen cycle are coupled. And so what this means is that any change in one cycle will sort of percolate to all others and sort of create this crazy feedback that you don't know how exactly is going to feed back finally back into you. And yet what we see is that cycles self-organize on Earth all of the time. And so this is just a sort of picture of estimates of the Earth's carbon cycle flux. You can see the green curve here over the last 200 million years. And you can see that this flux is relatively stable. And just to sort of exacerbate that point, I've shown in sort of these red dashed lines some pretty large meteor impacts that have hit Earth. And you can see in all of these cases, even if the carbon cycle flux is affected, which it is in one of these cases, it very quickly goes back to its sort of original value. So and sort of not just at the Earth level, in fact, the speaker who's going to speak right after me is going to probably show you that this kind of self-organization can also be realized, not just on Earth as a whole, but in the lab itself. And the observation really there, sort of to steal Luis's thunder, is that you really need random diverse communities. And as long as you have these random diverse communities, they seem to be able to self-organize all of these cycles, and in particular the carbon cycles. And so somehow, despite these large apparent number of constraints that I was just talking about, there seems to be no engineering that's required. How does this work? This sort of leads, I think, to the basic sort of fundamental question of how closed ecosystems self-organize themselves. What are their emergent features? And I would really argue that we need theory for this, because it seems at the face of it that the constraints make it hard to even have any solutions at all, let alone self-organized solutions like the ones that we see on Earth. And so here's sort of the key point that I want to make, which is that we have no such theory for closed ecosystems. The standard sort of consumer resource models that are really, really popular in ecology, and in fact, really successful in ecology, describe open ecosystems, but they can't describe closed ecosystems really well for various reasons. For instance, they can't model the thermodynamics of light. They can't model the effect of waste buildup that I was talking about, and they can't model the closure itself. And so really in this talk, what I just want to quickly flash to you is this idea that we built such a theory of closed ecosystems, and it sort of uses these three key stylized facts. The first is that extracting energy uses this framework of redox metabolism that's really powerful, that was sort of developed by environmental microbiologists in the last many decades. And it turns out that this is an underutilized framework for ecosystem ecology. The second, of course, is the fact that there are ecological dynamics. Species grow and die based on how much energy they get. And then finally is this idea that all of these ecosystems are close to matter, and so thus must have sort of cycles that self-organize themselves. And so by applying all of this theory, I'm not going to show you all of the technical details because I don't have the time. But what I want to impress upon you is that this theory can actually teach us quite a bit. And there are three key things that it sort of teaches us. First is that you can get self-organized systems. You don't really need engineering, but the key thing that you need is that you need a large number of random species. So I've sort of underlined both the many and the random here, which is to say that you need a large number of species, and large isn't really that large. You know, in these kinds of models that we're talking about, these simple toy models, 10 is effectively infinity. And the second is that they need to be random. And by random, what I mean is that the kinds of metabolic conversions that they perform need to be as if they were sampled from some random ensemble. And so, and sort of the basic sort of physics reason that this works is that the mathematical argument comes from what's called the central limit theorem in sort of mathematics, that sort of needs these two preconditions of a large number of random samples, and that provides the basis for self-organization. And so, sort of strangely, what seems to happen in these in this kind of theory is that to create a closed ecosystem which sort of obeys all of these constraints that I was talking about, you don't need any engineering per se. Just put in a random bunch of species. As long as they're large enough and as long as they're random, they seem to be able to self-organize in just the right way through the various thermodynamic feedbacks that we have to do the job. And then finally, the point that I want to impress upon you is that, sort of contrary to what you might imagine, this self-organization can actually reduce variability, not increase the kind of biological variability that we kind of think about. And so that we see, and I'm quickly going to try and show you in the next couple of minutes, what we kind of see is that we can create lots of random kinds of ecosystems using this kind of theory. But the kind of thing that we learn is that all of these ecosystems have different sets of species, but somehow the nutrient cycles that they have, the sort of essential function that the ecosystems are performing, are very, very similar. There is what we call an emergent similarity of nutrient cycles across systems. And so this just in the next couple of minutes, I just wanted to give you a quick flavor of sort of how we do that. So we assemble sort of thousands of distinct self-organized systems using sort of this model that I was telling you about. So we have some sort of basic redox chemistry, and we create a large ensemble of species, and we create lots of different ecosystems. In fact, we create thousands of them, which have some subset of these species, right? And so in all of these closed ecosystems, we ask, are there any common features across these distinct ecosystems? And in particular, the question that we ask is, are the nutrient cycles similar across distant ecosystems? And so the way that we quantify that in theory is sort of by looking at three different kinds of spaces. One is this sort of species space, the various species that survive, what abundance are they in, what's the abundance of species 1, what's the abundance of species 2, and species 3. And that's sort of the various kinds of ecosystems that we find based on how variable they are. We get some volume in this space. So that's species space. We can also ask the same question in flux space. We can ask in all of these various ecosystems that we assemble, what's the flux of the oxygen cycle? What's the flux of the carbon cycle? And what's the flux of the nitrogen cycle? And we could also plot all of the ecosystems in that space. And we can ask how variable are those? And we can sort of formally, we can ask that by asking the volume of this space. And so really now the question that we're asking is to ask, how does the flux space volume compare with the species space volume? And to cut the long story short, what I'm showing you here is just that volume quantified both for the species space in green and for the flux space in red. And the x-axis just shows you how diverse those different ecosystems were. So so in this particular model, we go all the way from 3 species all the way up to 10 species, but you can kind of already see a saturating trend by the time we're at that number, which is that the species space is growing really rapidly. The volume of that space is growing very, very rapidly. Those ecosystems look very, very different, but the flux space doesn't really increase that much at all. In fact, what we see is that the fluxes across these distinct ecosystems are very, very constrained to a very small volume. And that's what we mean by the fact that there are these similar nutrient cycles across distinct ecosystems. And I think Luis in the next talk is going to try and show you something very, very similar, which is sort of what I usually say is that something similar we think is also observed in the lab. So we really think that these are some sort of robust features of closed ecosystems, and in particular self-organized closed ecosystems that we get. And so I'll just quickly tell you what I told you again. We can get self-organized systems if we have a sort of good theory of closed ecosystems, and the only thing that you need there is a large number of random species. And contrary to what you might imagine, the functions of these different ecosystems might actually be low in variability exactly because of this self-organization property. And with that, I will end my talk, and I'm happy to take any questions. Thank you.
Okay, there's been a lot of chatter. Thank you for the wonderful talk, Dr. Goyal. There's been a lot of chatter in the chat room, I think, around one central question that we all have. Is the application of this to an ecosystem that we are necessarily designing for use in human life support, where I'm trying to figure out how to formulate this question. If this ecosystem in this case has a particular purpose or a job of supporting human beings, do you then have to choose species, or how would the system self-organize around the goal of human support and life, or is just the humans fend for themselves in the system?
Great. Yeah, I mean, that's a good question. And I mean, what I would say is that, of course, what I was talking about here was sort of abstract theory, but I guess the point that I was trying to make was that, well, if we as humans need from these ecosystems the key features being, okay, we need a certain amount of carbon and we need a certain amount of this or that, and in particular, if we need certain fluxes of those things, then really those fluxes really can't be anything that we want based on what kinds of metabolisms we have. Actually, these ecosystems tend to go in a certain direction where these fluxes are pinned to particular values. And so any sort of deviation that we as engineers try to make from that, we then need to inject a sufficient amount of energy to be able to sort of make sure that the system stays away from its natural state, so to speak.
Also, it's interesting to point out that Biosphere 2 actually was built on the concept of species packing.
That's right.
And self-organization. Right. So it's great to hear us coming back to this. And there's a few other questions here. Well, Frida made a comment that I wanted to echo, is that she's excited to see the experimental work and the theoretical work coming together.
Oh yeah, same.
Very exciting.
Same
very
here.
useful. Okay, let's see if I can find any other specific questions? I think there was. And Patrick, how am I doing on time? I just lost track. I think we have like
We still have like 3 or 4 minutes left in this session.
Good. Aurora is wondering about the number of species, I guess, with starting out, right? So does 10 species lead to more long-term stability than if we started out with 5 or 3? What do we mean by species?
Oh, that's a great question. Yeah. So in this particular case, I mean, this is of course, like I was showing an example where we had 3 cycles. So in that particular case, it turned out that anywhere more than like 7 or 8 species was sort of good enough, but there'd be some sort of scaling depending on how many things are really cycling in the system. But typically, yeah, really like the kind of behavior that we typically expect is that, yeah, of course, when the number of species is small, everything will be less stable and more sensitive. But as you sort of increase the number of species, you'll quickly saturate this kind of stability that you expect to see.
What are your thoughts on random mutations and
okay.
species together in a closed system?
Yeah, no, that's an excellent question. So of course you're right that the sort of one of the limitations of the framework that I presented as of now is that this is a purely ecological framework, and of course in reality we have to think about eco-evolutionary dynamics. And so currently we haven't worked that out yet, but that's actually one of the things that we're working on as we speak. So I don't have a sharp answer for you yet, but hold on.
Great. Donald is wondering about well, I guess this kind of builds upon what you just said, further development and testing of the theory. And he says that this development is something that could benefit agent-based modeling and combining with a high-performance computer in combination with these benchtop studies. So any of those things that you might like to comment on?
Yeah, I think I mean, just to sort of reveal my card, sort of, I come from a physics and ecology background, and sort of like I've sort of slowly been making my way to understanding more of what more of the sort of application oriented things. So sort of like what me and my co-authors were sort of surprised to see was that actually the state of theory in ecology is actually very, very mature, but sort of a lot of the theoretical frameworks that exist in ecology seek to serve sort of open systems. The understanding being that we're at any point of time, we're sort of studying a subsystem of Earth, which is an open system. But the sort of like theory for closed ecosystems, and in particular sort of large self-organized closed systems, to us, like we didn't see a lot of work out there. So for us, actually, this is like the start of a grand adventure where, of course, we see applications and sort of connections with agent-based modeling as things that we want to do. But of course, we're trying to sort of build things one at a time. So this is just the first step of saying, okay, here's the actual theory, and here's the first thing that it teaches us.
Wonderful. Jane's wondering if you might post some references in the chat. I think we're all very interested.
Yeah.
And also, if you would not mind, in the Q&A box, there's a couple of questions from Aurora that I don't have time to get to, but maybe you could try answering those if you see that in the Q&A box. Thank you so much for a great talk. Excited to have you here. Thank you. So our next speaker is Luis Miguel, carbon cycling and functional redundancy in closed microbial ecosystems. Welcome, Luis.
Hello, everyone. It's going to be a little bit different because for some reason my laptop is not connecting to Zoom. So I'll be talking through the phone, and
it seems to be working well. We can see.
Yeah. So, but before starting, I wanted to thank everyone, and very thankful to be here, have the opportunity, be invited to talk in this workshop. There's a lot of names here that I became very, very familiar with during the start of my doctoral thesis. Research, which is what I'm going to present. and it's nice to finally see the faces in person behind those papers and their important work. Yeah, so the talk I'll be presenting today concerns the research I did as a doctoral student, together with a couple of other people, Kamudi, Session, and my advisor, Sepakun. And this research was done at U of I. No one's over there anymore, but the research is still going. Next slide, please. Yeah, so it's clear that nutrient cycling, right, is very important in ecosystems, and it's really a key topic in this workshop relating to space travel, right, and how to renew resources. And we can learn a lot from natural ecosystems. So nutrient cycling happens all the time, not only at the global scale, but also at the microscopic scale. And some research have shown, right, microbial communities in aquifers, when they're subjected to nutrient limitation, they undergo or establish nutrient cycles. Next slide, please. And the microscopic nutrient cycling is actually responsible for roughly half of the carbon, oxygen, and nitrogen cycles on Earth. And indirectly, they're actually responsible for essentially almost all of the cycling, because plants, which cycle almost the other half, depend crucially, right, on their interactions with microbial communities in the roots. And so microbes play a very, very important role in nutrient cycling. And so we figure that studying how microbes cycle nutrients can be a very promising route to understand nutrient cycling cycles. Next slide, please. And so the question that we posed, or I posed during my research, was, how do microbial communities self-organize to cycle nutrients? Next slide. And to study or understand this question, we decided to study closed microbial ecosystems. So in other talks, CES has been used for closed ecological systems. I'll be using CES as synonymous of closed microbial ecosystems. And I believe everyone's familiar, but I have here an example of an ecosphere, right? You can commercially find this pretty simply, these ecospheres. And they have been shown to survive for many years, only subjected to light, thanks to the cycling that occurs between the different organisms. And the idea for my research was to essentially construct ecosystems that are similar in the sense that are materially closed and energetically open, but using microbes, and study how cycling occurs there. Next slide, please. And why we chose closed microbial ecosystems relates to some of what other people have mentioned, is that the microbial scale allows us to perform many experiments, not only fast but also cheap, and in a small space, right, in the lab. And we found that closed microbial ecosystems provided the perfect trade-off between the control that the experimenter wants to have over the system and the ability to capture enough complexity of the system to actually learn something that we thought could be, applicable or useful for example, space travel. Next slide. So closed microbial ecosystem, they necessarily need to perform carbon cycling to persist, right? It's since there's no carbon supply, except for perhaps a initial amount of carbon, they need to perform carbon cycling. There's no other way. So this system is very useful because you can isolate the phenomena that you want to study, in this case carbon cycling, simply because of necessity, right? So autotrophs have to constantly fix carbon from inorganic to organic form when light is present. And the heterotrophs, they respire the organic carbon back to inorganic carbon. And there's also some cross-feeding between the heterotrophs that can feed back to the organic carbon reservoir. And so this cycle is what we wanted to understand and study. Next, thank you. But since the system is closed, right, it's not trivial how you can study the system, how you can study carbon cycling without opening the system. And so we have to find a way to measure the system, the closed ecosystem, without impairing the closure condition. And so we realized that carbon cycling relates to dynamics of oxygen and CO2 concentrations in the headspace of the environment. So if you have an enclosed, if you have a closed ecosystem with some headspace and you subject this closed ecosystem to light, there will be a net oxygen production represented here by the red, increasing red line, and conversely, you will have a net decrease in CO2 production. Next slide, please. But then if you turn off the lights, you no longer have photosynthesis going on, but you still have respiration, right? So then now you would expect a net decrease of oxygen concentration and a net increase in CO2 concentration. Next slide. And so if you have a closed ecosystem that's being subjected to periodic light intervals, you should expect to see some oscillations, oscillating dynamics of oxygen and CO2, which will relate to the respiration and fixation rates of the organisms in the community. And so we figure that if we find a way to measure either CO2 or oxygen in the community, we can then determine how much carbon is being cycled in the community without having to open the system. But measuring this is quite expensive. So there are some sensors, for example. You can use some dyes and just point some lasers and measure the oxygen in a headspace, but they're quite expensive. So we try to find a way to make it cheaper so we could perform more experiments. Next slide. And the link, next slide. Yeah, thank you. And the link here was a pretty old observation or paper from Ubenhuer. I think it's straight from the thesis, actually. He found that in a closed ecosystem, the pressure in the headspace fluctuates or oscillates in response to light and dark cycles. And this makes sense, right? Because we mentioned that we have oxygen and CO2 concentration oscillations. And if you realize that oxygen is 30 times less soluble in water than CO2, you would expect some change in the partial pressure of oxygen, which in this case is essentially similar to the total pressure of the headspace, because it will be more in the gas phase than in the soluble phase. So we realized, well, if we measure pressure, we can perhaps infer oxygen, and then we don't need to measure oxygen with a sensor. Next slide. And so I customized a existing system from the lab. The system cultures a closed ecosystem, which is in a vial. So it's roughly 40 milliliters. 20 of those is the actual closed ecosystem, the liquid containing all the microbes. And then 20 milliliters is the headspace. This system is placed in a metal block that controls temperature via feedback loops. It's maintained to 30 C. There is a LED that cycles between on and off every 12 hours. The system is well stirred, and then I fitted the systems with a very small pressure sensor, actually used for all cell phones, and they're pretty cheap, less than $10, and they offer pretty high level of sensitivity, so we can actually measure pressure changes of orders of like 10 to the minus 3 H pascals. And so, next slide, please. And so if you actually place a closed ecosystem in one of these devices, you do see these oscillations. So you see pressure oscillations. You see the pressure increasing during the light phases, and you see the pressure decrease during the dark phases. And so you can, we perform some further analysis, and we realize that a pressure change of roughly 1.5 H pascals, which is the length of the black line on the right, corresponds to roughly 2 micromoles of CO2 or oxygen being produced or consumed. And so we found a way to quantify carbon cycling rates without having to open the system. Right? So we can just monitor how they cycle in real time throughout the experiments. Next slide. And so to perform experiments, right, we first needed the closed ecosystems, and to do this, we took some samples from soil around the area. We used some drugs to isolate only heterotrophs, heterotrophic bacteria from the soil. From there, we isolated 2 communities, A and B soil communities, and then we artificially added a very well-studied lab strain of Chlamydomonas ringhardi, which played as the autotroph of the community. And then we placed this community in the systems, let it run, and you just see what happens. Next slide. And during the course of the experiment, we perform a serial dilution procedure to enrich for the taxa that's essential for carbon cycling. So the previous speaker mentioned that that the community somehow finds a way to just make it work, right? So we allow the community, or we provided the community the chance to enrich for the taxa that is essential for this cycling by doing a 1-to-20 dilution. Next slide. And every time we perform the dilution, we also perform taxonomic and metabolic characterization of the samples to figure out how the community structure is changing, and also how the compounds that are being accessible is changing. Next slide. And so here's an example of the data that we get from the systems. There's some initial transient behavior for the pressure. This plot is pressure in H pascals as a function of time in days. So this experiment is roughly 52 days. And you see that after some transient behavior, you start to see some oscillations. The profile is still going, there's a change in the profile, but the amplitude of the oscillations is roughly the same. Next slide. And so from this raw data, we can quantify or infer the amount of carbon that's being cycled per day as the minimum of the carbon that's either fixed or respired for each day. Here, the units are in 10 to the minus 5 moles, so essentially 10 micromoles. And the 2 bottom curves correspond to controls. So the green curve corresponds to a closed ecosystem composed only of clammy, only a phototroph. Not surprisingly, it doesn't cycle that well after a while. And the red curve corresponds to control of clammy and E. coli. And that one cycles a little bit better. You have a heterotroph and a phototroph, but eventually it also, the cycling decreases quite a bit. The rest of the curves, there's 8, since we have 4 replicates for each of the soil communities. You can see that the carbon cycling is at least 4 times greater than the controls, and it's quite robust. Next slide. And so here I'm showing the carbon cycling rates for the 8 communities throughout the dilution experiments. And we can see that the serially enriched closed ecosystem, they retain they still cycle quite similarly to previous rounds. Well, you can argue that maybe the yellow line is, round 4 is, it's decreasing, but the profile is quite similar across rounds. So the community, after some initial behavior, some transient behavior, the community just annealed to a closed ecosystem that cycles roughly the same. Next slide. Here I'm just showing some extra data. So we stopped the main experiment after those 4 rounds, but we decided to let two of the closed ecosystem run indefinitely until they died. We had to stop them because of COVID, but they were still cycling after more than half a year, which is pretty awesome. Keeping in mind that we didn't provide any food. They're just cycling nutrients among the microbes. Next slide. And so we saw that that the communities are functionally similar in the sense that they cycle similar amounts of carbon, and we asked why this happened. So we can either argue that perhaps they're annealing to communities with similar structure. In other words, they're taxonomically similar, which is the left diagram here, or perhaps they don't necessarily have similar taxonomy, but the compounds that are being cycled are similar. So metabolically, they're converging to similar pathways. And so using the samples that we collected, we wanted to answer or figure out which one of the 2 it was. Next slide. And so we performed 16S optical sequencing of the samples. We can see that there's quite a bit of difference between the A samples on the left and the B samples on the right. Next slide. Something that was also interesting is that we quantified the number of rare taxa, which is taxa that had a ESBs less than 5%, and we saw that the number of rare taxa decreased quite a bit and stabilized for later rounds. So the communities are becoming simpler in the sense that they lose taxa, and it's not clear if they're becoming similar or dissimilar, right? So to quantify this, next slide, we used.
We have about 1 minute left, Luis.
Oh, okay. Yeah, so we used the Jensen channel divergence simply to compare all the pairs of closed ecosystems. Next slide. And we performed a embedding just to have a visual representation. And we saw, so here we have the data points of the Jensen channel divergence for the different closed ecosystems. And we see that they're not converging anywhere. In fact, they're diverging. So the communities are becoming more dissimilar throughout the dilution rounds. Next slide. We also used ecoplace to quantify the metabolic profiles of the communities. Next slide. And we found the plot on the right that they become more similar metabolically across the evolution rounds. Next slide. And so what we concluded, which was hinted to before in the previous talk, is that the emergence of these carbon cycles, or the imposition of a community to need to cycle carbon to be able to survive, it imposes metabolic constraints, right? They're cycling similar compounds, but it doesn't impose taxonomic constraints, so they can diverge taxonomically. And so we identified this as functionally redundant, right? Like the communities are not similar taxonomically, and still they're able to function similarly. I think with that, I'm going to stop.
Okay, thank you very much. This is very interesting work. And I saw some interest in the chat. We won't have time for questions, so I was wondering if anyone has any questions for Luis, please put them into the chat room or the Q&A box, and perhaps you can go ahead and answer those interactively as people post.
Sure. I was also going to say, like, this talk is a bit different from other talks in the sense that it's more focused, I guess, on the principles and less on the applications, which I think are very, very important. And so if people want to discuss possible applications, you can reach out to me. I'll put my email in the chat too.
Okay.
Yeah. Thank you.
Great work. Thank you very much. Okay, our next speaker is going to be Dr. Luke Fountain. He's going to talk to us about understanding plant nitrogen form preference responses to elevated CO2 in Earth and space environments. Take it away, Luke.
Great. Thank you, Christine. Let me share my screen. Okay, you see that and hear me fine?
Yep, we can hear you. It looks great.
Great. I'm currently suffering through a cold, so please bear with me.
Sorry to hear that.
So my name's Luke. I'm a new postdoctoral fellow at Kennedy Space Center. I just started 2 weeks ago, so very, very new. And I just want to talk today a little bit. It's a little bit of a different talk, more plant focused and more on specific responses, so less ecology focused. And I want to talk a little bit about a relatively small part of my PhD work, centered around nitrogen preference. So it's a phenomenon that I started researching. I was actually interested in plant-soil interaction, specifically nitrogen cycling. I'll talk about that in a minute. And nitrogen preference came up as something that I thought was relevant to look at. And I ended up getting some interesting results that I built my fellowship application on. So it's kind of some results from my thesis, but more of this is what I'm going to be doing over the next couple of years in my fellowship. So I'll start off relatively basic. So what do I mean by nitrogen preference? It is exactly what it says it is. So it's essentially, the form of nitrogen that a plant prefers to take up under a certain set of circumstances. So usually we would define that as preference for either ammonium or nitrate. So inorganic N, and the reason we consider that is because most of the time we're looking at agricultural systems. When you add so much inorganic N as synthetic fertilizer, that any organic N in the soil is negligible. I think it's worth pointing out that plants do take up organic forms of N in certain environments, and that can become dominant. But for the purposes of this talk, when I talk about nitrogen preference, I mean preference for ammonium or nitrate. So nitrogen preference as a phenotype is affected by various different factors. So there are several physiological factors, for example, most notably the fact that nitrate assimilation has a 45% increased photoenergetic cost when compared to ammonium. The reason being that nitrate first has to be reduced to ammonium before it can be assimilated into amino acids. But on the flip side of that, ammonium becomes toxic to plants at much lower concentrations than nitrate does. So it's kind of a balancing act there. There are also edaphic factors. So the soil itself can have a role in determining what form of N plants take up. So ammonium and nitrate, of course, are differentially charged. Most clay particles in soil are negatively charged. So ammonium tends to stick to soil, whereas nitrate is much more mobile over a larger area because it is repelled. It sort of stays in solution. So obviously that means nitrate is more available to plants, generally speaking, over a wider area, but it also means that after periods of heavy rainfall, for example, it's very easily leached and lost from the system. And that's bad from a farmer's perspective because they then need to add more fertilizer in order to meet plant nitrogen demand, and that of course makes the whole thing worse. So nitrate is also the substrate for a process I'm not really going to talk about, but I did study in my PhD called denitrification. So if you're unaware of that, it's an anaerobic microbial process. And it's essentially the stepwise reduction of nitrate to various different nitrogen oxides. So it can produce nitrous oxide, or N2O, which is a very, very potent greenhouse gas as well. So obviously limiting this process is crucial. Process I'll talk a little bit more about is on the slide here. It's called nitrification. As it shows in the figure, it's the conversion of ammonium to nitrate. So that's also a microbial process, predominantly bacterial in agricultural soils. And that's aerobic process. And so nitrification rates are very, very high in many agricultural soils because we are adding a lot of the substrate as fertilizer, which is ammonium, and that's then converted to nitrate. So all of this really means that in most agricultural soils, you have a much higher nitrate pool than an ammonium pool, and therefore plants tend to prefer nitrate. There are some exceptions to that. For example, rice paddy fields, where you have much lower nitrification rates because it's an anaerobic system, you end up seeing that rice plants tend to prefer ammonium. But in general, this is kind of the scenario. Now, more recently discovered, there's this phenomenon called BNI, or biological nitrification inhibition. And really, this was pioneered by Gunther Suberow quite a few years ago now, actually. But he first observed it in a tropical pasture grass. It's since been observed in crops like soybean, wheat, I believe, rice, and during my PhD, I showed that it also occurs in barley, in spring barley. So all of the work I talk to today will be about spring barley. And really, it's the inhibition of this process of nitrification. It's usually through root exudation of compounds that directly then inhibit the enzymes involved. And what that results in is your ammonium pool being larger than your nitrate pool. So really, all of this sort of led me to think, well, if a plant shows increased BNI activity, potentially it has an increased ammonia preference. Is there a link there? So I started trying to figure out how to measure nitrogen preference. That's not trivial, of course, because of all of the various different factors that I've just mentioned. It's very, very hard to understand what a plant's nitrogen preference might be. It's very context specific. So I wanted to, as a starting point, remove all of that, take a step back and say, do plants share
do they show a preference, and what is that? I designed a hydroponic system and a differential labeling procedure to do this. One sec. So I'm not going to go into detail in this schematic, but it's just a generic overview of how I measure preference. So the key take-home messages from this really are it's important to maintain ammonium and nitrate concentrations at all times. Otherwise, you can skew preference one way or the other if you've got a lot more of one form, which of course is, as I've just said, exactly what we see in soil. So I replaced my nutrient solution, which only contained nitrogen,
through the whole thing, the whole experiment, and replaced it often enough that the concentrations were always kept about the same. So I would grow a variety of different cultivars. I wanted to see if this varied or was consistent across different barley cultivars. And I grew them for about 2 weeks. So they tended to go quite fast in this system. So they were actually tiller in at 2 weeks. And then finally, I would incubate them for 24 hours with a 15N isotopically labeled form of ammonium nitrate. So in my system, in my experiments, I would have a minimum of 4 hydroponics tanks. And each tank had all of the cultivars that I was looking at in the experiment. And at the point of labeling, in half of the tanks, so in 2 of the tanks, I would add ammonium nitrate with the ammonium atom 15N labeled, and in the other half, the nitrate would be 15N labeled. So I'd then leave them for 24 hours to actually take up some of this label, and then harvest the plants, remove the shoots, dry them out, grind them down, and send them for isotope ratio mass spectrometry analysis. So from that, you get a measure of the amount of 15N that is in the plant. And of course, because you know whether it was the ammonium or the nitrate that was labeled in that particular tank, you can tell whether the ammonium comes from, whether the 15N, comes from ammonium or nitrate. And you can use that to determine your nitrogen preference. So it's a really simple calculation we use. So we simply take the mean 15N ammonium atom percent from a particular cultivar and subtract it from the nitrate. So if the ammonium signal is bigger, that means that there was more ammonium taken up and you end up with a negative value. And if they prefer nitrate, you end up with a positive value. So that's kind of what this data shows. So this was a very preliminary screen with 13 different barley cultivars, which you can see across the bottom. And green points essentially mean they are significantly different from 0, with 0 being no preference. And red are not significantly different. So we can see that we saw 1 cultivar, Laureate, which was significantly ammonium preferring, 3 that were nitrate preferring, and the whole load that were in the middle. So the variation was quite large, as you can see in this experiment, which was a little frustrating, and we tried to fix that in future experiments. So I showed here that nitrogen preference was different across different spring barley cultivars. And now, because I was trying to understand the links between BNI and whether I could use nitrogen preference as a model system to tease apart these mechanisms, which I don't have time to go into detail with, I started trying to understand whether I could manipulate a particular environmental condition to change nitrogen preference within a cultivar. And one of the 2 conditions I chose to change was CO2. And the reason I chose CO2 was because a researcher called Arnold Bloom, I'm sure some of you know and are familiar with his work from UC Davis, he was very interested in growing plants at elevated CO2 and seeing what their nitrogen uptake responses were in conjunction with various other things. And he observed when he grew plants at elevated CO2 of 720 ppm, so not quite as high as what we're used to in space environments, but elevated nonetheless. He observed a reduced relative growth rate when plants were grown solely on nitrate, but they seemed to be unaffected when they were grown on ammonium. And the reasons that he gave for this were potentially because there is a lack of reducing power available for nitrate reduction at this elevated CO2, both because reducing power that comes from photosynthesis is diverted to additional carbon fixation, but also because you have reduced rates of photorespiration because there's a higher CO2 to O2 ratio, again, meaning that there is a reduced amount of NADH reductant for nitrate reduction. So the question I had from this was, does this translate to increased ammonium preference at elevated CO2? So I essentially repeated the experiment that I just described to you, but I had 2 cabinets. One was at ambient CO2 of 410 ppm, one was at elevated CO2, and I used 720 ppm like Arnold Bloom did. Now, the hypothesis I had at the time, based on that study, was that all of the plants would show an increased ammonium preference in response to elevated CO2, regardless of the genotype of the cultivar. And as you can see in this figure here, that's not the case. So if you focus on the one in the center, this Golden Promise cultivar, we can see that does indeed show the expected trend. So it's significantly ammonium preferring actually in both CO2 conditions, but that ammonium preference is significantly increased at elevated CO2. Similarly, if you look at Annabelle on the far left, there's a shift there from no significant preference ambient CO2 to significant ammonia preference elevated CO2. Interestingly, though, you also have some cultivars that responded in the opposite way. So, for example, NFC tipple over on the right-hand side went from being significantly ammonium preferring ambient CO2 to actually showing no preference elevated CO2. And then the rest of the cultivars sort of fell between those extremes. That was really interesting. I couldn't actually pursue this any further during my PhD because of COVID and all sorts of other things. It was a relatively minor part of my PhD. But luckily, because I was a big space nerd, I was thinking of potential applications of this work for space crop production. I was lucky enough to write an application to continue this work and was awarded a fellowship at NASA. So bringing it back to space crop production and the field that we're talking about at the moment, we're all aware that CO2 concentrations on ISS currently, also on other space stations and the shuttle, are very high, usually very high, usually in the thousands of ppms, often in excess of 5,000 ppm. Coupled with that, nitrogen currently is only supplied as nitrate on ISS, I believe. So if you do have a particular cultivar or a particular species that is severely affected in terms of its nitrogen uptake response to elevated CO2, potentially you're actually getting a lower yield than you could achieve if you supplied them with the right quantity and form of nitrogen. So obviously maximizing yield is critical as we look towards sustaining astronauts on future missions. So really we need to understand these nitrogen uptake responses. So that's exactly what my fellowship is going to look at. So some of the questions I'd like to answer are: how widespread is this variation in nitrogen preference, both across species and cultivars? Is it some weird quirk that only happens in barley, or do we see variation across cultivars of other relevant species? And do these cultivars behave differently under elevated CO2, like barley does, or do they all show the expected shift towards increased ammonium preference? Importantly, does that hold true at elevated CO2, super elevated CO2, when we go into the thousands of ppms? And all of this, of course, would lead to what I see one of two ways, maybe both. You might be able to select varieties that are better adapted to an elevated or super elevated CO2 environment, or you can optimize nitrogen provision through the addition of ammonium and nitrate in sort of bespoke ratios. There are lots of other logistical and other concerns that need to be addressed there, but that is kind of where I see that work going. So I'll leave it there. So I will be at ASGSR if anybody wants to talk further. You can reach me by email or social media, and if we've got time, I'll try and answer any questions now. Thank you.
I think we can take a few minutes, Luke. Thank you very much. A couple of questions from the group. Aurora is asking what pH you're doing the experiments at. Well, I'll leave that question there, and then I have a couple more.
Okay. Yeah. So the pH of the solution was 6.5, which was what we were working with. It was used in solution culture of barley, which is why we picked it. It was pH balanced every day. The nutrient solution, so it was maintained at 6.5. pH did decrease every day, and we think that's because of ammonium uptake, but we're not sure. But it was pH balanced every day, 6.5.
Okay. Yeah. And then Aurora was also wondering about the cultivars for barley that you were using. Are they cultivars that are adapted for acidic versus chalk soils, and do you think that pH preference may affect their nitrogen preference?
That's a very good question, actually. So all of the barley cultivars that were selected, particularly in the elevated CO2 experiment, were actually selected based on their BNI activity. So I had done a huge screen of 200 barley cultivars for their ability to inhibit nitrification, and I'd selected cultivars from that range. There was sort of an 8-fold difference in that range, to see simultaneously how do they respond to elevated CO2, but also can we link nitrification activity with nitrogen preference. All of the cultivars, they're all modern elite barley cultivars. Most of them are actually currently grown in the UK to varying extents for various different purposes. And a lot of the barley is grown in soils in Scotland, which tend to be quite acidic anyway. So I'm not sure if they're adapted to acidic soils, but they are commonly grown in acidic soils, so they may well be.
Okay. Let's see. There's another question from Aurora also about. So I guess, do we think that CO2 is acidifying the hydroponics solution itself? And I know you were readjusting the pH every day, but I guess wondering if CO2 is contributing to pH drops.
Yeah, it's not something I've actually considered. Possibly. So there was a slight. So the pH did decrease slightly more in the elevated CO2 cabinet. So possibly, whether that's because of the CO2 or indirectly because the plants are, taking up more ammonium, for example, is unclear from that. But yeah, it's something I've not actually considered. It's a good point.
Ray makes the point that a big concern in terms of hydroponic systems for space life support is the consumables that we'll need for pH control. Yeah, I'd like to echo that comment, that I think if we can better understand and drive the nitrogen preference, then you can effectively shift your pH in solution without having to constantly put acid or bases in. Not really a question, more of a comment. I don't know if you care to comment on that, but the link to this work and how much pH control you might need to have in hydroponics in space.
Yeah, I mean, that's a good point. That's an interesting point you've just made about maybe using the plant to actually balance the pH. I would not say I'm 100% sold on the use of hydroponics as a long-term solution for growth in space anyway. That seems to be where we're going at the moment. And like I say, the reason I used hydroponics was not based on that consideration. It was just easier to use the stable isotope method I was using without using soil. But it would be interesting. So parts of this work that I haven't covered in the presentation have shown that a BNI activity is linked to increased ammonium preference. So I think there's some important considerations in general there about can we not only could we potentially use the plant to control pH, but could we artificially manipulate the nitrogen cycle in soil or regolith or whatever substrate we are using to serve our ends, whether that's for nutrient recycling, to reduce the production of gases like N2O, which you do not want in a confined environment. That sort of thing. That's something that I would like to pursue further in the future.
Another comment from Ray Wheeler is he's wondering whether the increased preference for ammonium at elevated CO2 is related to reduced photorespiration or an impaired ability for nitrate reduction at elevated CO2. Don't know if that's a question or a comment, but comment back.
I think it's both. I think there's still a lot more work to be done in trying to figure out and elucidate the mechanisms behind this response. I certainly think decreased photorespiration at elevated CO2 definitely plays a part. So we generally consider photorespiration to be quite a wasteful process, but it does generate reducing power that the plant uses to reduce nitrate in its leaves. So if you have reduced photorespiration because Rubisco is binding CO2 more often than O2, because that ratio is changed, absolutely reduced photorespiration will play a role. But I think the fact that you have more CO2 there in the first place, CO2 usually limits, depending on your light level, usually limits the amount of photosynthesis anyway. If you increase that CO2, of course, you're going to be fixing more carbon, which also requires reducing power. So you're actually diverting it away from nitrate reduction and towards carbon fixation as well. So the overall sort of point is that the amount of reducing power you have specifically for nitrate reduction, we think, is reduced. Therefore, the plant switches to take up ammonium if possible. And that's kind of why we're seeing that. But it's interesting that all cultivars don't show the same response. So maybe there's more to it. It's very interesting.
Okay. All right. If anyone has any other questions for Luke, please ask in the Q&A or the chat box. And Luke, if you could go in and just see if there's any questions addressed to you and respond to those if you're able in the Q&A or the chat. Thank you very much.
Sure. Thank you.
Okay, so for our next talk, I'd like to welcome Sherry Damlow and Craig Damlow to talk to us about space taphonomy and the post-human factor. Welcome, Sherry and Craig, and take it away.
Good morning.
Hold on, we are having a little difficulty here.
Oh, gotta share the other screen.
One more. Yep, there we go. All right. Sorry about that, guys. So thanks everyone for joining us. My name's Sherry Damlow. I'm co-presenting with this talk with Craig Damlow, and we're here to talk about space taphonomy. We don't have much time, so I just want to get into it. I got a lot of stuff to cover. So what exactly is taphonomy? So to put it simply, taphonomy is the study of the symbiotic relationship of the environment and the decaying remains of an organism. So for the purposes of this presentation, we're specifically referring to forensic or human taphonomy. So we're going to be discussing how a human who was at one point alive and is now deceased, how their decomposition was affected by their surroundings, and how their remains then in turn affect their environment. So surprisingly, or maybe not, there's no single one-size-fits-all approach that can be universally applied to every single human death and in every type of circumstance and setting to accurately characterize the decomposition process in each scenario. But there is this recognizable typical pattern of human decay, of natural human decay. I don't want to spend too much time on the very gruesome details here, but I do want to highlight that every stage along this process shown here, there are many factors at play that can halt or accelerate decomposition, producing these wide varieties of types of decomposition. You know, many times decay will not be uniform, perhaps with like an arm skeletonizing, but a leg undergoing very little decay, because one body part might be exposed to the elements and decompose quicker than others. This entire process is temperature dependent, and it's something that we'll come back to later in this presentation. This slide here details some of the ways in which that typical process can be altered. So there's numerous endogenous, exogenous, really these ecologic factors that play a crucial role in decomposition and include such variables like shown here, like the ambient temperature, the oxygen availability, gut health of the organism, of the human here, the microbial communities, gravitational force, among a lot of others. So then what exactly is space taphonomy? So what makes space taphonomy are those unique types of environments that occur beyond the Earth, like those semi-closed systems of a spacecraft, the anoxic environment, the vacuum of space, microgravity, that we can gravitational force, and then unique off-planet environments like CO2-rich Mars. So space taphonomy takes the principles of that traditional forensic human taphonomy and applies them to the unique ecology of space to help us understand how those unique environments affect or are affected by those decaying remains. So at present, the field is only able to look to terrestrial analogs to make inferences as well as physiologic derangements that occur during spaceflight, and then compare those to relevant postmortem changes on Earth. That's what we're here to talk to you about. So we want engineers and researchers to start thinking about this challenge. We want ecologists to be especially in tune with the planetary protections and understand why they need to consider how to manage human remains when a mortality event happens.
So why do we care about this? We care because of the democratization of space. Space is for all, not just a select few, and the space tourism industry is starting to heat up. Although medical screening for astronauts exists, medical screening only mitigates risks of a death or a serious medical event. It does not eliminate risks, and space is always going to be risky. Additionally, NASA has a technical requirement for human spaceflight that says space systems should have a means for handling deceased crew. Last year, NASA expanded this particular requirement's rationale to include a more encompassing set of actions. So let's see why this does matter to us. We need methods for containing any biohazards because we cannot expect help to arrive immediately, if at all. I just want to point out that when it comes to retrieval of a mortality event, NASA has every intention of retrieving bodies from the ISS because it's not a closed system. And their plan to do so was recently announced at ASMA, and details of that plan were subsequently published in ASMA's journal. So a decedent on the ISS and the subsequent iterations of future space stations in LEO will be retrieved and brought back to Earth. But what about when we're managing deceased remains beyond LEO? That's where it becomes harder. Biohazard containment means they must be able to contain the decedent's body potentially for weeks, months, or even years. We need to store the remains of a deceased crew in a socially, biologically, and physically acceptable way. So how do we suppose we'll do that? NASA is planning for this now, and in just the last year alone, there's been some major shifts in that thinking. Just this year, they published a technical brief discussing how they're going to plan for mortality events in orbit, on the moon, and on other planetary surfaces. On the right here on this slide, you'll see an orange body bag called a Human Remains Containment Unit, or a HRCU. It's been tested to about 43 days. After that, decompositional products like VOCs could be released. They also published their plans for body retrieval if an astronaut dies on the ISS and the plan to bring them back to Earth. But the moon and Mars are different stories. Think about it in terms of the tested HRCU. The one-way trip to Mars is 7 months, or about 212 days, just to get to Mars, and the HRCU is designed for less than 50. So a death occurring during a long-duration mission to Mars with multiple months of travel to Mars, months at Mars, and months traveling back to Earth present intriguing ethical questions and numerous health concerns to the remaining crew and systems aboard the spacecraft. There is mention of possible jettison of those bodies, but unlike sci-fi, it's unclear yet how they'll decompose in deep space, but it's likely that some decomposition will take place. Plus, how do we track it? How do we ensure it doesn't collide with another spacecraft? We can already see the issue of buildup of objects in Earth's orbit. Sure, the space between Earth and Mars is much bigger, but it's not infinite, and we will have to continue to travel along the same plane. But if the death does occur while on a planetary surface, there's been some discussion of NASA about simply burying in situ or some other type of interment like a 3D printed sarcophagus. So Leo and the moon are similar in terms of their environment, but Mars is weirder. Unlike Leo or the moon, Mars does have an atmosphere. It's thin, making convection difficult, and it does have trace amounts of oxygen, even though it's still mostly CO2, about 95%. There is no specific cadaver studies or carrion models that specifically look at CO2 this high for long periods of time, so it's hard to know right now whether any of the human decomposers can survive at Martian pressures or even survive that concentration of CO2. But if they could survive, temperatures still get to be too cold for them. Decomposers like it warm, so Mars's frigid temperatures will likely slow their growth down. But when it does get above freezing, and it does, those surviving bacteria could become active. The most intriguing aspect of Mars is that the planet doesn't have a triple point of water where gas, liquid, and solid all coexist like they do on Earth. At a standard pressure of Mars, water moves directly from its solid to a vapor state at 0 degrees C, and there is no stable liquid state of water on Mars. During the Martian summer at tropical latitudes, the surface temperature will go above 0 degrees C, and water in the form of ice will evaporate, similar to how dry ice acts here on Earth. This evaporation leads us to planetary protections. Water that evaporates and anything in it migrates around Mars, eventually mostly ending up in the northern hemisphere, but it does see many other sites along the way. So if those surviving decomposers can ride water vapor, then they will move around Mars with the potential to contaminate the entire planet unless they're sealed in something that lasts longer than 50 days.
So who thinks the commercial space industry is taking NASA's latest brief seriously? No one? Well, from my interviews and discussions with employees of several commercial space agencies, they haven't even seriously considered what they're going to do about it. So this is true even despite NASA's recent forensic summit discussing this exact very real problem. And to be fair, the focus of research thus far is staying alive in space, which is obviously a more important goal than how we die in space. But the space industry talks of space permanence and millions of people living and working in space and colonizing Mars and beyond. So we have to be realistic. Some of those people are going to die. Not everyone is going to make it. So many look to Star Trek and the death of Spock. Others think that freeze drying them, as one European company suggested we do, is the answer. But it's not culturally appropriate, and we can't guarantee at this time that HERCU, that body bag that currently exists up on the ISS, can handle those conditions, or that the contents won't eventually make their way out of that HERCU. And it's true that the ISS reuses body fluids like urine and sweat, and we'd have limited resources off planet like on Mars. But reusing human beings a la Soylent Green right now isn't an acceptable cultural method of body disposal. Again, remember that NASA requirement. It's not socially appropriate yet. We still need to put this into our generational cultural context. And there's not enough energy on the space station or any other spacecraft right now that can handle a crematorium, and we wouldn't be able to dissipate the amount of heat it created. And here's a little industry secret: a crematorium doesn't always break down all of the body. So dismembering the body also so it fits into smaller components of a freezer on the ISS or a spacecraft. I mean, guys, the ethics and legality of desecrating a corpse notwithstanding right now, it's not possible. Could we do that on Mars? Sure, maybe, but can a crew member really do that to another crew member? So we got to think about the psychological aspect. We would be talking about this not as a last resort, but as a first resort. I think we all know the answer. Burning them up with the trash also isn't going to cut it with most families. And will the crew revolt if we think about a fallen crew member in that way? So yeah, I mean, I don't think that these are really acceptable answers to that question. So how do we respond to such answers I think, what are we going to do about this gap in the research? And at present, right now, it's unfortunately, it's not a whole lot, but somebody has to start somewhere. So right now we have to look at environments here on Earth that cause atypical decomp processes, build upon the decades of knowledge in space medicine of how our bodies react to space in zero-G, those medical derangements we know after half a century of space physiology studies, and then look at those intrinsic factors of our own bodies in determining the rate and process in which we decompose. So if we start overlaying some of this initial information on top of each other, I think we can begin to develop a picture of what might happen and then work to develop ways to test these ideas and get buy-in from the industry. So let's dive into some of those unique space environments, and I can't cover them all here, but I want to specifically bring your attention to anaerobic environments like the vacuum of space. So we do see some types of decomp here on Earth that could mimic what this might look like. For example, saponification, corification, human mummification, and even like a pseudo-human mummification. These are atypical forms of decomp occurring in these anoxic areas that might infer what could occur in that type of a space environment. So during saponification, the body's triglycerides are broken down into free fatty acids via hydrolysis. Then they're converted into saturated fatty acids, which becomes adipocere. Those fatty acids act like a hermetic seal and halt any further decomp from bacteria. So anywhere there's fatty tissue, adipocere can form, and it can stay that way for centuries as long as those conditions don't change. That means that body isn't skeletonizing like it would in a typical decomp process. It'd be encased in this gray, crumbly, foul-smelling, waxy substance that could, again, further halt any decay for, I'm not kidding, for thousands of years. Corification can occur in sealed, poorly ventilated environments with little to no oxygen. We still don't know exactly how and why humid and pseudo-humid mummification occurs, but it's essentially the opposite of what you think of as true mummification. So it's preferential to humidity. It doesn't need aridity, and it doesn't require much oxygen. They're both, this corification and human mummification, they're both stunting the decay process. Corification results in intact, kind of leathery tan skin, whereas corpses that have undergone humid or pseudo-humid mummification, they're plump bodies with intact features and cheeks and lips and eyes that really, some of them look days old, even though they might be persons buried, thousands of years ago. And for Mars, I haven't really come across any natural or unnatural decomp modeling studies that mimic what might happen given its totally unearth-like qualities. So as those unique circumstances that Craig described, it might produce a completely new form of decomp we've never even seen before. This slide here details some of the most relevant intrinsic physiologic derangements we've discovered over the last 50 years of spaceflight. We, as humans, we evolved in a gravity-dependent environment, so being constantly exposed to such a hostile environment like space really forces our bodies to adjust to these new conditions. Those adaptations will affect the way we decompose in space in many, many ways. Unfortunately, I just don't have enough time in this presentation to go through them all. And that's more of a topic for bioastronautics anyway, but I want to focus your attention on a couple very important points here. So specifically in environments with a weakened gravitational force, we don't have things like sedimentation. This is important to decomposition because livor mortis, which occurs in early stage decay and is the settling of body fluids into gravitational dependent areas. Yeah, I think you get the picture. So that's not happening. What's happening with that fluid when it exits the body as this smelly purge fluid and the gases produced by those enzymes, bacteria, those decomposers, how are those VOCs exiting in a microgravity situation? It'll be interesting to see how those fluids get released in a microgravity environment if we're not containing them. Let's look at this last row. So we've got this really interesting finding that the core body temperature of astronauts sits up in the fever range while they're on the ISS. It only takes a little while to get up to 100.4 Fahrenheit and even as high as 104 in some flyers. It stays that way for as long as they are in flight. The reason that this is so interesting and yet so alarming is that temperature, again, that's the most important factor of any of those confounding factors to alter decay rates. Higher body temperature causes dramatically faster decomp times. So that also means that algor mortis, which is the equilibrium of a decedent's temperature with the ambient temperature, we kind of think about it as body cooling, it's going to be affected, keeping that body actually warmer for longer and giving those decomposers more time to get to work. So yeah, decomp's going to potentially be sped up. In fact, every stage of decay we saw at the beginning of this presentation will be sped up because the entire process is temperature dependent. So let's put it all together. So I know on the left side of this diagram are those physiologic changes that we know affect astronauts in space. On the right are some of the changes that we know affect the way a human body will decompose on Earth. In the middle are the likely relevant factors that will alter what we think of as regular decay that we can infer based on, again, these known changes on the left and the right bubbles. And I want to point you to I realize there's a lot on the slide, but I want to point you to the issue of heat transference in the center. See, that's going to play a very big role because places like Mars that have thin atmospheres they don't have the same transference methods on Earth to dissipate heat from a body. They're just not the same. So it's a lot. I know it's a lot, and there's a lot of unknowns. It's an entirely really untapped field of study that we hope some of you want to learn more about. We don't have all the answers, and I'm not sure I have any answers, quite frankly, but we know that not asking questions or ignoring taboo subjects like the inevitability of death, it's not the correct course of action here. And even though we're talking specifically about human decay, particularly for this audience, we should be thinking about any organic remains and how we're going to manage them and how space will affect that process. So with that said, let's again acknowledge that a death represents a very real possible outcome. I think indeed death is a sticky, icky, taboo subject that even those here on Earth, and I bet many of the folks listening to this presentation, we just don't want to discuss. And I think as Carl said earlier this morning, interstellar travel freaks people out. I'd argue that death freaks people out even more. So humans are messy, human remains are even messier, but we can't act as if death off planet isn't something we need to research, understand, and begin to plan for. Presently, we can only use those analogous yet imperfect terrestrial case reports to hypothesize what might happen to a decedent off planet. We know that we need those proactive, reactive plans in place. The Hercules currently in use right now, they don't have the capacity to contain the products of decomp beyond 50 days. So it's something that we need to really consider. Recent public shifts in attitude on the management of fatality events in space and the commercial space industry's concept of space permanence. These should spur researchers into action to study those relevant physiologic changes through the lens of altered decomp rates beyond these ground-based models. Doing so, I think, will really help us make decisions on body retrieval, storage, and body interment in the context of cultural expectations along with planetary protections. And anybody who's heard me talk about this will hear they know that they've heard me say this before, but I think we really, as humans, we lack imagination if the concept of space permanence doesn't evoke the entirety of the human experience. Death is inevitable, but it also represents this huge step forward in space exploration. We can't define a self-sustaining permanent human presence outside of our terrestrial bounds if we're not thinking about and caring about those who will shuffle off their mortal coils. And I realize I have I'm over the time allotted. I just wanted to thank you so much for your time. I know we don't have time for questions. That's fine. Reach out with any questions you might have about our presentation. My email's there. Scan that QR code. That also goes to the paper that Chris was talking about earlier. Email me. Find me on Instagram. Thank you so much, you guys. Really, really do appreciate it.
Sherry and Craig, thank you. This was a wonderful, wonderful presentation, and I think we all learned a tremendous amount in a very short amount of time. And you made some really great points. There's a lot of chatter going on, and there's a lot of questions. Craig's been doing his best to answer some of the questions as they come, but we have in the chat around 12:24 is where we left off, just to point you in the right direction. 12:24, Patrick asked a question, and if you wouldn't mind just trying to take a stab at some of the questions from that point onward, as well as there's some questions in the Q&A box as well. So thank you so much. And I think you've got us all thinking really, really hard about some very important issues. Thank you so much.
So to answer Patrick's question about microbial communities might differ between space and Earth. Yeah, so there's been a lot of study on the astronaut microbiome. And at this point, we honestly know that there's changes. We just don't know how those changes will directly affect the necrobiome, the postmortem microbiome. We know they will. We just don't know how what it will look like because they're focusing again on being alive in space, not being dead in space. But there's a lot of research going on into just exactly how the astronauts' microbiome changes. So as far as a recommendation on an ideal way to handle bodies, no, I unfortunately I don't. That's what I'm here to talk to you guys about. I don't know. I think the ways they're talking about now, NASA wants something to at least be able to contain remains for 50 years. And that's all fine and good, but decomposition, because there's so many environmental factors that can affect that. 50 years just might not be enough. So I'm not sure, but it's a question that I hope everyone will start asking. I'm really totally running out of time. Send me an email, and I'm happy to answer those questions as they come in. Thanks, you guys, so much.
Yeah, and feel free to respond on the chat as well in the Q&A box if you're able at your own convenience. Thanks, guys. Okay, so our last talk before lunch is going to be, we're about 10 minutes behind, but we had kind of a longer lunch break, so that's okay. We're going to break for lunch at 11:51 or 52, so about 10 minutes late. But our last talk before lunch is from Colin Lennox, who's going to talk to us about self-organizing wetland bioreactors as a keystone for train for low gravity or zero gravity arcology. Oh, and also, Colin, I'm interested in the definition of the word arcology, which was new to me, so maybe to the group as well. Welcome and take it away.
Okay, so I guess share screen. Okay. Okay, and can you see that? Loading. There we go.
It is on its way. There it is.
Okay. Hey, everybody. My name's Colin Lennox here in central Pennsylvania. I am the CEO of Eco Islands LLC and invented the self-organizing wetland bioreactor for mine drainage, a whole bunch of different things. That's what we're going to talk about. But the presentation here, self-organizing wetland bioreactors, I call them SOBs, as a component of semi-closed ecological life support systems for atmospheric nutrient, water cycling, waste cycling. This is going to be for the Mars Society. I did nitrogen here last week. We did rare earth elements and manganese oxide last year, and I did this is kind of my generalist presentation. And so as mentioned, in the mining community, I do bioremediation and also in really kind of splitting into wastewater treatment, all sorts of things. But okay, so they're wetland bioreactors, but what is a wetland? This is something that's rarely ever actually properly defined. Holds water most of the time. Think about vernal ponds, and I'm mostly a systems ecologist. I'm a field guy. That's where I'm coming from. But a lot of experience. My dad, John Lennox, passed away, but he was a microbiology professor for Penn State, so I kind of inherited the family business, so to speak. But water moves through it. There's a high surface area to volume, and this is a natural wetland we're talking about. High biomass to volume because of that surface area, because you've got a lot of biofilm that is growing all over and amongst the entire the matrix within the water itself. Won't get too much into that, but more importantly, and quite without any kind of agency, but it cycles matter and energy in lots of ways, biotic and abiotically, and it self-organizes based off the Gibbs free energy and the prevailing atmosphere. Dr. Goya, apologize, I'm getting his name wrong, had asked in the first two presenters in this section, what are, how, and it is my position that it's based off that Gibbs free energy, where self-selection leads to self-organization, depending on the overall atmosphere that's whether there's O2 rich atmosphere or otherwise. But in the context of a wetland, it's the dissolved gases, essentially, as it goes through its metabolic couplets there, and got a little Gibbs roll there if anybody remembers the Bee Gees. And what is a bioreactor then? It does predictable and reproducible work. And I'm using the definition of work where, the classic where you're putting in a certain amount of effort for some to be converted into some other form. And it's essentially a biological engine ruled by law of conservation of energy and mass, as mentioned in some of the previous talks, which were, man, boy, I'm really, really glad I got to watch some of those, because it shows me at least I'm going kind of in the right direction. And they catalyze reactions producing useful byproducts. So this would be essentially biological in situ resource utilization when used in the context of, say, Mars or ISS or the like. Pat had asked me to can you space this one up? And I wanted to, so to speak, the slides and the like, but you got to start here. This is what I know the best. So now on natural wetlands, they're self-selecting and organizing, and that's also called natural attenuation. That's the term that EPA uses. for this process of bioremediation. So very, very practical terms. And by the way, this is a commercial business for me, and I'm as a subject matter expert. Most of our clients are coal mining companies that have acid mine drainage coming out of the ground, and you got to do something with it. So looking at all the systems that exist, the constructed wetlands that and all of their different forms and all the ups and the downs and of using them, their cost structures, how they go about working, whether they're biotic or abiotic, whether that biotic remediation is intentional or unintentional, kind of like a bonus win. But so it's natural wetlands, constructed wetlands, and then I build manufactured wetlands, where there is the conscious selection of environments to cycle matter and energy. And then bioreactors. I don't know if everybody can see that. By specifically and by my own personal definitions, as just laid out over those last couple slides. A natural wetland, technically a methane digester. It's got water, holds water, self-selecting, leading to self-organization of the microbiology that is within that system. Once again, based off of the energetic couplets that gives free energy, where as opposed to say aerobic metabolism, as you drop down through. Well, it's the next slide, so I won't get too much into it. But reclamation ponds, fish tanks, greenhouses, wastewater treatment plants, wine and beer vats. Technically, it's a batch reactor, but it's still a bioreactor. And then people, by definition, why not? Plants, box turtles, my dog River, my cat right over there. And okay, so this was some of the questions from earlier. Basically, from what I can tell, the way a natural wetland works, and then of course, if you can do it naturally, you can do it intentionally as well as and how those metabolic couplets are chosen is basically just once again off their redox, or essentially the amount of ATP being produced throughout that metabolism. So if you've got methane, it's 4 ATP. Aerobic respiration, why we've got these big bodies, it's 32. Going back to Krebs cycle and just all bio 110 kind of stuff. Where O2 and H2 are the furthest biotic voltage that I've seen so far. And I really want to throw out there that if anybody hasn't heard of Winogradsky columns, this is the process of that Sergei Winogradsky, a Russian scientist back in the 20s, had elucidated. That's how Dad introduced it to me. He would have one of these things in his lab set up and he just let it sit there, top off some water every once in a while, and then check the voltage. With probes going from the top to the bottom, whether it's oxic or anoxic, and then you can show a millivoltage reading going through that system. Essentially, he always asked was like, I wonder how many of these things you'd have to string together to get enough power to run a light bulb, and it's a lot. I mean, that's something I've even played around with myself in the lab here. So it's not a lot; it's millivolts. But it's important to know that millivoltage, because it's an indicator using what's called an ORP probe, oxidation reduction potential probe, out in the field. They're like $20. This isn't scanning electron microscopy or X-ray diffraction. You don't need really expensive equipment to know, most of what's going on in a natural environment. And trust me, the nose knows. If you ever go out onto a mine site, use your sniffer. I'm not joking. That's one of those ones where, okay, if the sulfate is being reduced and there's a load of sulfate and acid mine drainage starts driving off hydrogen sulfide, well, that can kill you if it gets up to enough concentration. But that is also potentially useful. And it's you can see here that's most of the step on down the line there. So you're going to, your aerobes, you're going to lose all your start getting some denitrification, then, or nitrification, manganese reducers, iron reducers, sulfate, all the way down to methane. And those are also all macro and or micronutrients that are involved in whether, in the other forms of metabolism. Let's see. Yeah, that's pretty good. But for the engineers, because I keep, you guys know what I'm talking about for the most part. I sure hope so. But talking to engineers is very difficult. So I had to rewrite this slide. I was Ukraine's version of NASA. I won an award with them, and they were like they were just kind of scratching their heads. They didn't know what I was talking about. But they build ICBMs. We're biologists. So for the engineers in this context and application, SOBs are multi-fuel and multi-oxidant biological engines that self-organize to use each reductant and oxidizer sequentially based on the energy released and availability of the metabolic pathways. And it can skip right over things. So, and once again, it is microbes that are self-selecting dependent on the redox couplet going down through that system. So as one gets all burned up, say all your nitrogen gets burned up into N2, and it's either volatilized or becomes organic. Once that's gone, then you now have a selective pressure. So whatever was supporting the nitrifier, well, in this case the nitrogen, whether it be terminal electron acceptor, the donor, or the carbon source. You always want to think about those three. Where's it getting its energy? Where's it getting its carbon? And how is it off gassing the waste? Those are the big threes. Those metabolic couplets are what you really want to be looking at. And that's what self-organizes within a natural wetland generally. And it can be shown vertically in a Winogradsky column because it color codes itself. When you go, oh, hey, there's the sulfate, it's reduction because it turns kind of like a pink. So it stratifies itself based off that. And I mean, this is something that's been known for 100 years, just nobody's really, I haven't seen anybody really try to apply it until some of the work that I'm working on now, and I'm hoping to find others out there that are doing some of the same work as well. Hope that made sense to you. And of course, also you want to think about trophism. Of course, so we're talking primary productivity. All energy, for the most part, comes from the sun, the vast majority, except for some, deep sea thermal vents, which is another set of metabolic pathways, which would be like chemolithoautotrophic, as opposed to, heterotrophic or photoautotrophic. These are all just different forms of metabolic pathways that in an open system are all represented. For us to safely and sustainably get off this planet and live up there, we're going to have to take all of this stuff with us. Now, I know that is contrary to planetary protection. I don't have a good answer for that one. This is just my pitch. This is the way I think that this is going to have to go, because I don't see surviving without. It's just one of those ones I don't have a good answer for it. But just to keep in mind, so you've got that in this case, trophism, thinking about your carbon sequestration, where different sinks, your reservoirs of material, and where they're being kept based off of that 1 to 10 ratio of energy actually being put in cell mass versus just lost through heat or the like as it goes through the trophic scale. Okay, so why this is all, these are some boxes. These are some of my SOBs that I built for one of my mining sites. I built all those by hand. That's HDPE, high density polyethylene. I like using that because it's very acid resistant. And I'm working in acid mine drainage to begin with. Can't use concrete because it would just break down. All the calcium and the like in there would just, it eats itself away essentially. But the important thing to know is that if you can build a series of reactors in an open system, or in this case, in a semi-closed system, which is what we're proposing for going up, that you essentially have a biological distillation process that allows that, so the salts will stay in the water and they'll pass through. The things like iron, manganese, aluminum, rare earth elements, they can be turned into oxides. Potentially, they could also be turned into sulfides. If there is, say, sulfur present. And once again, I'm speaking from my experiences with mine drainage and some limited experiences in human wastewater degradation, BOD, CBOD, chemical biological oxygen demand, fecal coliforms as the proxy, and suspended solids. Those are kind of the biggies that generally, at least those are the metrics that I'm looking at for now. So mostly I just wanted to point out once again that, that in a long series of reactors, you can essentially just close, that you can limit any exogenous atmosphere from getting into those reactors. They'll chew up all their oxygen, and they chew up all the nitrogen, and the manganese, and the iron, then the selenium, then the sulfate, and then your methane. And they'll do that sequentially in steps, and they can't skip over steps if something in that metabolic couplet isn't available. If there is no iron, you're going to just skip right past the iron. it'll go on. And now, and once again, this is if you have all of these microbes already available within a system. So, like I said, you have to take them with you. If say one niche should fail, I guess you could CRISPR it. I always kind of like the idea of bringing up ice cubes, so to speak, and just kind of resuscitating the microbes within those. So knowing the metagenomics and the genomics of what you're taking with you is really important, so that if a system crashes, you can reconstitute it potentially. Now, in a self-organizing system like this, because and these are flow-through systems, by the way, this is water running the entire time. That one system right there, that's a 6-inch pipe coming out the back end of the system. That one will run up to 150 gallons a minute. Generally speaking, for a human habitation, that's a lot of water. But just to give you an idea on like how quickly things are moving through the system, and that just for reference, we have to get the water clean enough for release. It's your EPA's requiring, and always has, as it should, certain levels of cleanliness of the water, so to speak. These are called your total maximum daily loads, TMDLs. Anybody who does reclamation, you hear this stuff all the time. And you're going to want to get that material down to just about nothing. Now, if in our systems, we have been finding that it's very difficult to get manganese out. It's one of the micronutrients, yes, but generally it's very difficult to get out at a pH of around 6.5, which, as mentioned earlier in the nitrogen talk, was that's kind of like the sweet zone. Well, it turns out for manganese oxidation, it is also the sweet zone if it's biologic. Otherwise, you got to run up to like an 8 or a 9 pH. That you have to get your pH up to around an 8 or a 9, and that can be difficult. But not necessarily if so one of my next builds I've got coming up here, I got to build a big culvert pipe reactor, because we're getting into what I believe to be a no stone mine drainage remediation system, where you're, by reducing the sulfate, driving that off as hydrogen sulfide, you're left with alkalinity, and then under an aerobic, so then you pretty much just get it stinky. You got to drive the hydrogen sulfide off of the reactors, catch it in some kind of a, either activated charcoal can filter, or maybe some kind of a misting spray of deionized water, capture that. But hey, look at that sulfuric acid. And that's one of the things that we're going to need for pH amendments, right? And beautifully, if you can drive off all your hydrogen sulfide, drive off your sulfur, then the methane that's being produced now is sweet methane, so to speak. It's a hydrogen sulfide that is one of the nastiest things for proton exchange membranes, or for electrolysis, and it's why we don't introduce biogas into pipelines, because that sulfur will eat the pipeline. It's nasty stuff. Your nose will smell it to parts per billion, which is as good as a dog. That's how nasty that stuff is. We've evolved to have some, our sniffers, which are generally kind of useless, are that good for that one particular, element, the sulfur there. Let's see, just move along here. I'll be looking on time too. All right. So these are some other boxes that we had built. This is, once again, there's the redox ladder there. This is the wastewater treatment system that we put in at Kennett Square in Pennsylvania, mushroom capital of the world. These are some older model boxes. I stopped using this material years ago. It does the job. I prefer welding, I don't know if you can see it, the unit back over there is going to Ocean Builders here at some point for wastewater treatment. That one I think I can pressure test, so we'll see how that one goes. Okay, yeah, we put a greenhouse over top of the Kennett Square system just to warm it up a little bit more. That's my dog River. She's laying down over there. A little bit more of a close-up of the tide pool. That's what I'm calling that unit there. Can be saline, can be freshwater. In this case, that one's going to be freshwater. Once again, that's it's a septic tank. It's exactly what you would expect. The talk just before us, taphonomy, I think I said that right. Stuff them into the wetland. It immediately starts breaking down the process, and to me, that would be kind of like using me to plant a tree. I wouldn't have a problem with that. I think that could be culturally sensitive. You don't have to do anything to the sedent, so that might be an option. Now, obviously going up, water is heavy. So this is maybe not necessarily an answer for the ISS, but certainly where you are grounded, so to speak, that there's some gravity available. Boy, that was a really great talk, that last one there. Thank you. It kind of gave me the heebie-jeebies just a little bit. I mean, I see why there's issues, but I'm thinking to myself, like, just stuff them in a box. They go right back to nature. Let them break down that way. That could be an option. And you're driving everything else off, whether you're volatilizing or creating oxides or sulfides, or whether it's whether it's miscible, whether it's salts that just pass straight through the system. Okay, but why? Why would we want to go through this big process, put in all this water, print all these boxes and the like? It's like, well, because you do have the opportunity now to start the basis through biological organization, pretty much your industry. Methane. You can drive off potentially you could drive off your ammonia and then capture that. And then you're able to then, by taking this heterogeneous mix of all these different things, to drive them off in whatever form that they should be as predictably known through that redox ladder of decomposition, breaking down, cycling, which you can predict. Like, all right, box number 4 is doing X. That's the sweet zone right there. That's where I'm getting the best manganese oxide at 85%. Raw, essentially, as an electron acceptor and a waste product. Let's see. Speaking of which, so that's manganese oxide off of a couple of my reactors from years back. About 85% is bernacite. We ran it through XRD and SEM. And by we, I mean to say some individuals helping me out over at Penn State, and Jeff Post with the Smithsonian Institute. He's the curator of geosciences. Cara Santelli, Bill Burgos, are other individuals that I've had the very good fortune they gave me some of their time. When you're for profit and anybody at those levels bothers listening to you at all, you might be onto something. So I really appreciate their time and everybody's time who's listening to this as well. Now, Briar is out there somewhere. Briar Fisk, one of my coworkers, he's probably shaking his head at this. This is one of the things that you're not really supposed to do. This is very dense, but this is a wetland system smack dab in the middle of your habitats on the one side and your regolith processing at the other, with your and then the redox of a series of wetlands being the intermediary between all of them, where you're taking excess waste products from your HABs and using them then to break down regolith. And Dr. Dan Tompkins is going to be talking a little bit later on here. He and I have been working together for years as well. But this has never been peer reviewed. Nobody ever asks me for this. If somebody wants this, please just take a look at it. Just make sure you cite me. So I'll skip on past that. I just wanted to let you know that this is my best guess on how the full environmental, BECLS, biological environmental control and life support system. This is our take on that. And then Briar Fisk is a brilliant fellow, but he's putting together, he and I are starting to work on the neural networks in order to do the command and control on a larger system of a series, sequential wetlands, essentially, a bunch of the SOBs. Yeah. Okay. Cool. And thank you then to the Arcology X group. In Arcology, by the way, I'm not sure that I've got a really good definition for that either. But Biosphere 2 is an Arcology. So I'm working in, I can only give a definition by example. I apologize. But Stuart Nelson, who is the lead developer within this group that I'm working with, he would have a better idea. But also want to shout out to Frank L'Italien. Briar is out in the audience, I believe, right now. Dan Tompkins may be out there too. Hi, Dr. Dan. S. James Parsons, fellow veteran, and he's kind of like one of our main technology guys. Stelly J. Ford, he's not with us today, but always a shout out to Stelly, of course, to the Mars Society and everybody there. I've been talking to them for a while. And also thank you to Pat for finding me and letting me know that the habitat, that there are other people out there that are actually doing this. And, I would have been great to have hopped on last year, but he only just found me like 2 months ago, invited me to this. So thank you very much, Patrick, for that. Like I said, I didn't even know that this existed. I thought we were doing this in our own vacuum to the side. Also, shout out to Ben Franklin Technology Partners, one of our funders, Penn State University, Smithsonian, and Southern Alleghenies Planning and Development Coalition, just other business organizations that help me stumble forward. Email, phone, I'm in Altoona, Pennsylvania, and that's it.
Thank you, Colin. I'm glad we found you as well. Glad you found us. So this is a wonderful talk. There's a lot of excitement and actually a lot of questions. I won't have time to go into questions. I think we need to break for lunch. But what I would suggest is we're going to open up the breakout rooms are still there. Breakout rooms are still there. Perhaps, Colin, if you don't mind, if you have a few minutes, if you want to go into the first room, anybody who had a question for Colin, go ahead and just ask him directly at your leisure, but we don't want to keep you all day either, so please feel free to go eat. Patrick, any comments before
Nope. Like you said, the breakout rooms are still open. I guess we'll all meet back here in 1 hour and keep going from there.
Okay. Also, feel free to just answer things on chat, Colin. You'll see some questions directed at you and in the Q&A. AC and Silvio and Bryce, I believe, might have had some questions if you want to go into the break room.
Remind us again how to get into the breakout rooms.
Please,
There's a button on the bottom of your screen. There's a lot of options down there. It looks like 4 squares, and it says breakout rooms.
It might be in the more, you might have to click on the ... to go to the more menu.
Whiteboards?
Yeah, I apologize. I'm not seeing them either, Pat.
Okay.
Patrick, have they disappeared for others, perhaps? Are you
I
all seeing
mean,
breakouts?
I can. Oh wait, do I need to?
Oh, okay.
I think I need to push a button. Open rooms. Okay.
Oh, there we go.
All right. Yeah, we got it.
All right.
Thank
we'll see you all back here in 1 hour. Yes, 1 hour.
Great. Thanks, everybody. All right, everybody. I hope you enjoyed your breaks. I know there was some good conversations in the breakout rooms. I popped in a couple of times. Let's just get right to it. We've got a few more presentations to get through before the end of the workshop, and I'm really excited for some of these. So I'd like to introduce one of our other co-organizers, Jane Chetsoff, and she's going to be telling us about the modeling and analysis of BLIS systems. So Jane, please take it away.
Hello, everybody. My name is Jane Chetsoff, and I'm a systems ecologist by education. So, let's see. Okay, you guys can see my slides. So the background that I come from is whole ecosystem modeling and analysis. And I also teach introductory modeling and programming and statistics to life sciences students at UCLA. So I've always had this kind of ecology in particular, and in ecology in general, and then mathematical modeling and analysis and system stuff in particular. And that's kind of what I bring to the whole space thing. And I know that most of you are not interested in math, or at least you think you're not, that this is a primarily biologist audience. So what I decided to do, instead of going through a lot of results, I'm gonna kind of give an infomercial. I'm gonna talk about some of the tools that are available that really have not yet been used in the design of ecosystems for life support, in the design of the systems. So this will be to talk focus on what's possible, just a little scratching the surface of what's available out there. And I really think that, as some people have already mentioned, we need much more theory to guide us in the design of life support systems. We need to understand, okay, what are the general principles of the function of closed and partially closed ecosystems? And that is where mathematical modeling can be extremely useful, I believe. So there's a style of modeling that really imposes a high degree of abstraction on the system that we're studying. So we're not trying to portray every detail. Instead, we're zooming out and getting the very big picture and then gradually adding in detail as necessary. So here's a slight modification of a standard producers, consumers, decomposers ecosystem. You've got plants, you got your crops, whatever they are. You've got humans that are eating them, so carbon and nutrients are flowing from the plants to the humans. And then, of course, humans excrete waste, and there's inedible waste coming from the plants. Both of those go to decomposers. And in this case, I've made the simplifying assumption that we're just getting nutrients from the decomposers. We're not having humans eat any of them or anything like that. And then any of these compartments can have inflows and can have outflows. Right now I do it as closed, but a semi-closed ecosystem is more likely, as many of us know, than a fully closed one. And while we try to increase closure, for most of what I'm about to say, the fact that the system cannot be fully closed is actually a very good thing because it allows the math to work. So here we go. We have this diagram. And if you think about every arrow, you can ask the question, how much stuff is flowing from one compartment to another on a daily basis or a weekly basis or whatever time unit we've chosen to use? So in this case, I just totally made up some numbers about how much material is flowing from, let's say, plants to humans, from plants to decomposers, and so on. And this is what's called a flow matrix. And everything in the next few slides is going to proceed from this flow matrix. Because if we have a matrix of flows, and also we know how much material is in each compartment, what's the biomass of the plants, what's the biomass of the humans, what's the biomass of the decomposers, then there are fairly simple calculations we can do that will tell us interesting things about this system. So there's a whole area of systems ecology called environment analysis or network environment analysis that was developed by my PhD advisor Bernie Patton and his colleagues and students over the years. And there are aspects of environment analysis that seem really custom made for the kind of stuff we're interested in. The first thing is that it gives us an actual way to quantify cycling, aka closure. There's one measure that we could compute from the matrices called Finn cycling index that actually goes back to the 70s. I expected to see this all over the place in Bliss literature. I have not seen it. Maybe somebody used it at some point. I hope somebody used it at some point. But Finn cycling index asks what fraction of flows in the system are due to cycling. And again, by flows, we mean things like O2 production by plants or CO2 production by humans. So we take a currency, carbon, oxygen, nitrogen, whatever, we pick one, and we add up all of these flows of that currency, add up the flows among all the arrows, and we ask the question, of that total amount of flux in the system, how much of that is due to cycling? We can do that. That's called the Finn cycling index. Another one that might be even more relevant, and this one, unlike Finn's, is fairly recent. This is the one I'm citing from Ma and Kazanchi. Janair Kazanchi is a mathematician and who teaches in engineering at the University of Georgia, but all his research pretty much is in developing tools for systems ecology. And Chin Ma was his PhD student. They developed a storage cycling index that allows us to ask what fraction of storage in the system is due to cycling. And by storages, we mean things like mass of decomposers or mass of crops. So I think you can see why being able to have this quantity would be of interest in Bliss systems design. There's a lot of other things we can calculate from these flow matrices as well. For example, in my PhD work on food webs, I was very interested in the indirect to direct ratio. So how important were indirect flows in a food web compared to direct flows? That might be a little more esoteric, but there also maybe will turn out to be applications of this stuff. There's another calculation that comes out of the same body of theory that actually goes back to its beginning. And that's called found input and output environments. And that is, how do you find the inputs necessary to produce 1 unit of output or 1 unit of storage from a given compartment? Or you can also calculate what will happen if you introduce 1 unit of input into some compartment. What will be the system-wide effects? Okay, you can ship out 1 kilogram of stuff. Should it be stuff for the humans? Should it be should it be plants? Should it be stuff for the microbes? And the more complex the system, the more useful these calculations become. Also, a lot of these measures were developed just out of people's interest or speculation about how ecosystems work. Once you have this framework for environment analysis, we can also just start asking, oh, there's this quantity that I'd really like to be able to calculate, and there's a good chance that that can be done. There's a good chance that those theoretical tools can be developed. Anyway, I'd be very interested in applying this to some of the artificial ecosystems, hypothetical ecosystems that were discussed in one of the previous talks, the random microbe selection. That sounds very interesting. So that's one set of tools. That's things you can do with environment analysis. Also, there's a result that I've really just stumbled onto reading papers in ecology that relates closure and stability. I'm like, that's interesting. But I'm finding this in just a random ecology paper, not in a bliss-related paper. And to explain this, first I gotta go over a couple of concepts of stability. One is called resistance, being unchanged by perturbation. The other one, which you get to hear more about these days, is resilience, quickly returning to normal after perturbation. So you can think of resistance as your first line of defense and resilience as your second. Both are really important. Turns out that there was a whole line of research in the 80s and early 90s that looked at how closure affects stability. Not in the context of people developing life support systems that just came out of regular ecology somehow. And Loro 1994 is kind of a culminating paper on some of these, and there's others that he cites that you can look up. And the result, and these are actual theoretical results, is that the resilience decreases with closure, but the resistance increases. And furthermore, they give, for a system that's almost closed, the rate of return works like this. If a system is almost closed but not quite, then the rate at which it returns to its base state following a perturbation is proportional to the ratio of the inputs to the total nutrient amount. I think we all have the intuition that the more total stuff there is in the system, the larger your stocks, the more stable your system is. But here that's appearing in the denominator. So it actually slows down the return. And then the input appears in the numerator, which is something that I would not have predicted. So again, this is stuff that's worth investigating, worth applying. So consider this an ad for both environment analysis and theoretical ecology. And let's start asking some questions about what kind of measures we need to develop, what kind of questions, whole system questions we need to ask, and see what kind of theoretical work is possible and what principles can guide us in the design of life support systems.
Thank you for that, Jane. That was very excellent. And I can see there's a bunch of chatter in the chat here, chat box here. Let me just start asking you some of these questions. So AC wants to know, in a terrestrial ecosystem, some fraction of the biomass is geologically trapped in stuff like peat or petroleum. How can that be accounted for when you're determining biotic nutrient flows?
Okay, so that actually depends on where you put the boundary of your system. But I think my intuition as an ecologist is that it would be useful to treat those things as boundary inputs to your system, that they're coming in from outside. And the reason I say that is that they have minimal interaction with the rest of the system on the relevant time scale. So I would just treat those as inputs.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense. Bit of a departure, but Aurora is curious if you have recommendations for some system ecology texts.
I can't think of any textbooks that would be useful, but I can type out a couple of references, and the ones I cited in the slides themselves, I think good places to start. And I think I'll cite also one of my own, just because I tried to make some of the work accessible. So I'll answer that in the chat.
Perfect. I think, well, actually, I guess we probably don't have time for any more questions. But Jane, if you would mind going through the chat, that'd be fantastic.
I will be. I saw Chris was excited about scaling variant.
Yeah, yep.
Indeed.
All right. Thanks so much, Jane. That was a lovely introduction to making math appealing. Yeah, he was the man. So next up, we've got Robin Hawk, and she's going to be talking about solid-state closed-loop photobioreactor systems for space. Robin, would you like to regale us?
Okay, so let me just see if I can share my screen here. And entire screen. Okay, share.
Kind of have to hover over the bottom for the thing.
Yeah, I see it. Here, I'm trying to share the screen here. I'm using my husband's computer, so I'm not used to it.
It's green and in the middle of the bottom.
Yeah, I've got that part done. There we go. There's a little other thing. All right, there we go. Can you see my screen now?
Yes.
Yep.
Okay. So I wish I had known Jane when I started this 30 years ago. So I thought I would give you a little bit of an introduction, a little bit of the history. I really came into solid-state closed-loop photobioreactor systems through my experience with high-definition television. So I was in the display industry mostly, working first in lasers and later in other types of display light sources. And one of my light sources that I developed is a thick film dielectric electroluminescent lamp, which also is a microcavity laser array. So let me just make this full screen. All right, so I'm going to see if that works. There we go. So really what it's all about is eliminating the limiting factors for photosynthesis, which if you just look at them in a simplified way, it's light, gas and nutrients, temperature, and water. Let me just hide that. So let's see, that's not doing. Let's see, there we go. So in the law of limiting factors, which you probably already know, Blackman's law was done in 1905, where he states that the rate of physiological process will be limited by the factor which is in the shortest supply. And this is what I ended up doing was trying to eliminate these limiting factors. So if you look at the solar spectrum, which is usually detected through a friend of mine, Dr. John Hall, who created the optical comb, which determines the spectrum of distant stars and galaxies, you can see that each one has a little bit of a different spectrum. And different stars put out different types of light, and studying the sun was one of the main elements that I had to do in order to understand how to tailor my lamps. So one of the things that I realized was one day in 1996, while I was living in Paris, I took one of the lamps that I was planning on using for backlighting for liquid crystal on silicon displays, and I grew a plant in my closet. And the plant in my closet was exactly the same as the one out on my balcony, and it grew much faster and much more healthy than the one on my balcony. So I spent a lot of time trying to figure out why that was so. So a simplified version of the Calvin cycle, this is how that works. You know, you have the carbon fixation and the reduction phase, the carbohydrate formation, and then the regeneration phase. So that is primarily oriented towards higher order plants, but there is some element of this that works with some aspects of algal biomass, which is what I ended up with. And this is a little bit more of a detailed drawing of how biodiesel, ethanol, and hydrogen are produced from biomass. So this is a photograph of one of my earlier prototypes of my lamps. This was in a dark closet. It's thin like a piece of paper, and it is exactly the same spectrum as the sun, this particular one. So when we look at photosynthesis, one of the things that I discovered is that photosynthesis is what pumps the CO2 Calvin cycle. So the more light availability there is for photosynthesis, the faster the uptake of the CO2. And ironically, the very strong shifts in the pH balances of the batch in a closed loop photobioreactor. And so you have to keep giving the algal biomass what it needs to prevent the pH from going off the charts and to keep it with what it needs. So there's a constant element of sensing and keeping up with what it needs. Also, it makes a lot of sense to have a number of photobioreactors that are producing at different states and with different biomass, and so I went to a modular approach. One of the interesting parts of this is that when photosynthesis is not happening, plants are giving off CO2, which can be pumped back into the system for those that are photosynthesizing. So what I have are inorganic solar spectrum Tesla lamps with full surface emission. They are exactly the same as what Nikola Tesla created in the early 1900s, where you see him, I don't know if you can see this, as a little light bulb that he had, where he is preventing the oxidation of the materials with his finger, and he's also lighting it up with just the energy from his finger. They are extremely energy efficient. So the easier said than done to prevent oxidation of the materials. That took about 10 years to figure out with micro encapsulation capabilities. So eliminating the limiting factors for photosynthesis, we get into what is called the photosynthetic active radiation. And normally this measurement is taken from the visible spectrum, which is at 400 nanometer wavelength to 700 nanometer wavelength in the red area. And this is usually what they use for PAR measurements. So when you go to buy a lamp or a light source for for photosynthesis, you'll see that it has PAR ratings, and it will have a spectrum or two that it is emitting. So this is the photosynthetically active spectrum, and as you can see, there's quite a bit in the infrared and there's quite a bit in the ultraviolet that is probably used by plants. It took me a long time to figure those out, and also what is needed for support of the carotenoids. So I ended up with what I call the Galaxies LLC. This is my new company with my husband, Dan Hawk, who's the only Native American to ever put anything up in space. We're very active in the space business. It's called the 100% plus PAR lamps. They're near solid state. They were measured in Dr. Hall's laboratories in 1996. And they are full surface emission, which means that no matter what angle the light harvesting tubules are oriented, they will accept a photon that they need. They are flexible. They utilize milliamps of power. They're flat and flexible, so they can be put into any shape. They're extremely lightweight, which becomes extremely important for space photobioreactors. They have a very long lifetime as they are inorganic materials. They can be alternating current or DC current. And they can also be directly coupled to photovoltaics. They grow algal biomass faster than the sun, quite a bit faster than the sun. They're dimmable, and spectrum can be tailored for different types of plants, and there are different types of plants that utilize different types of spectrums. Algae only use about 15% of the current solar spectrum for photosynthesis. So what I've done is I've removed all of that from the solar spectrum lamps that you saw in the earlier photograph, and have covered the entire surface, the 100% surface, with only those nanometer wavelengths that are needed for photosynthesis. Contrary to popular belief, the high brightness light levels are not what are needed by algae. What is needed by algae is a resistance to shading, and so that's a matter of how thick the batch is, how you're constructing the tubes, where you're putting the lamps, and the higher the brightness, there is such a thing as light saturation, where they will just close their stoma, and that's the end of the photosynthesis. So why is this important? The light harvesting tubules, they can be in any orientation. They need to be able to accept a photon of what they need. A lot of people will say that shading is an extremely difficult problem, and it can be, but I would like to point out that the forest floor is almost dark, and they're getting plenty of light on the forest floor. So there is something going on in the far infrared and far ultraviolet areas for light at the bottom of the forest floor. So no matter what angle the algal cells are oriented in the photobioreactor chamber, they will get the light that they need, and then the photons are able to get all the way down to the bottom of the light harvesting tubule to hit the light harvesting complex, and this is where the chemical reactions take place, and there you have the fastest possible growth rate then. So the second factor was gas and nutrient delivery. This is done with microbubbles. Most microbubbler machines are very expensive. They are very bulky. They produce a lot of noise. They are very energy consumptive. So I had a major breakthrough about a couple of years ago with a device that is a fluidic oscillator. And this particular fluidic oscillator does not utilize any mechanical element. It is a simple acousto-optic modulated fluidic oscillator, and it's all about the shape of it. It has very low energy requirements, and it has a very small weight and size factor. It can be 3D printed, and it helped to make the entire system lightweight. So the light harvesting complex. When we look at the absorption spectrum of chlorophyll A, for example, this is the absorption spectrum of chlorophyll A, or an approximation of it. And so you see there the light harvesting tubules, although they're not quite in that shape. And then you see the light harvesting complex. So what we've done is we've just eliminated the sun in this drawing and replaced it with a lamp. In fact, the lamps are far more efficient than the sun at photosynthesis, and this is obviously what will be required during the dark cycles of space. Of course, algal biomass has daughter cells. On the left here, you can see Volvox, which has anywhere from 8 to 16 daughter cells every 2 hours. And then there are different types of algae. Some of them grow into higher order plants like seaweed, and it's a little bit of a different system in that regard. So for space, we have lightweight components that are essentially no moving parts. They're near solid state, the elimination of the limiting factors for photosynthesis, the tailored spectrum for the lamps, 100% PAR plus. The full surface emission are meaning all the light harvesting tubules are and complexes are exposed to the light. The high brightness levels and tunable to avoid light saturation. And I would like to point out that there are a lot of plants that can actually grow in the dark given the right kind of nutrients. So it doesn't take a lot of light to grow single cell plants and have them photosynthesize. The fluidic oscillators replace the heavy and noisy nano and microbubbler technologies. They're energy efficient, so they only use milliamps of power, and this is a big important part of the system. They were measured at Chilla Labs, and in fact, they changed the measurement of solid-state lamps accordingly. And then the ultra-cold laser multi-deflector flash freeze dryer, which I'm not going to get into too much today, but that is what I've done to replace the tumbler dryer, and I'm still working on that one. So this is where I wish I'd known Jane, because this took me 2 years with chemical engineers and mathematicians to get to the point where I had a full energy and mass balance for growing biomass. This particular one is for the production of biofuel, and it also has a sideline of feeding cattle, and it has some for a fishery. So the end result of this is that you have 3,000 acre feet of water per year. You can see up in the upper right left-hand corner. So I ended up with the energy and mass balances are predicated on how much water is available, and that's how I determine what my output is going to be throughout the system in the energy and mass balance flow. So in this particular one, I have a bank of 89 photobioreactors that are about 6 foot by 6 foot cube size, and I can produce 1.84 gallons of oil per minute. So the first photobioreactor or bioreactor in space was a NASA Synthicon bioreactor. I worked very closely with them in the early days with NASA when I first started in photobioreactors. And this particular one used a rotary cell culture. This was used with human cells, but this along with human cells and also plant cells, we have this real problem of them sticking together and wanting to form colonies. So you either have to spin the tube or you have to have the microbubbles in the right way in order to keep that from happening. Once they form a colony, they begin to start in with higher order capabilities where some plants are providing nutrients to the ones that are closer to the light, and they're turning into a higher order plant, which is fine if that's what you want to produce, but it's not fine if what you're hoping for is a uniform growth rate of single cell biomass. So this is something, this temperature is what is needed to be controlled in space, and temperature is the real problem with the coldness of space. We're talking about extreme cold temperatures and 14 days of sunlight, 14 days of darkness. So Galaxies LLC, with my husband and I, we are putting up a thermal management solution that we're going to be testing outside of the International Space Station. It is slated to go up in June of next year, excuse me. And so we have a safe nuclear option And we also have 3D solar technology. So the idea here is to keep Han fuel from gelling and to show our abilities to keep algae, carotenoids, yeast, and hopefully some genetically modified seeds or some seeds warm enough for 6 whole months outside of the International Space Station and bring it back down and reconstitute it to prove our thermal capabilities. So what is needed then? We need water. So there's only 2 ways to have water in space. There's the ability to go and find hydrogen and what you need on the lunar surface. So one of the gentlemen that we met at our recent Lunar Surface Innovation Consortium meeting was able to create the Moon Hacker. And this is a very advanced analytics platform that is capable of mapping the moon surface. And so this is the kind of thing that is happening now with some of the landers that are going up to the moon. And we can, of course, try to find hydrogen on the moon and water on the moon. But there's also the possibility of making water in space with advanced photobioreactors, which put out massive amounts of oxygen, and obtaining our hydrogen from space and other sources to create water. So that'll be one of our next research and development challenges. And of course, the idea here is to have the biomass use for space superfoods. So we're trying to get to the point where we do the Star Trek replicator, and that is the ultimate goal. So photobioreactors for space, the importance of the lightweight components with essentially no moving parts, the tailored spectrum, elimination of limiting factors for photosynthesis, the full surface emission, the high brightness levels and tunable to avoid light saturation, fluidic oscillators, the energy efficient near solid state lamps, and the laser multi-deflector flash freeze dryer. So these are the closed loop, of course, which keeps out wild types, and you control this with chips that are similar to the TensorFlow Lite, which will independently take fiber optic sensor information inside of the photobioreactors and tell us when to add and when to subtract whatever is needed on a flexible mass balance. And so lastly, I think what we're moving toward are photobioreactor spacesuits, where an astronaut can actually live inside of their space suit and have everything that they need. So we're working on some of those issues as well. And with that, I think I'm all finished.
Man, you can't just drop a bomb like living in your spacesuit and then be done with the presentation. That's cruel.
Okay. Well, all right. So as you know, NASA had stopped the moonwalks because of leaks from the spacesuit. So leaks have always been a huge problem, especially for atomic oxygen in space. And there is a wonderful inventor who came from the United States Air Force, who created polyhedral oligomeric silsesquoxane many years ago, which blocks atomic oxygen from leaking. And even though it's been used to coat the insides of tanks and things like that, it is a possibility to use this for spacesuits to prevent the leaking. And the bladders are the biggest problem for these, but they're already being used. Every spacesuit that has a cooling system built into it that is water, and so they've got the circulation of the water down. And of course, if you add the abilities of algal biomass to that, then you're producing the oxygen and using the waste materials to grow the algae. But there are additions of nutrients that we will take with us. And I'm a big believer in advanced vermiculture operations. And the worms have a wonderful way of getting rid of E. coli and other elements. And the worm tea is biologically available immediately. It's a wonderful way of doing nutrients. And I'm hoping that we can do some very advanced fertilizer type projects here on Earth to prove out this capability.
Wow, thank you so much for that, Robin. That was really cool.
Thank you.
We have at least one question for you in the Q&A if you wanted to follow up on that and maybe type a response. But we should be getting to the next presentation now.
Okay.
Yeah, so thanks again. All right, up next is Dr. Daniel Tompkins, who's going to be telling us about the moon demonstration garden that he's working on. Dan, are you here?
I am here.
All right.
Share my screen. Oh. All right, once I get the screen is... And Robin, this is the second time I just missed your presentation, so I'm gonna have to watch that. I caught the last half of it, but in New York City I said, oh, I got to catch the recording of that, and now I can catch the recording here. So looking forward to
okay. Well, you know, I have to go and edit that footage still. We've just been so busy that I haven't edited my footage for the for New York yet. So, and we're on our way to Ascend now. So if you're going to be at Ascend, you can catch us there.
I unfortunately won't be.
Oh, okay, there we go.
I think I was able to remove that presentation. All right, let's see. All right, can everyone?
Yeah, we can see it.
Up?
Okay, you should be good.
All right. Well, without further ado, one giant leap for life, a loon demonstration garden. I've probably done 15 NASA proposals. I stopped counting, I think, at that point. And this was our first one where we officially became, I guess, NASA funded, being a phase 1 winner for NASA Entrepreneur Challenge for lunar commercial payloads. Really came about from an opportunity with Lockheed Martin on their lunar mobility vehicle, which is pictured on the left-hand side here. And was fortunate enough to go to Space Symposium and do a signing event there. And it offers a really unique opportunity to start upcycling within mission architecture, carbon and nitrogen. And I'll get into that as we go along. Just a brief backdrop. So I started Grow Mars about 5 years ago around the potential of using bio-derived plastic in an expanding loop architecture. You'll find a lot of other material, I think, online. But just as a recap, it's basically how do you take one greenhouse and turn it into 2 greenhouses with basically just inputs of CO2 and water, and really low power, low mass. I mean, this micro plastic producing hardware, it exists in industrial pilot scale plants for research and development purposes, and it takes about 1 to 3 kilowatts. The hardware is less than 50 kilograms. These are all very conservative numbers. And the yield would be and that type of equipment would yield about 2 kilograms of plastic per hour, which is really, it's something like 1,500 square feet of greenhouse potentially per year, per Earth year. So it's that's where it would become rate limited, more or less, based on kind of some operating assumption. So yeah, it offers a unique potential. So this is a lot of words. I'm not going to read through all this, but this was directly from our proposal for the Entrepreneurs Challenge, and I thought it would be relevant for this group and how we fit into those focus areas specifically. So, human and biological science, Mars infrastructure, operations. This was new to me. All the new roadmap, if you will, or all the different focus areas. Trying to get it mapped out, right, within NASA's essentially roadmap, right, to going out into space. So what are we doing here? Ultimately, instead of overboard venting all that CO2, utilizing that, and it's a massive amount that we can produce. from the waste CO2, waste carbon in general too, from the plastic packaging and other waste streams too. So both from human exhaled CO2 to other CO carbon sources as well. We should be good stewards ultimately when going to the moon for those elements, which are rare, carbon and nitrogen in particular. Another quick just timeline, just I kind of going through what we have done over the years. Started off at a AWS Aerospace Accelerator in 2018, patent issued in 2021. Just showing kind of the pathway of how things progressed. Because I have tried to keep ProMars as a commercial focused entity versus kind of research and development. And another win was Airbnb, 100K prize. Ultimately, we didn't get to build out that Airbnb, but it was essentially a house making another house, and it was overlooking Kennedy Space Center. That was a really cool project. Unfortunately, we didn't get zoning approval, so we couldn't move forward with that. It's still basically pending. And then in 2023, we had this opportunity this past spring. So how we envision this kind of working, it's still early in the development process, is we got approval to kind of go beyond the payload spot of a half a meter and kind of telescope up. So basically, think of it like a jack in the box, is being able to come up out of the box for thermal control, in particular, both for a lunar night and for the lunar day. The LMV, Lunar Mobility Vehicle, under development is anticipated to be on the polar regions and go from landing site to landing site too. So it's teleoperating prior to astronauts' arrival, and then it actually has seats that flip up, and astronauts will be riding on this, which gives a unique opportunity to integrate that carbon stream, even if it's symbolic. To be good stewards of carbon and nitrogen, it gives a place for that within this architecture. And before landing pads and such were developed, I didn't think this would be possible. I said, okay, well, we still got to get landing pads and blast berms and all of this stuff up before we really start using it. Well, this was a shortcut. As this vehicle goes from landing site to landing site, we could start accumulating these essentially hydrocarbons, and putting it through this moon demonstration garden, if you will, as a placeholder. So again, goals of this to be good stewards of carbon and nitrogen with upcycling architecture. Many biological firsts. So the first tree, the first bee, fish, flower, insects. I really want to pack this in with life and with a lot of these miniature species, and probably set at the egg stage. The psychological benefits of astronauts. I mean, we haven't mocked this up yet, and concept art, but I mean that astronaut showing up and say this thing has been on a year before astronauts arrived, and here we have a terrarium essentially. Here's life doing just fine. I mean, what's the psychological benefit behind that? What's that money shot look like, right? Of the astronaut kind of outside of this little, dome of life, right? Little mini chunk of Earth. And because we have a reproducible architecture in this bioplastic production process, it's really indefinitely expandable. So we can harvest from this garden hydrocarbons, dried algal biomass or something. And we can say, in this many years, we can actually produce a whole nother dome. So a whole nother bell jar, if you will. So, it really opens the door for, there's not a reason to, this greenhouse could conceivably not fail. We could produce another one and another one, and we can move life through there. And there's not a reason to bring this life back to Earth. This is life that's going out, and we don't actually, sure, we want to sample from it and bring some of that, especially from a biological scientific standpoint, back. But this could really be kind of the first life really that's sustaining for a significant portion of time and going through generational cycles. And really, we could take cuttings of this, and wherever we go in the cosmos, this is, call it a moon tree or something like that. Although that means obviously something different, especially to describe. so that's kind of the potential for this type of project. And how it started, much like Gromar, started very much out of a makerspace in Tampa, Florida, around, well, how are we going to sustain out there? It was really nice to bring this back. This was the past spring. Me and my son, actually, they had a open, what's it called? Open Makers Day or something, where they were bringing in hundreds of people from the public to go through the makerspace here in Northern Virginia, actually. So I said, hey, I want to do something with Grow Mars and stuff. And then literally weeks before I had this opportunity, I said, oh, great, we got to do the terrarium. And we brought, making a moon ecosystem, what would you bring? And we asked people and we solicited for ideas of, okay, well, we're bringing an ecosystem. And it was amazing watching everyone's brains kind of turn. A lot of them, we had over 200 kids, but, seeing, what they all wrote down and, the thought process behind it all. And, yeah, it was really interesting to see that. And most people thought it was just a total joke kind of thought experiment. And I was like, no, this is a real potential lunar payload opportunity. So as basic as it looked at the time, for sure, it was rather interesting seeing people light up about just bringing life out into off of Earth, kind of independent of Earth. What does life need to sustain? What does an ecosystem need to sustain? Really interesting way to do that, and just telling the whole maker story to say, hey, and we came out of a makerspace and showing all the iterations through the design process, and just telling the story of, hey, if you have a big idea, don't walk away from it. They start in places like this, and often just take a little bit of encouragement. So this led me to a realization around developing a standard model ecosystem. I'm not sure if this exists. I did a brief search for it, didn't find anything, so I assume it doesn't. But this crowd probably knows best. But I think biological systems lack a model system. And what this brings is the engineering mindset into ecosystems, because you're able to compartmentalize and quantify a small closed loop system. We don't need a $1 billion biosphere to do this stuff. We could do it, kind of small scale and still have these relevant components. So it could be especially important when communicating or integrating solutions at the system level. We have these model organisms, Arabidopsis, C. elegans, but do we have a model system where it's a universal substrate or group or ratio? And I'm not sure how practical this is or how easy it would be to implicate, but it's something that I am interested in pursuing, mostly because there's only one kind of closed loop system that I am aware of under development. Well, there's a couple internationally, but this would really broaden that door and say, okay, if you think you have something important to plug into an ecosystem, here it is. Here you can plug and play. And how does it integrate? How does it affect the nitrogen cycle, the carbon cycle, the water cycle? It's a kind of a mini, right? A mini ecosystem. So interested to hear feedback on this in particular. And this would just be a potential of how accessible it would be with a custom glove box. $44 for this kit that you can bolt on to any box, if you will. So that way it is a closed system, and you can still manipulate things within there to move things around as needed or adjust things and stuff, but still keep that somewhat closed system. Obviously, it doesn't have to be totally hermetic. For things like CO2 and such, you don't need a really super low leak. I guess leak rate is the term that's typically used, because it's not pressurized. And because there's not a lot of exchanges through any small leaks, you still have a representative sealed system. Another one is the glove bag. So this is $100, but this is lab grade material. These are reusable. They have a gas inlet. Really easy to portable. It's kind of seeing a series of something like this where you could, have the farm separate from, have the phototroph and heterotrophs kind of separated out or whatnot, the consumers and producers to a certain extent, and really test, okay, what does the nitrogen cycle look like? What does the carbon cycle look like? Some of the so I already went through some of those benefits there. Some of the challenges obviously would be like cost of sensors and standardization of sensors. I think AI may make this a little bit easier. We've looked at some approaches to solve how to use a low sensor set to figure out a fair number of things so that you don't need a lot of expensive sensors. Ethics, obviously. So what's the model organism within this model system? Is it a nematode? Is it a mouse? The ethics involved in that for sure are of important consideration, and the whole spectrum kind of between. And then obviously develop a standard substrate and and water quality. How do you run time? Definitely a lot of standardization that have to be in this. And then kind of more on the commercial side, Leo, Lunar, Mars, what could this potential expanding loop process of really large biological growth space lead to? Well, a lot of different areas for other research and development, and from commercial, academic, and government. Decreasing mission risks to enable new mission architectures is something that I think bioregenerative flight support should really push, because it's one of the only ways to de-risk certain scenarios, I think. Especially being a dissimilar system, as is often talked about in ECLEF systems, and to really accelerate ultimately human space exploration. So and a lot of other talks, there's you guys have gone through a lot of the other stuff on the right, kind of preaching to the choir there. And then distinct areas of interest is really spread out between carbon sequestration, LEO, commercial, sorry, CBL should be commercial LEO destination, CLD, and then lunar payloads. Those are all kind of a class of tech demonstrations, and then you really have the human exploration too, which even differentiates from that as another kind of market tier. So it is at times like running 6 startups at once, because they all just look very different. It's something I've pushed since 2018, is the economics and environment of space are nothing like that of Earth. So you're developing totally different systems for all these different things. Is the environment and economy drives everything. So you're not going to necessarily have similar systems through all these different contexts. We do have a pilot demo for Earth carbon sequestration this quarter. We just actually got our first test product here. That's specifically in carbon sequestration, which actually looks fairly different than the hardware that would be used in space. And continued discovery for customers in commercial LEO. Obviously, we've all seen a lot of changes in that arena. My personal opinion on this is that we need to be looked at as service providers rather than customers, because if we're looked at as just customers, there's not funding behind these things. Is that we really have to show these are value added services that we're providing, not necessarily just someone to get their hardware up in space and become a customer, which I feel like these things unfortunately are often viewed through that lens. And breaking that kind of glass ceiling, if you will, is a big one, I think, from a space economy standpoint, ultimately. And then mega scale utilization on Earth and in space is another grand goal. So kind of kept the presentation short. Hopefully, we have some time for questions.
Dan, I'm afraid that we don't have time for questions, but your talk did spawn a lot of conversation. And I think a lot of people are really interested in what you're doing, and they'd like the data and maybe to get involved before you even get to that point. So please review the chat log really quick and reach out to some of these guys. Thanks so much for that talk, Dan. It's really cool to see how you're progressing on the Moon Demonstration Garden. I can't wait to hear more about that. Okay, but the next talk is another one that I'm very excited to present because it is my good friend and co-founder Louise Fleischer, who's going to be telling you about the Plant B mission that we're working on right now. So, Louise, do you want to tell us what's going on?
Yes, thank you very much, Patrick, and wonderful job again for setting this workshop together. It's super interesting. So I'm glad that Dan was talking about the terrariums just earlier because I'm going to be talking about terrariums too, and in particular how we could make a greenhouse in orbit. So Patrick and I were working for the Spring Institute for Forest on the Moon. I don't know if you've heard about it before, but really the target is to put a forest on the moon in the long term. We're talking very long-term mission. Before we can do any of that, though, we were thinking about what are the steps that we can take nowadays that can lead us closer to that goal. And so when you look at a forest, well, that's the mature state of a very complex and long succession of ecological systems. So maybe before starting at the forest, let's look at what happens at the beginning. And so we decided to focus our primary efforts on a moss ecosystem. So we were just talking about terrariums, and the question here is, okay, can we put a terrarium in space? And in this specific case, we're looking at CubeSats because CubeSats are easy to launch, fairly cheap. So can we fit a terrarium into a CubeSat? So one of the additional challenge we've given ourselves is, can we do that and use as little technology as possible, make as much use of the existing energy coming from the sun, and avoid all this suite of tools that we usually use in the ISS, for instance, where we take the sun, shine on solar panels, transform that into batteries, and then retransform that into light through LEDs. So instead of having all this chain, can we have direct exposure onto that terrarium? So let's look a little bit at some of the challenges that this might drive. If we look at just the James Webb Telescope, that tells you one of the key issues that there is in space. And that is that when you're in the sun, it's very hot, up to 85 Celsius in the case of the James Webb. But when you're in the shade, it gets really, really cold. And these temperatures, they're dependent on a few parameters and a few characteristics. And so the way that we've basically broken the problem is, first, understand which orbit we are in. So that will drive what energy we receive and how much time we spend in eclipse. Then identify what the satellite is made of and what's its shape, what's its material, because that will lead us to understand what is the temperature that is going to go through into the inside of the terrarium. And then what are the ecosystem's limits? Because not all plants can survive the same type of temperatures or temperature swings. So if we look specifically at that last point, for instance, even just looking at moss, we can already see there's quite a large range of temperatures for different types of moss across planet Earth. So in our case, we're looking at these tropical understory moss, which the target temperatures are between 20 Celsius and 35 degrees in this specific mission. So quickly on orbits, just to understand what the key parameters are. When you're in orbit, you don't receive energy from many sources. There's really three. There's direct sunlight, there's reflected sunlight from the Earth, and then there's Earth radiation. So just like a heater. Of these three energy sources, two of them disappear when you're in eclipse. So your temperature is going to be very different on that fraction of time that you spend in eclipse. And don't get lost in the math. The only reason I'm showing this formula is because this F corresponds to the fraction of time you spend in eclipse in your orbit. And this fraction of time can go from 0. You can be all the time exposed to sunlight, to this formula, which is dependent on 2 parameters: how high you are, so h, what is your altitude on the orbit, and how what is your angle regarding the sun flux, so beta. So just 2 parameters: altitude and angle regarding to the sun flux, and that defines what is the fraction of time you'll be spending in the shade. In our cases, for you to get some ideas, we're looking at some orbits that have a 19-minute period, and they spend about 1/3 of that time in the shade. So 30 minutes in the shade. So 30 minutes in the dark, and then 60 minutes in the sunlight. Okay, so that's orbit influence on the energy received. Now, the last formula promise of this presentation: what is the temperature that your terrarium is going to see? Everything on the right is driven by the orbit parameters, so we've already covered that. On the left, you see there's only 2 other things that matter. What is your shape factor, and what is your material factor? So your shape factor is how much face, so A of absorptivity is how much face do you show the sunlight directly, and then A, radiation, the area of radiation, is how much surface you have total that you can radiate from. And for the material factor, that's the same. It's also something that is linked between 2. How much energy can you receive versus how much energy do you re-emit? So in terms of area of absorptions over area of radiation, so this is how you can understand it. So for instance, if you look at a sphere, the area of absorption is going to be just the circle, and then your area of radiation is going to be the full sphere. And so the ratio of both of these things is 1/4. For different types of CubeSat, depending on how you're angling them with regards to the sun, you're going to have different factors. In terms of material influence, remember what matters is alpha over epsilon. So based on what material you choose, you're going to have a different ratio. So if you look at the things I've circled in orange here, electroplated gold has one of the highest alpha over epsilon ratio, that's a 6, whereas polycarbonate, in this specific case, transparent polycarbonate, has a lower ratio, 0.4. What that means, what does that mean? That means that if you have a CubeSat that's fully transparent, it's going to be very cold. So your greenhouse is going to be way too cold. If you've got fully covered CubeSat in gold, your CubeSat is fully covered in gold, then it's going to get very warm. But the problem with that is now you have no direct sunlight for your terrarium inside. So what is the right balance between these 2? Just quickly in terms of results here, if you look at this green light, this green light is a 2-unit CubeSat, and you can see here, if I choose a polished aluminum CubeSat, its average temperature is going to be 25 degrees Celsius, which is perfect. That's exactly what I'm targeting. But if I had painted it in black, that's minus 40 degrees Celsius. So just this material choice changes 60 degrees. And key things, remember the orbit? This one is one that is always facing the sun, always, no eclipse. If now I go into some part of eclipse, I'm losing 15 degrees Celsius. So there's a challenge here to figure out what is the right orbit, what is the right material, what is the right shape to reach that target of 20 to 25 degrees Celsius. Before giving you the final answers that we've found, and we've found some good answers, just a reminder that all of these results that I was showing you before were all from equilibrium temperatures, so average over the orbit. Inside of the orbit, when you're in the shade versus when you're in the sun, you're going to have temperature swings. And this is why dynamics are also important. So you can see here in these graphs, this is the dynamic version of this temperature. So first, let's just look at what we're looking at. So the brown line corresponds to a CubeSat that's full of gold, and you can see it goes really high in temperature, 160, 70 degrees Celsius, whereas the glass is very cold, -50, so very far from what our terrarium temperatures are looking for. And then the other thing you can see is there's a breakdown on the left between an orbit that's fully in the sun, and on the right, one that sees partial eclipse. And so you can see these temperature swings appearing. But you can also see that these temperature swings are actually fairly reasonable. They're maximum in the order of plus or minus 10 degrees Celsius. So that's reasonable to expect inside of your terrarium over 90 minutes, a temperature swing of 10 degrees Celsius. Okay, so what are our final results? From this graph, I already told you can have with gold very hot and with glass very cold. So what we were looking at is, okay, well now if we do a mixture of both of these things, if we balance this mixture, can we reach the temperature that we're aiming for? And the answer is yes. So that's the good news, is we were aiming for a 3-unit CubeSat. We were targeting the 20 to 30 degrees Celsius temperature range. And depending on how much of our 3-unit CubeSat we were giving to this mixture of glass and gold, we could get up to 25% of glass in the case where we've got one unit gold and then 2 units mix. And in the case where we have solar panels over half a unit, that's 2% gold. So you see, you've got a range that you can work with, and that's where we're looking at. So the conclusion of the study is we can find a mixture that contains some transparency to create a greenhouse in a CubeSat in orbit. One of the key questions that comes afterwards is, well, what about the light that goes through? Will that light be too much or not enough for the plants that we harbor inside of the greenhouse? And that's just a very quick looking at some sunlight intensity necessary for plant growth. We can see that if you're on the end where we only have 2% of glass, then your plants will be, it's the minimum necessary for life, but they're not going to be thriving at all. If you go up to 25% of glass, then you are in the maximum efficiency of growth. So we are in a range that we could have plants thriving. We still need to refine exactly what are these percent of glass and gold that we want to put on. But the good news is that we can have those plants growing inside this greenhouse that is passively thermally controlled. So where do we go next? There's a few things. On the thermal side, we need to refine some of the models, adding greenhouse effects, adding some of the evapotranspiration effect that might exist. And then on the plant side, we need to start testing about the survivability of our terrarium in different light and photoperiod conditions. So we've already started some experiments on those photoperiod. They're pretty promising, but still have a lot to do on this. And I hope that we can give you some new results next year at the next Space Ecology Workshop. And I'm ready for questions if there are any.
All right. Thanks so much. Yeah, that was, I know that you pleased quite a lot of engineers and physicists in the audience with your explanations. So thank you for that. We do have some questions and we have a few minutes to handle them. So let me start from the top. Okay, so Jane wanted to know, why was the black CubeSat colder than the non-painted version?
So one of the key of the metallic one was that it was polished and aluminum. So if it wasn't polished, then the CubeSat would actually be colder. So a non-polished aluminum CubeSat is colder than a black CubeSat. But the fact that it's polished changes a lot of the thermal capacities of that material. Tiny differences make huge difference.
Yeah, materials was a topic of debate in the chat. Melanie wanted to know if you considered smart materials that can shift properties in response to light.
So considered theoretically, but I would love to experiment with some of those. So if you know any material scientists who have those capacities and knows a lot about those material properties, I would love to get engaged with them. So thought about it, but haven't tried it yet.
Aurora had a great question, which is if the CubeSat is tumbling in orbit, the same sides of the CubeSat won't always be facing the sun. How are you going to accommodate that?
Yes, that's totally. So we're basing our experiment on a tumbling CubeSat, and so that's part of the refinements that we need to do in the analysis. So in the analysis, I was saying that we were always showing the same face. So these are preliminary results with a CubeSat that is not tumbling. So now one of the next step of the simulation is to make it tumble and average over the orbit.
Cool. Silvio had a question. Are you considering specific plants for the greenhouse, and will you test genetically modified plants?
Not test. Well, genetically modified plants haven't been talked about, but Patrick has been helping a lot on choosing the species, and in particular, we're looking at testing different sorts of photosynthesis, 3, C4, and CAM plants to see which one are most adapted to that special photoperiod that the plants would see in a 90-minute orbit.
Yes.
Results incoming.
Results incoming. Okay, I think we have time for one more question. Jack had an interesting idea, which was, have you considered spinning the cube to help creating a stable temperature? I don't actually know what he's talking about. It sounds pretty interesting. I don't suppose you know.
I have not been thinking about it, Jack. I'm very interested in what you're referring to.
Oh, unless it was like a follow-up on Aurora's question of the tumbling cube averaging the amount of light it gets. That might be how to interpret that. But either way, we're out of time here. So thanks, Louise, so much for telling everyone what we're working on at the Spring Institute. If you guys want to know more, you can check out our website at thespringinstitute.com, and it has information about this and some of the other stuff we're working on, like the shrimp experiment I sometimes talk about. All right. Thanks, Luis. Next up is, again, my co-organizer, Christine Escobar, who is going to talk about a habitability index for assessing and monitoring space life support system robustness.
I think I've shared the wrong screen. Give me just a moment. Oh. Let's try this. Okay, how's that? Can you see my screen now?
Sorry, yeah, we can see you just fine.
Okay, great. All right, thanks for entertaining another talk from me, you all, and having me back again. I'm going to give you an overview today of my thesis research that involves the ambitious goal of developing a design methodology for robust life support. Specifically, I'd like to introduce you to a concept of the habitability index that can be used to quantify life support performance and even monitored in real time as an indicator of habitat health. Now, during this presentation, I'm going to be talking about ECLIS, Environmental Control and Life Support, in generic terms, but this approach really can be applied to closed ecological life support as to non-biological systems. So it's kind of biology independent. So overall, just to remind us all, the purpose, what a life support system is supposed to do is to really maintain the habitability of the spacecraft. It's got to provide for the crew's needs to keep them alive, preferably enable them to be healthy, to be happy and productive, to achieve their mission objectives. So first, the ECLSS has to satisfy the physiological needs of the crew. Hey, Patrick, am I sharing the actual slides or am I sharing my presenter notes?
No, it's just the slides.
Okay, because I'm seeing this like blue outline around my thing. That's why I was asking.
Oh, we don't see that.
Okay, good. So it's just the slide. Sweet. Sorry about that. So the ECLSS satisfies the physiological needs of the crew. It regulates the atmosphere, gives potable water, removes hazards that are posed by waste, and provides food. But the next level of priority after that is also crew safety and even comfort and well-being with mental and physical health countermeasures and other accommodations. And of course, human metabolic needs drive ECLSS requirements. I think we've seen various versions of this throughout the last couple of days, but also the space environment drives ECLSS requirements, characterized by really extreme temperatures that actually we were just hearing about in the last presentation. High vacuum, micrometeoroids, reduced gravity, and high levels of radiation. So beyond these common factors, though, there's really no one size fits all for ECLSS design for human space exploration. So when we're choosing components for our life support system architecture, we've got a lot of options. The best solution very much depends, and I can't believe I'm saying this because I'm such a closed ecological systems fan, but it very much depends on where you're going, and it depends on how long you're staying. So which components do we choose for our architecture depending on our destination? And the best selection of components isn't necessarily all the best individual components by themselves, but it's a collection of those items that will work together in an optimal way. So an ECLSS architect has a hard job because they have to optimize for both performance and how well the ECLSS is revitalizing the atmosphere and doing all of those other things, as well as its cost effectiveness, which again, as we've seen, comes down to mass in a lot of cases. It gets even more difficult when you're less certain about what you're going to find at your destination. So when we're exploring deep space, we're going to need our life support to have increasing dependability as the duration of our missions increase and as our distance from Earth increases. Because the further we venture from home, the more likely we are to start encountering the unexpected. And that uncertainty in what we're going to find or what conditions we're going to experience can be very, very costly if it results in the loss of mission or the loss of a vehicle or crew. And when we have a limited ability to resupply or to abort back to Earth, we really have to have confidence in our life support functionality under these increasing levels of uncertainty and risk. So robustness, not just reliability, becomes, in my opinion, an even more important design objective. So first, in order to talk about robustness, I think I need to get a couple of definitions out of the way. Robustness is different from reliability. Reliability is the probability that a system will perform its intended function under stated conditions without failure for a certain amount of time. Does it do what it was designed to do? And if it doesn't, it's failed. Note that the focus here is on the rate of failure under a known operating condition, not on how well the system performs under unknown conditions. And then we've talked about resilience in a prior presentation. I think this was in Jane's presentation. It's also very important. Resilience is the capacity to recover quickly from difficulties or disturbances, the ability to spring back into shape after some off-nominal, unexpected input. Resilient systems have flexibility. They can withstand unexpected failures, and with elasticity, they can recover function after some adverse event. You might also hear about the concept of survivability. It's evolved from the military domain, and basically that's the ability to reduce the impact of a disturbance. If you get slammed with some unexpected event, Even if the system never returns to its original level of a performance, at least if it survived. That's the idea of survivability. So what's robustness then? What's this word? There are many definitions. Depends on who you ask or what dictionary you're reading, but all agree on one aspect, that robustness involves the resistance of the system's output to the changes in usage conditions. Shifts our focus from what the system's designed to do to what it can do. And what engineers call robustness is also sometimes used synonymously with what an ecologist calls resistance that Jane was defining earlier. So the output is unchanged by a perturbation. What does it mean for an eclipse to be robust? This question really led to my thesis topic. So the dictionary notion of performing without failure under a wide range of conditions. That goes beyond the traditional notion of reliability, which focuses on expected conditions. So what I've suggested is that eclipse robustness is the ability to maintain habitable conditions for crew survival and their productivity over the mission lifetime under a wide range of conditions. You might wonder what that is. So that's your ordinary usage, what you expect to happen, as well as during temporary off-nominal conditions like a solar storm or a pressure loss, and even long-term sustained changes in mission context, like, oh, we had to go to a different destination. So notice to measure robustness with this definition, we need to be able to define and quantify what is habitable. In fact, this might be a little bit controversial, but in a prior paper, I've proposed that reliability, resilience, and survivability can be thought of actually as characteristics that all contribute to robustness. I'll let you chew on that and check out the paper. This is my mantra as a systems engineer. If we're going to create and control a robust life support system, we need a way to measure and compare that robustness. So the idea, this is going to get a little bit into the math behind robust design, is that for some key performance characteristic, whatever it is the system's designed to accomplish, any deviation away from its nominal performance is a costly loss of quality. The farther away you get from perfect performance, the more costly that loss of quality can be. And the closer you are to nominal, the more quality you have. So without getting into the math too much, I've proposed, again, in a prior paper, that a quadratic loss function that many others have proposed can quantify robustness. So remember, the purpose of our life support system is to maintain a habitable environment for our crew. So what if we could represent how habitable our spacecraft is at any given moment with just one number? We're going to call that H. And what if that number were just a utility function on a scale of 0 to 1? And if habitability isn't perfect, we can quantify that loss as a squared deviation from a perfect score of 1. What's really cool about this squared deviation, I'm going to nerd out here on you, is that its expected value of that loss is the sum of the squared habitability bias. It's a change in the average, your average level, as well as the variance, how much it wiggles away from the mean. Both of these things introduce quality loss. So they've then defined eclipse robustness as 1 minus the square root of that expected value. Won't get into that here, but basically this robustness metric can be calculated for an instant in time, or we can integrate it over a whole entire mission. Again, eclipse purpose, maintain habitability. How do we quantify that? So we're proposing the habitability index as a key performance characteristic. It's a utility function of all the environmental factors that an eclipse controls, defined on 0 to 1. And what it represents is the productive capacity of the crew provided by the eclipse. Not how productive they actually are, but their capacity. The habitat conditions that the eclipse controls collectively contribute to this number, such as the oxygen level, the CO2 concentration, your food and water quality. And the utility function, what it does is maps a variable to its worth or its value. So your habitat conditions, my oxygen concentration, can be mapped onto a 0 to 1 scale of how close you are to perfect or to very bad. So you can set a target oxygen concentration that provides habitability of 1. There's no negative health effects. As you move further away from that target concentration, the crew begins to suffer symptoms of hypoxia or hyperoxia, and then fatal conditions would map to a value of 0. This alone by itself for like one indicator just for oxygen is what I would call a marginal habitability index. Won't get into this, but it's just basically a suggested scale where, again, if H is at 1, the crew performance capacity isn't affected. 0 is fatal conditions. And as you drop from 1 down to 0, you're having more and more symptoms going from, okay, I'm not feeling too well, to, oh, I can't get out of bed today because I'm sick, to this is a really bad day. It's severe enough to incapacitate me at maybe 0.25. My life isn't yet at risk. And then maybe as we're starting to drop closer to 0, we start becoming incapacitated and maybe our life is in jeopardy. I'm a little bit behind on time, so I'm not going to get into these examples too much, but just to show you kind of a idea of where we're going to get the data from to map these parameters of habitability into these utility function values. So for example, there's a nominal pressure range from 3.8 to 15 psi where you're fine, but as you start increasing the pressure, your habitability is going to start going down to 0 until you reach the known high pressure endurance. I don't know if it's the actual high pressure endurance for a human being. And then similarly, as you start dropping pressure, there's going to be different levels of symptoms and how much you can tolerate, to the point where if you get down to 0.9 psi, you can only tolerate about 30 seconds of that before it becomes fatal, maybe less if you're less healthy. You might notice that there's all these time duration effects here. So the physiological stress that's caused by an off-nominal environmental condition, it depends not only on the magnitude of, say, oxygen concentration, but the duration of your exposure to that stressful condition. So this is an example of the exponential decay of habitability towards some steady state value, in this case down to 0, when you've had continuous exposure to low pressure. This is just another example of mapping oxygen partial pressures to habitability values. Probably won't have time to go too much into this, but what do we do with this information? So I've got all these collections of habitability values for different indicators. Oxygen, CO2, water quality, food quality, for example. We can combine them into one overall score. How habitable is the environment right now? And I've proposed a product function to do that. And this exponent here represents basically interactive effects between the different parameters. And if you were to take that one value of habitability for your whole habitat, you've multiplied all your little h's together into one big H. And values that are above the nominal level, they're still 1. Everything's 1 if you're good to go. But if you deviate away from 1, you integrate all those deviations together, you add up this loss. That's your decrease in robustness right there. So where am I headed with this? Is to define what parameters should be included in this index. I've chosen so far a set of ECOLIS controlled parameters that can characterize habitat health, grouped into primary ECOLIS functions, which is providing a breathable atmosphere, a comfortable thermal environment, safe pressure, potable water, nutritious food, and safety. And these indices, like you can see, are actually functions themselves of many controlled parameters. And I'm going to be doing a journal paper this fall, introducing these marginal habitability functions of how we pull all these parameters together. Right now, I'm using whatever information I can find in existing human spacecraft requirements to start with, and other things like OSHA standards, other military guidelines to basically have this set of preliminary habitability functions. And in the future, though, we'll need to validate these functions from subject matter experts and eventually from real data to make our habitability assessments more meaningful. And ultimately, I think we need to ask ourselves whether we should include other contributors to habitability beyond those conditions that a life support system controls. Is life support just limited to food and water and air and toxicity? So looping back actually around to Dr. Aspelin's talk this morning, what about conditions that make you healthy and happy and productive other than life support. So like privacy and when sleeping quarters, your comfort level, hygiene, how icky do you feel, noise levels, the ability to see outside. What about decor and your means of relieving anxiety? So for now, this index can start to be applied as a method to evaluate life support performance over the course of a mission, to simulate and predict its performance and maybe even monitor the health of the habitat in real time. But ultimately, we might be able to use this concept to quantify the overall quality of the entire space habitat to support the humans living inside of it. So that was a lot of information pretty fast. So I'm welcome to entertain any questions that we have time for.
We do have time for some questions, and we have a couple of good ones. AC wanted to know, can you have a low reliability system with high robustness? Is that okay? I think he offered Apollo 13 as an example.
There is a military term called defense in depth. And so there's different ways that you can reduce the cost of quality, and a failure, it has a big cost of quality, a big cost of failure. Loss of mission, for example, even if you've survived, you've still lost your mission. And so there's a lot of different things you can do to reduce the cost of quality. You can make your system a lot more reliable. Sure. You can try to make it more resilient. You can make it survivable. I don't have an exact answer to that, but a suggestion in the what's called the defense in-depth strategy is that there's layers of implementations of things that you would do first that give you the most quality, or reduce that give you the most bang for your buck, that give you the least quality loss for the least cost of implementing it. And so I would suggest that reliability is probably the thing that comes first. Make it work under the conditions it should work under, right? Then you deal with, now let's try to make it work under conditions that are weird. Then you deal with, okay, if it broke, how do I make it resilient and come back? And then I worry about the abort scenario on top of that. If everything else goes sideways, then I start adding in survival features. That's the idea of the defense in depth strategy.
Fantastic. Okay, and then we had another one from Jane. She had a pretty good question too. It was, how do you handle interactions between factors, such as low O2 being more tolerable at high pressures?
Very, very difficult question. My simple answer mathematically is by this little coefficient right here. But how the heck do we know what the values of that coefficient should be? So the idea is that, let's say, oxygen and temperature might have synergistic effects on the physiological stress that a crew experiences. I think that's what Jane is getting at. And so, like, if I'm already freezing and my oxygen starts dropping, the effect of the reduced oxygen is going to be worse than if the temperature were fine. So there's synergistic effects. There can be other types of interactive effects between these parameters. The idea of the weighted product model is that you can adjust the effect of the worst parameter by what all the other values are. But that is a whole area of research in itself, is the interactive effects of different stressors.
Great.
Jane, I don't know if that answered your question, though. That might have been a different question.
I think those are the only two specific questions. Although it kind of looks like Jagos is coming up with another one. But it is now time for our final scheduled break. So let me just run everyone through the rest of the program really quick. We're planning to break for 20 minutes. I'll open up the breakout rooms again so we can do a little bit of chatting, where you can work on the mural board. And then we're going to come back for two more presentations from Dr. Marshall Porterfield and Dan Fiskus. And then it's the end. We'll do some closing remarks and wrap this up, and everyone can go on their merry ways. So the breakout rooms should be open now. And everyone can feel free to self-select into those, and I'll see you all again in 20 minutes.
Okay, good. So, yeah, we're going to take some time and talk a little bit about the history. Really, I want to talk about the last 10 years history and it's really about policy and funding in this area. So it's really important. I think it's really important for young professionals and students to have a broader understanding of the larger history, but also too, it's important for us as professionals in our field to understand what the policy landscape has been like around the funding and support for these research areas that we all depend on. So, what is the prospects for the future of research funding in this area, given the history of the past? So let's really take a look at that and really understand from the broader space program, but also focusing really on the last 10 years of funding, last 10 to 20 years. So we all understand how important space ecological systems are in terms of advanced human exploration. These are not new ideas. It actually goes back to Tsiolkovsky in the late 1800s. Really, he's the father of Russian rocketry and really the father of the Russian space program. And even he had envisioned space ecological systems and space ecological life support as being the foundation for human exploration and colonization into the future. And really the ecological principles that we all understand from the planet that we're all learning and trying to learn and learn how to engineer and apply into these systems, not only for space exploration, but for preservation of human life on the planet. Now, in terms of bioastronautics, pulled it up on my phone so I can read the definition real quick, but the online definition is bioastronautics is a field of research that studies the effects of space flight on living organisms. So it's a very generic and kind of clean definition. It goes on to say biological, behavioral, and medical concerns for humans and other living organisms in space, the design of payloads, space habitats, and space support systems. So generically, it doesn't sound very much different than just astronautics. So I think it's important to think about embracing the biological as, in terms of transitioning from the 20th century approach to space flight, which really is an astronautics approach. We built rockets and capsules and we stuck people in them and we figured out how to do missions, go stick a flag on the moon. That was really our goal and ambition from the time. That was our main focus. And we really weren't going to stay and work and live in these locations. We really had a limited mission. But now we have a different approach, and really it's time to embrace biology and really the human-centric component of the mission. And so that really we're transitioning from transportation to human habitation. We're looking at endurance class exploration, human health, agriculture, and ecological systems all have to be integrated from the mission planning and architecture level ground zero. That has to be the starting point for how we approach mission architecture. We can't just add on human life support at the last second. And I think that we're going to be able to build robust systems. And really one of the main challenges, the challenges of radiation, that's the challenge of leaving LEO and going into deep space. I call this real space because only 24 people have actually been out in real space. Now, the 24 people who've been out in real space on those missions to the moon, they have 400 to 500% increased cardiovascular disease rates when compared to ISS astronauts who spent 6 months in low Earth orbit. Okay? Deep space is no joke. We've been avoiding the hard challenges of deep space by staying in low Earth orbit. No wonder there's been no innovation and no spin-offs from the last 10, 20 years of human spaceflight. Because we don't push ourselves to do the hard things. And that's really what has to come next. We have to push ourselves to the challenge. And that's why it's important to go back and look at the broader history of space. Actually, when I teach my space biology and medicine class, this is the first thing I teach is the Sputnik moment. because I think it's really important for students to understand how dramatic of a and how significant of an event in human and American history the Sputnik launch was, because it totally changed everything about the American experience. Literally, the school children who left school in the summer of 1957, when they went to school the next fall in 1958, there were completely new schools and education programs and STEM. Within 4 months, we had NASA, NSF. Yeah, they started NSF. They just put the U.S. Congress just started $100 million NSF. Boom. There was no NSF before Sputnik. So our entire infrastructure for our national research systems were put in place by Sputnik. And then we all cite the commercial spinoffs from the space program. We landed on the moon before the end of the decade. We had a challenge and a schedule and a deadline, 2,978 days. That's how long it took to get us to the moon. Now, when I was at headquarters, I spent 5 years at NASA headquarters from 2011 to 16. When I was there, the mantra was, we're going to go back to the moon, moon and Mars 2020, 2030 timeframe. So whenever we get around to it. No wonder we haven't done it, because we haven't set a deadline and held ourselves to it. And really in the space station era, we've languished. We were supposed to be focused during the build-up period to the space station. In the shuttle era, NASA had invested in massive amounts in biological and human research programs. We had the CELS program was in place, had a really robust research program in space on the space station, on the space shuttle, and a really big robust ground-based program to support the research on the space station. We got rid of all that in 2004. The budgets were cut for all that. We've been operating over the last 20 years on about 1/10 of the budget of what we had prior to ISS. Prior to ISS, we had about $900 million a year. We were at NASA for space life sciences, and that was cut by about decimated. And so it's important to know that we're going into this next phase of space exploration where we're being challenged with human habitation challenges, long duration human habitation challenges, and we divested from that research 10 years ago. And now people are starting to realize that China is coming online because their programs, and I'll talk a little bit more about that. Commercial space, we fought with commercial space. Commercial space was taking resources. The ISS program people, when I was at headquarters, were more supportive of CASIS and the National Lab than they were of NASA funded research. And every time there was a controversy, we lost out on our research. Most of the research capabilities have been diverted towards these types of commercial, the idea that there would be some research that would create some kind of commercial ecosystem. That's been a failure. There is no commercial ecosystem. The poster child for cases in the beginning was the salmonella vaccine. And I challenge you to Google ISS, salmonella vaccine, and NASA, and you'll see that there was all this hype about this biological phenomenon that from space that was supposed to be lead to a commercial pharmaceutical vaccine industry. Where is it? It does not exist. And that's where most of our research funding that was cut, we cut the CELS program. It went into that kind of commercial space research, and we've been losing out over the last 10 or 15 years. So again, we're not, this is cumulative launch mass, but you can think of this as budgets. Really, these bioregenerative capabilities are logistics and budget issues. If you think about how the total cost for a lunar bioregenerative system, it might be higher up front than open loop, like going to the moon like we did in the past. Here's where we are today, a physical chemical with stored food. What are the mission durations? We need to be building and thinking about bioregenerative systems. And that means that at the national level, NASA and other federal agencies need to be investing in research programs that are going to be supporting our research, right? That's what one of the major functions of the American Society for Gravitational Space Research during the time that I was on the governing board and president. We were focused on advocating for funding for our programs. Again, bioregenerative research, some of the history, a big flurry of things happened in the 60s after Sputnik. The U.S. military and especially the Russians have carried on large programs. The NASA CELS program started in the 80s, and I will talk a little bit about that, but Japanese, the French program, and Melissa has been very successful, and other programs around the world. And we'll talk about what the Chinese national program is doing now. And again, the program at Kennedy, Bill Knott and Mel Avener were some of the visionaries who started all that. The original idea was to actually use the Apollo chambers for testing. There was two giant chambers for the Apollo capsules that they wanted to convert into a biomass production chamber. Ended up using the chamber that they did was originally used for the Mercury capsule. This is really the vertical farms. This was bioregenerative life support controlled environment agriculture. Before LEDs, this is back in the 80s and 90s, setting world records for agriculture. Not just piddling around with small crops, but large crops like wheat, soybean, potatoes, sweet potatoes, and even lettuce. And again, that gives rise to our vertical farming industry 30 years later. When I was at NASA headquarters, I was advocating for more investments in bioregenerative life support and trying to cite how NASA had really catalyzed this as a major spinoff. This is perhaps one of the most successful spinoffs of NASA in the last 30 years, and headquarters has never really talked about it and embraced it. But if you bring up something that has something with human medical, they jump all over it, right? If it's human medical, they jump all over it. Salmonella vaccine, that was supposed to be that was supposed to create a commercial industry for the ISS. Look at how much money they spent on trying to figure out if they could make fiber optics in space and create a fiber optics industry. They spent more money in the last 10 years on a failed fiber optics industry than they have on space biology. And they spent nothing on space ecology. So, again, more innovations, LEDs, first hydroponics, the LEDs in space. Those were spinoffs. Those were, what was happening during the shuttle era, what we were doing then. And moving towards human testing in these systems, not just testing in the chamber for biomass production. NASA was starting to make plans to move into human habitat testing with crops. The HALO program, which is ongoing now, is a salad machine program that NASA still has going on, and with the Antarctic programs and other habitat testing crop programs that they've had over the years. Have been small efforts, but again, these are small efforts. They don't add up to what we need in terms of large bioregenerative systems that we need, the level of research that we're going to need to have the resiliency and the capabilities to be able to do the real human missions in the future. But if you look here, it says most activities terminated circa 2006 and 2007. That's when they took all the money away to pay for shuttle retirement, to finish the space station, and start paying for SLS. And in the meantime, the Chinese took all of that research, all of our publications that we had built up over the years, and started their own human habitation programs. And they really completed NASA's work. In 2018, 2016, when I was at headquarters, we knew what they were doing. I learned about what the Chinese were doing in 2011. I reported that to Senator Nelson at the time, who's now the administrator of NASA, Charlie Bolden, Gerstenmaier, for HEO, and nothing was done. Nothing was done about the Chinese moving into this area. Nothing has been done since the Chinese have accomplished this. There's been no plans or no efforts by NASA or any other federal agency on the U.S. side to start to work to develop our own program. We need really about a 5 to 10 year lead time to build a habitat and close it and start testing it before we can actually think about moving it to an off-planet location. And the Chinese are already doing this. They have this other large program called Mars Camp. Again, it's probably not for Mars. They're going to be putting this on the moon, along with mining and other resource capabilities for lunar regolith. So that's really where we're at today. We do have a new space race, and I call it the bioastronautic space race because it really is about the biological gaps. These are the major gaps. Again, radiation is the huge one. You know, when you think about lunar habitation, be thinking about subterranean, because, you know, we're going to have to get people there and get them radiation protected really quickly. You know, the Apollo crews didn't spend a lot of time. These were 2-week missions, you know, from blast off to coming back from their lunar missions, and they come back with 500% the rate of cardiovascular disease when compared to ISS crew. So the radiation environment out there is harsh, and it's harsh on human health. And remember, they didn't have a lot of research capabilities, modern research capabilities to study human subjects to look at these radiation effects after these crew came back. And a lot of it was probably, you know, really top secret and not publicly available. But the crew suffered immensely from their short missions. So, you know, we still have people have fantasies about what we think, what space flight is going to be in the near 20 to 30, 40 years, what it's going to be like. It's harsh. The radiation environment out there is really, really bad. Yeah, that's why I call Leo baby space, because you go to Leo, you don't have to worry about the radiation. You go beyond Leo, you spend a couple of weeks up there. Yeah, you're going to pay with your lifetime. Deke Slayton died of brain cancer, by the way. So again, bioastronautics, the way I approach it and think about it, is a melding of personalized medicine, precision agriculture, and really ecological engineered microbiomes. And really the core of that is modern omics, and really, you know, to look at GeneLab and integrated omics program and the NASA's twin initiatives. Those were our first moves into these types of capabilities. And it really comes down to what you were saying before earlier, Christine, is that when you go back and you look at look at the debates early on about, are we going to have biological habitation systems? Should we go in that direction? Yes or no? Or should we have it completely physical chemical? In the end, the airspace engineers, the hardcore engineers on the side of physical chemical systems did not simply believe in the ability to be able to monitor and control a biological system. How are you going to be able to measure and sense what's going on in that system and make sure nothing bad happens? And really, that's really what it comes down to, omics technologies. Our ability to do modern omics is so mind-boggling, incredible. Imagining what we can do with transcriptomics. Now you can take do shotgun hyperspectral sequencing and pull out a microbiome sample and know all the bacteria that are there, and look at all their gene expression patterns in terms of pathway analysis. You can really look at ecological systems as biochemical ecological melded systems using omics tools. And that gives you the precision and control to engineer an ecosystem, engineer microbiomes and microbial biofilm systems, but also to implement and control those systems as part of larger habitation capabilities. So I'll stop there and answer any questions. We could, you know, really the reason I wanted to give this talk is so that people have, you know, especially the young people, have a better idea, understanding of the recent the overall history, but really the recent history with the funding. And we do not have robust NASA funding opportunities. The NASA NRA programs where they fund 1 or 2 grants a year, that's a pittance compared to what we used to have. And the NASA CELS program, when that was cut, all those facilities, that giant facility, those were actually demolished. Okay, so we do not have any of those facilities anymore, any of those laboratories. That was all taken away from NASA, by NASA. So that's that, you know, you really have to think about that and understand that not only did NASA say no to bioregenerative life support. They said, hell no. And so how do we change that perspective? That's really kind of the legacy of where we're at now, is that we're the leftovers of that legacy, and we're sitting there with giant SLS. They want to justify its existence. So they're probably going to throw more money into that before they invest any more money into ecological systems. So that means we are still on the losing end. That's why this is important, because the funding for our research in the future is going to depend on our ability to organize ourselves and make these cases ultimately to the Congress. That's ultimately where we have to go for the funding. So it's not going to be your program manager with his annual performance review hanging over his head. So with that, I'll stop and answer questions. Thank you for your time.
Yeah, thank you, Marshall. That was really insightful, and it's always great to see like the history of where we've been and where we're going. I do have some questions for you, and we're gonna, I think, break from the program a little bit because I don't really need that much time for the closing remarks. So, first question is from Silvio. What do you think about the possibility of using lunar lava tubes as radiation protection for a human outpost?
Yeah, I haven't studied that myself, but I know that I've seen that mentioned, and a lot of other people have been studying those, the possibility of using those systems. I think it'd be great. And also I've seen some reference to using boring, some kind of tube boring types of equipment from SpaceX, I guess. Boring machine.
Yeah, I recall last year at the Space Ecology Workshop, Dr. Cruello he presented like a design for I want to say a vertical farm in a lava tube called the boring something or another.
Yeah, the radiation protection issue is significant, and people don't talk about it. And actually, that's part of the controversy, is that NASA kind of avoids talking about the radiation issue, but they talk about all these Mars missions. And we didn't even know what the radiation environment was between the Earth and Mars until Mars Curiosity rover was launched in 2016. And then we learned that one day on Mars is 2 years on the Earth in terms of radiation exposure. Imagine, spending 2 years at the beach and having to get up the next morning and go to work.
It's quite a sunburn. Okay, so Oscar would like your comments on the usefulness for a bioplex-like system where hybrid bliss subsystem integrations can occur.
Yeah, I think the bioplex setup, the configuration they had, was a really good setup for doing scaled research and development into human and being able to have human closed systems. And they did do some 90-day tests, and they did do maybe even did a 6-month test in the bioplex. But yeah, I think that was a great facility. Too bad they destroyed it.
Do you know anything about NASA's research into artificial magnetic fields for radiation protection, like on spaceships?
I don't know anything about that, but those are kinds of things I've seen. But I think basically the limitation for those types of systems is you would have to have nuclear power.
Active radiation is going back on NASA's technology gap list, believe it or not.
Yeah, so they're gonna.
I don't know how long it'll stay there.
But Christine, what you don't realize is that in 2015, that when Congress was calling out NASA on their budget that they needed to continue funding for SLS at the time, they actually were questioning Mars, the destination that NASA was claiming Mars as a destination because of the radiation issue. And so that's when the NASA came up with the pathway to risk reduction.
Never mind, radiation's fine.
Yeah, and they put that chart up there, and they have radiation being red, but then they show, we're gonna solve this unknown in the future. How do you schedule research innovations and discoveries into your
I don't know how long this new technology gap document is going to exist for NASA, but at least some eyes are back on it, but we'll see.
Yeah, we'll see.
Great. Well, I think I'd like to move to the next and final speaker, if you don't mind. So, Marshall, thanks again. It was really elucidating. So our final speaker for the Space Ecology Workshop 2023 is Dan Fiscus, and he is going to be telling us about the how to unify space paradigms. So, Dan, please take it away.
Okay, see if I can share these slides here. Can you hear me?
Yeah, you're just fine.
Okay, so thanks to Patrick and Christine and everyone with this workshop for an opportunity to speak to you all. This is the topic: unifying science paradigms and social groups for success both on Earth and in space. And so I'm an ecologist and sustainability scientist, and my driving mission and passion is to solve the global ecological multi-crisis and also to serve life as a whole. I work with the Research Alliance for Regenerative Economics and also with Berkeley Springs Instruments. I've studied soil ecology, soil nematode communities, helped develop some indicators of soil health and agroecological health. I've also studied systemic stressors on the Chesapeake Bay, large estuary in the US. And my ongoing research since then has been to try to understand all the simultaneous stressors that I call the global ecological multi-crisis. I have some holistic hypotheses. I'm looking to find allies, and I'll mention some projects and proposals. The past 2 days, it's a little hard to speak right now. My mind has been completely blown. I have learned so much, probably the most intensive learning I can remember. Your group is just incredible, and I really have loved every presentation. So I'm trying to learn about space ecology. I'm pretty new to it. I missed it last year, this event. I think there will be some connections, though, to things like Cesari's SWOT analysis, Mark Nelson's call for looking at the paradigm, and Carl this morning saying this, in his approach with a 100-year mission, we have to rethink everything, all our basic assumptions. So I hope some of this will be relevant to broadening public support, maybe connected to the funding issue that Marshall just mentioned. And I really want to advocate or propose that we try to unify these two missions for space and Earth. I know everybody's already kind of saying that. This may be a little bit of a new win-win strategy to achieve success for both. So it's also a question. Yes?
Question. Are you sharing slides right now?
Yes.
Okay, I don't think we can see them. So let's see if we can share your screen.
Oh, great. I messed that up. I did everything except for that part within Zoom. I'm sorry about that. Okay, let's try it again here.
Oh, there we go.
Okay. And then here.
Yep.
Okay, so the only, sorry, I messed that part up, but thank you for alerting me. So I missed this part, but that's me as an early earthling there, falling in love with wild nature. And so I mentioned that I think this could have some applicability or utility for you all, broadening support. I also put that as a question. I'm not sure this will help, but I thought I would raise that. Could help with funding, diverse groups being creative participants. So the context in which I'm doing this work and thinking about it is Earth in crisis, multiple systemic growing threats. At the same time, as you guys are the experts in, we have these amazing capacities in space, and these have continued to grow. So what could we learn from this moment in history? Thinking far back and far forward, I see this moment to teach that the life environment relationship is our #1 priority. And that's kind of biased as an ecologist because that's kind of the focus of what we study, but I think it holds up to discussion and scrutiny. All human endeavors on Earth and in space require stable life support. Seems like we shouldn't really have to say that, but on Earth, we've taken a lot of things for granted, and we're finding out it might not be a good idea to take clean air and fresh water and food and climate regulation for granted. I believe we can succeed both. We can succeed on Earth, we can succeed in space, but it may be a bit of a chicken and egg kind of paradox. Maybe people are not on board with doing both at the same time. As Cesare and others have raised, there are some naysayers and critics. I have looked at this crisis for a long time. It started with the Chesapeake Bay, as I mentioned, but then it expanded to the global situation along with others who've done planetary boundaries. And when I have dug down and down and down, peeling layers of onion, looking at root causes, to me, I've come to this hypothesis that it's the science paradigm that's actually causing all of the surface symptoms that we see: climate change, species loss, nitrogen cycle disruption. All of them share in common the root paradigm of mechanistic science. It goes back about 400 years to Descartes and Newton and folks like that. And I'll talk about it a bit more. And I believe that once we solve this, that's so far down at the root, it gives us the leverage we need to succeed both on Earth and in space. It's a pretty simple approach to put forward this hypothesis. I think it's logical. The global ecological multi-crisis is caused by industrial cultures, not by indigenous cultures. Industrial cultures are driven by science. That creates the technology. Therefore, that's why I have this hypothesis. The crisis is caused by the dominant paradigm of mechanistic science. So that sounds, bad or sort of condemning, but the same paradigm is essential for space ecology and dispersal. So it's not to say that paradigm is bad, just that it's not good for sustaining life on Earth in current configuration. So the one recommendation I have for broadening support to wider groups is to foster more relationships with people working to solve this global ecological crisis. It calls for holistic understanding and urgent action. Things seem to be getting worse faster, even faster than the models have been warning us. And I believe that when the roadblocks, misunderstandings are resolved, the two camps can work together and co-develop solutions more rapidly than either alone. Again, sort of biased view, ecology provides a beautiful unifying bridge. My synthesis version of ecology is that it knows about two ever-present modes of life-environment relation. We always see life sustaining within quasi-steady-state environments, and we always see life growing and dispersing to new environments. It's been a recurring theme. It goes back to R&K selection. It goes into adaptive cycle. It's always there. I think that if we can understand that these two modes are different, but they're both required and interdependent, then they don't have to seem antagonistic. So I think in the teachable moment, we need to understand this as a dialectic two-type life-environment relation. I co-wrote a book with Brian Fath, who was another student of Bernie Patton, like Jane, and we put forward this idea. We try to develop the hypothesis more fully. I'm having to go over it really quickly. And it suggests that these two paradigms can be complementary, kind of suggests two different cultures and two different futures going forward. I can't really go too much into the details, but we have a very comprehensive description of what I refer to as reductionist, objectivity-focused, analytical, mechanistic science, and an alternative one, which we say could help balance out the mechanistic one, which I refer to as holistic, organic, living system science. The basis of this, for me, getting to the parts of it that I've been contributing to, came from my PhD work with Bob Ulanowitz. And he has worked for decades studying ecological networks. One of the main ones that I learned about with him was in the Chesapeake Bay. He and collaborators like Dan Baird worked for years to get all the data, really extensive food web data for many species and many functional groups. I think 36 total in this diagram. The flows are, in this version of it, carbon. They've also tracked nitrogen, they've tracked energy, and they use these very fully fleshed out data intensive networks to do holistic ecological studies, which led to very novel advances. So I also can't really go into explaining the details behind his math or his methods. I'll just say it's based on information theory. They are dimensionless quantities. If you look at things like his term C, which is a capacity for system development, and on the left there, the T's are related to transfers. They're transfers from, say, a prey to a predator, eating and being eaten. It could be carbon or energy or nitrogen. And he also defined ascendancy, and then also a term for system reserve or redundancy. He puts all of these together and came up with a measure of living system sustainability. At different times, he's called it robustness or sustainability. That is a kind of trait or a function of these two variables, A, which is the degree of order, and R, which is the robustness. That's how he defines it there, fraction of activity that is successful in creating a sustainable balance between order and resilience. And he and collaborators studied these indices of his for very many networks. I think 30 or 40, those blue dots on the top of that graph there, and they all plot in this region that sort of balances order and resilience. He called it the window of vitality. In some of his other work, he has also shown quite clearly and demonstrated that ecosystem networks are not mechanistic. So this is part of where the alternative science paradigm comes from. I did a little bit to try to see where a human industrial food web network would fit on this chart. I did a study related to nitrogen flow in the beef supply chain, just a sub-network within a larger industrial network. And it plotted to the right side there of what natural ecosystems do. Other folks with Brian Fath and his collaborators did the same thing for trade networks, and they plotted to the left. So in several cases, human networks do not fall into Bob's window of vitality. So I think that this hypothesis that the science paradigm is causing the crisis is testable. I'm putting this forward as just one hypothesis. If other people have other ones, I will get on board with developing and testing yours as well. My goal or sense of necessity is we have to solve this crisis. So the evidence is that if you look in a kind of a conceptual way, we've turned the world into the machine that science imagined it to be. Earth systems are literally running out of gas, breaking down like a machine. Everybody here knows that that's not the way ecosystems and biosphere operate. They do the exact opposite of that. If we wanted to test this or not test it, lack of success would be demonstrated by progress in one symptom is swamped out by worsening in others. So if we try to say work just on climate, just on CO2, but you see three other problems elsewhere, Jevons paradox is a related example of that. If you tweak efficiency and you stay within mechanisms, it backfires. Another evidence would be if all or most of these trends continue in a negative direction or worsen. I think we're using some great science, but I'm not seeing a turning of the corner. And then on the flip side, success would be demonstrated by all or most of the systemic crisis symptoms reversing course in synchrony. So if you wanted some indicators like a dashboard to look at this, we could use the great acceleration graphs, a lot of things that are either exponential or rapidly increasing or decreasing in the wrong direction. Successful paradigm change and full crisis solution would be to reverse all of these at the same time. To do something like that requires very high leverage, and that's a thing I follow from Donella Meadows, who said the highest leverage in system change comes from the paradigm. So another recommendation is to involve and reach out to and work with indigenous people. And I recommend this because I think that indigenous people are the proven experts in sustaining life over the very long term on Earth. Their worldview and knowledge could plausibly guide sustainable living systems in space. It may seem like a big gulf between, but to me, the common ground is that shared value of life and focus on the life-environment relation. Both groups also face major challenges and can support each other. If you were going to pick leaders based on seniority or track record, indigenous folks excel on both of those. The science in the book that Brian Fath and I wrote is focused on service to life. It has an intentional value basis. It's no longer trying to be value neutral, but the value basis of service to life doesn't hurt anything. It's not for bias. It's not for personal gain. It's just to continue to actually be able to do science. The two cultures, you could imagine, this is kind of hypothetical or just playing with future scenarios in a thought-provoking way, is that sustaining a life on Earth could be led by indigenous people. Again, they're the ones who have proven by example, and leading life's exploration into space would be you all, NASA, and the many allies you've talked about. It may be that success will only happen jointly. It might be a real chicken and egg thing, and that we have to unify these two paradigms in order to succeed. So that's, to conclude, I would just say, at the extension of this, to achieve this success in both life on Earth and in space would mean we could do it in any environment, at any time, at any location in the universe. And part of that is to say it's just as fundamental physically as things like, in terms of physics, as things like energy, mass, gravity, things like that. Sustaining life is that important. More collaboration would foster faster win-win outcome. I also am suggesting we have to self-examine the role of the paradigm of science and understand how that links to the impact on sustainability and the life-environment relation. I have some future projects I could talk about, a new kind of STEM education that has the two science paradigms. I think if we had to do science in a sustainable facility, maybe even a closed facility, that science would be necessarily different. And I'll stop there and say thank you and ask for any comments or critique. And I guess I could show this thing too, which has a little bit of our book and Donella Meadows, Robert Ulanowitz, Robert Rosen, and some of the other folks that are key to all this work.
All right. Thanks so much, Dan. That was really great. I appreciated that you brought up the difference between holistic and reductionist science. And I think that ecology is a really great field for both approaches being really not just good insight, but also pretty necessary to answer the questions we're tackling. And we have a couple of questions for you. So Carl wanted to know, can you point to any examples where the ethos of an indigenous population has guided science in the modern age?
Yeah, so the one of the folks who I have read and heard talks by is Robin Wall Kimmerer, and she wrote a book called Braiding Sweetgrass, and she's also a faculty member up in I think it's like SUNY. So she's in both worlds. She's an indigenous person. And one of the concepts that she talks about a lot is reciprocity. And I've also heard about that in other works and people speaking from the indigenous perspective, is that there's an assumption, basic idea that you don't just take from the land, that you give. And that sounds simple, but that's core to what we put in the book, is that the first sort of flaw with modern science is that we've split life and the environment apart. And that doesn't happen in many indigenous worldviews that I've heard about. So that's one example.
Yeah, I can second your endorsement of Braiding Sweetgrass. My fiance has been trying to get me to read it, and it's on the list, but I'm really into sci-fi right now. So another question is from Christine, that you were talking about how it's always hard for us to commit to joint progress and joint collaborations. Do you have any insight on why it seems to be in our nature that we all try to do this on our own instead of collaborating?
I don't really know. Somebody, one of the speakers either today or yesterday, talked about how hard it was. Who was that? Was that Mark Nelson? How hard it was to get ecologists and engineers to talk together. Totally different language. And it took them a long time, but then they finally did, and they had great results. I think language is an issue for disciplines. I think one of the other side effects of the paradigm we're in the social version of it, is that we just splinter into specialization. And once you go into your silos, it's very hard to talk across them, because you've become so focused on such a sort of a hyper laser version of understanding that. So that's one challenge. I also had an idea listening to Marshall, because of the funding issue. If we jointly, some joint group, could solve the Earth crisis, that would be a case for, like, yeah, these folks should get the funding, So we got Spaceship Earth stabilized. We stabilized life support on Spaceship Earth. Now we're asking for funding, and it would be like, here you go. I mean, I don't know. I don't know if that could actually help with collaboration, but that's something that came up today.
Sure, yeah. I reckon they'll give any amount of money to anyone who solves climate change. So, okay, we got one more question for you from Greg. And he said that it seems that a lot of the systems you described should apply to economics as much as they do to ecology. Do you have any examples in the economic sphere of the same phenomenon you're describing?
Yes. So after Bob Ulanowitz did all his work on ecosystems, and he and some collaborators, including Dr. Sally Gerner, and she probably facilitated this a lot, she connected him to folks working in economics. So Bob's metrics, because they're dimensionless and they're based on information theory, they work pretty much equally well for economic networks. We haven't, worked out all of the things you need to do to change and adjust, because carbon and nitrogen and energy are not exactly like dollars or trade, but there are several papers that Bob's written, and one that Brian Fath and I collaborated on, and that's from our group Regenerative Economics, Research Alliance for Regenerative Economics. And we have a paper on that. We have these 10 metrics for regenerative economics that are all based on Bob's network theory.
Oh, cool. Yeah, that sounds like a direct application. Sweet. We've got one more from Dragos, and he wants to know if you're aware of any initiatives where Indigenous people are invited at the institutional level to participate in some cross-cultural work on space ecology. I'd be interested if you knew any other groups working on space ecology at all.
Yeah, I don't. I was actually going to come to you guys and then try to find, if you like the idea, we should go find some indigenous scientists or elders or leaders or thinkers or anybody that would like to participate. My only idea is that it would be very fertile collaboration. I haven't started it. I don't know how to do it yet.
Oh yeah, Bryce Meyer in the chat has a really good point, which is that Robin mentioned earlier that her husband Dan is indigenous and that he's
yeah, I did hear that today.
Yeah, so maybe we should talk to them about it. I don't know if they're still on right now, but I think we've all got their contact information probably. Okay. Oh, and Lori chimes in that that they're doing something similar in Alaska with the Space Farming Institute. So maybe another lead to follow up on. Okay, but I'm gonna say that that's the end of this presentation, and I'm gonna spend these last 5 minutes doing the closing remarks. So thanks again, Dan, for this lovely presentation and good conversation. So here we are at the end of day 2 of the Space Ecology Workshop, and I don't know about you guys, but my brain is fit to burst. Like Dan was saying, I don't know if I've ever had such an intensive, concentrated learning lesson as the past couple of days, but I was really pleased at the huge variety of topics that we've discussed, all within the realm of space ecology, and how we are planning to apply these in the present and in the future. Really loved all of this great energy we saw in the chat. It seems like everyone's really excited to engage on these subjects. So hopefully we can do a little bit more of that going forward. So I guess let's go through the obvious checklist first. Thank you so much for everyone who came, not just our wonderful presenters or our really excellent plenary speakers, but of course all of the attendees who came to listen to us chat and to contribute their own ideas. Man, this group is just so cool. Every time we do this, I come away so energized and excited about the potential for space ecology. Some notes for everybody. You should download the program for this event from the Space Ecology website, spaceecologyworkshop.com. I'm going to upload a post-workshop version that has some edits and fixes that we've made over the course of the past couple days. So yeah, go grab that if you haven't, because remember, it also contains Frida's list of closed ecological system publications. It contains our summary of last year's workshop that we published at ICES. And it's of course got the bios for our plenary speakers and the program sessions. Just some housekeeping notes for you all. We've had a lot of requests for the recordings and for other parts of this to be saved. The plan is to upload the whole content of both days to YouTube. And I'm also saving the chat logs because we had a lot of really good conversation in there. I'm not positive how I'm going to distribute those. Likely it'll be sort of like the program where you can find a link to download it from the website, but I'm going to send out a post-workshop email with all of these details. Let's see. Oh, and of course, I guess this is like a general reminder. The whole point of this Space Ecology Workshop was to connect everyone around the world who's working on this so that we can collaboratively push this forward. Just like Dan is saying, this is a joint effort. So hopefully you guys encountered some idea or some person during the course of this workshop that really excites you. And I highly encourage you to follow up and reach out to them and try to form some collaborations. We're trying to build this international community, and it's something you've got to do yourself. So take that first step. Everyone here is really excited to talk with you and work with you about space ecology. So finally, the last thing on my list is to assure you guys that we're planning to do this again next year. And just like between last year and this year, we changed quite a bit, and I'm anticipating changing quite a bit again. So if you have feedback on things that you would like to see included or excluded from next year's Space Ecology Workshop, feel free to reach out to me or any of my other co-organizers, Christine, Frida, Jane, Sherry, Stephen, and we'll all be happy to incorporate that feedback. Frida, would you like to add on to this closing address? You're muted, sorry.
If people would send their publications or their citations at least to publications, then we could update that list.
Yeah, that's a great point. It seems like we're probably going to have to start a repository of relevant publications, and we'll likely host that on the website as well. So
maybe NASA can include those in their literature search.
Yeah, absolutely.
Learn about their program and
sure. So if you're a presenter or just an attendee who has relevant research, go ahead and send it to us and we'll start making a list. This clearly has high demand for this. So Christine, is there anything I missed?
Just one more announcement regarding how we follow up is we're also planning on sending out an invitation to all of you who registered and presented to join a mailing list for the Probable Space Ecology Institute to see if you'd like to be on that mailing list, and then we can more easily make announcements, but as well as let the community make announcements to one another to share events and updates and things that are going on. So be looking out for that invitation. And then the publications as well. We might be looking into perhaps doing some sort of an online repository for that. I personally really wanted to thank everyone for joining us for this event, for helping us get to know you and get to know each other's work, and really for helping to show the world that engineers and scientists actually can come together to advance the science and technology of space ecosystems, and in order to help us not only explore our universe, but to so that we can all learn to thrive on Earth as well. So it's been a problem we've talked about for some time about this language barrier, and I feel like maybe we're doing some steps to overcome that to join from these different disciplines. So thank you all for being a part of that and making that showing the world that that's possible.
Yeah, great closing words, Chris. I don't have anything to add. So with that, thank you, everyone. I hope you enjoy the rest of your weekend. Thanks for spending your time. We'll see you all next year.
Awesome meeting everybody. Yeah.
Bye-bye.
Good to see you again, Jane.
Great meeting.
Yes, good to see you again.